Jumping off the 18th floor, I swapped bodies with a fairy. Lin Zhi never imagined in her wildest dreams that by saving an injured bird, she would one day swap bodies with a fairy and travel to the world of spiritual cultivation. After experiencing a series of thrilling and dangerous adventures, she would embark on the path of transformation into a powerful being. Chapter 1: The Body Swap begins. Damn you, bitch. If I ever catch you, I'll make sure you'll never be able to survive or die. In the empty sky, a figure as pure as snow flashed past, its graceful and elegant form slightly disheveled. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a fairy with a pair of large, white wings on her back. A few dark shadows pursued relentlessly, and the surrounding area, shrouded in demonic mist, quickly disappeared without a trace. Blue Star, Qinghu City. Lin Zhi, you newbie. If I keep playing games with you, I'm your pet. A chubby boy, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a fair face and a slight baby fat, was angrily shouting at the boy sitting across from him, who was 2 desks away. As for why they were sitting so far apart, that's a story for another time. They had been playing a game together, but breakfast was served at separate tables. Can you blame me? I learned this from TikTok. Lin Zhi, the boy being yelled at, retorted with righteous indignation. Who asked the newbie? It's clearly those influencers who didn't teach him properly. You. Stop learning all that random stuff. The chubby boy was still seething with anger. He'd been playing all night and hadn't won a single match. He was about to drop ranks. Okay, fatty. I haven't mastered it yet, but next time, I'll definitely make you see me in a new light. Lin Zhi remained calm, still wearing that light, carefree smile. It seemed like he wasn't even bothered by the fat boy's curses. After all, he had thick skin. After breakfast, the chubby boy kept grumbling at Lin Zhi. But it wasn't entirely Lin Zhi's fault, he was really terrible at gaming. By the time breakfast was over, it was almost noon. After Lin Zhi's persistent mental attacks, the chubby boy reluctantly agreed to play together next time. Then, the two went their separate ways to rest. Lin Zhi took out his keys and unlocked a security door, finding his spacious and bright home completely empty. He sighed in relief, guessing his parents were probably still at work. He walked to the fridge, grabbed a chilled Coke, and slowly made his way to the balcony. There, he plopped down on a wooden rocking chair that had been placed on the balcony. Lin Zhi was 18 years old, and since the college entrance exams were over, he spent every night with his chubby friend playing online games all night. His parents had scolded him countless times for this, but despite all that, he still sneakily went to the internet cafe with his friend, a typical example of a novice who had a big addiction to gaming. Feeling the soft midday sunlight shine down on him, Lin Zhi squinted slightly, pulling out his phone to scroll through various videos of beautiful women and games. Sleepiness slowly crept in, and before he realized it, Lin Zhi had dozed off in the rocking chair. How long had passed, he wasn't sure. But when he woke up, the sunlight outside was completely covered by dark clouds. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew, and an eerie wail, like the cries of a ghost, came from the windowsill as the storm raged, with thunder rolling in the distance. A loud bang sounded, and Lin Zhi was jolted awake, as if something heavy had crashed into the window in front of him. He looked up and saw that the outer glass of the window had been smashed, creating a large hole, and cold air rushed in through the crack. Lin Zhi stood up from the rocking chair and walked over to the broken window. He gripped the windowsill and peered outside through the hole in the glass. At that moment, the world outside was pitch dark, with heavy rain pouring down. Amid the lightning and thunder, Lin Zhi's eyes followed a flash of lightning that split the dark clouds, and he noticed something moving near the air conditioner outside the building. Quickly, Lin Zhi took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. He looked closely and found a bird, about the size of a fist. This bird was unlike any he had ever seen before. Despite its dire situation, its tail feathers scattered, its pristine white feathers stained with blood, there was something striking about it. The bird seemed to notice that it was being watched and weakly turned its head. Its eyes sparkled with an icy coldness, yet there was a sense of determination that made Lin Zhi's heart ache. Its tiny, sharp beak was holding onto something, and the sight stunned him. The bird, as if sensing Lin Zhi's gaze, suddenly turned its head. Struggling to get up, it seemed ready to take flight, but its injuries were severe. It flapped its wings helplessly for a while, but the drooping wings were of no use. Seeing this, Lin Zhi ignored the pouring rain and howling wind, resolutely opening the window. He gripped the windowsill and stretched his body out, trying to save the unique little bird. However, the gap between the window and the air conditioner was vast, like a chasm. No matter how hard Lin Zhi tried, he couldn't reach it. Looking at the narrow windowsill, Lin Zhi gritted his teeth, jumped up onto it, and clawed his way out of the window like a gecko. He then slowly began to move sideways towards the air conditioner. The wind still howled, and the rain relentlessly pelted his body. Lin Zhi looked down and his heart immediately raced, freezing him in place. Damn, this is the 18th floor. It suddenly dawned on him, and cold sweat covered his body. Looking at the dark ground below and the bird only about a meter away, Lin Zhi took a deep breath, adjusted his stance, and muttered through clenched teeth. Damn it, I'm already here. If I don't save it, it'll all be for nothing. With that, he carefully began inching along the edge of the windowsill. After a few steps, Lin Zhi stretched out his arm and placed one hand on the air conditioner, wiping the rainwater off his face with his other hand. He slowly turned his body and reached out to the bird, which seemed to sense his goodwill. The bird struggled to walk over to Lin Zhi's outstretched hand and jumped into his palm, resting there. Feeling the warmth of the bird in his palm, Lin Zhi felt a surge of happiness and was about to carefully return the same way. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck Lin Zhi's body, and a searing pain spread throughout him. In an instant, his body was uncontrollably pulled downwards. In his daze, Lin Zhi saw a huge finger appear in the air, as if it was about to pierce the sky. Chirp! A faint whimper came from his ear, and the bird struggled with all its might to fly out of Lin Zhi's hand. It flew beneath him, trying to catch him. But the bird was badly injured, and facing Lin Zhi's rapid fall, it was powerless. Lin Zhi kept falling towards the ground, and in just a few seconds, he would hit the ground. From the 18th floor, this distance seemed like even the gods couldn't save him. As he neared the ground, Lin Zhi wondered, what was that finger? Was he really going to die? Forgetting about his body's pain, Lin Zhi grit his teeth and cried out, flailing his arms helplessly in mid-air. Having never faced death before, Lin Zhi, at this moment, was just an 18-year-old boy. Arr! A long, sorrowful cry rang out, like a yellow oriole flying out of the valley, its sound lingering in the air. In an instant, the bird transformed like a phoenix reborn. A pure aura rose from beneath Lin Zhi, as if morning mist were rising. Her long white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, dancing with the wind. Some of it even got into Lin Zhi's mouth. Ooh, ooh. Lin Zhi fumbled to spit the hair out of his mouth, but his eyes were wide in shock, staring at the fairy below him. Damn! In that instant, Lin Zhi thought he was dreaming. Chapter 2, Why Did I Turn Into a Girl? As Lin Zhi was about to hit the ground, the sacred fairy waved her hands, sending an object flying out exactly the same thing she had been holding in her beak earlier. The object resembled a jade tablet, and the moment it left her hand, it emitted a blinding golden light. The dark sky instantly lit up, as if it were daytime. Time seemed to stand still, with Lin Zhi, the fairy, and the pouring rain frozen mid-air. Lin Zhi was still in shock, his mouth hanging open in disbelief, his mind racing to understand what had just happened. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain, as if something deep in his soul was being violently torn apart. Boom! A heavy sound echoed as something crashed into the ground. Lin Zhi rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. At the same time, a giant finger appeared again from the void, shooting toward Lin Zhi at an incredible speed. Just as it was about to strike a few meters away from him, the finger twisted and bent as though something had blocked its path. The resulting shockwave caused nearby trees to explode, flowers were flattened, and vehicles were blown far away, quickly turning into scrap metal. HMPH. A muffled grunt, like thunder, reverberated through the air, followed by a massive explosion that made the giant finger retreat, disappearing into the void. The torrential rain and terrifying dark clouds dissipated with the retreating finger, and in an instant, the sun broke through, with clear skies and calm winds. The world seemed quiet and serene. Lin Zhi had no idea what had just happened. When he groggily opened his eyes, all he could feel was a splitting headache. The area around him was crowded with people, and the sound of approaching ambulances could be heard. A gap opened in the crowd, and a young nurse wearing a light blue uniform and a transparent face shield rushed over. She grabbed Lin Zhi's hand, checking his condition while shouting to the people around her, "Quick! Help me lift him into the ambulance." Her tone was urgent, and the people around her quickly moved to help. Two strong men stepped forward, carefully lifting Lin Zhi into the ambulance. Lin Zhi let out a sigh of relief. So they're trying to save me. Just as he stood up slowly, the nurse returned and walked straight to him. Young lady, are you feeling all right? You should come with us to the hospital for a checkup, she said, glancing at Lin Zhi with surprise. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened involuntarily, staring blankly at him. Young lady? Lin Zhi was puzzled. The nurse looked young enough, why would she think he was an old woman? He was 185 centimeters tall, a handsome young man, how could she mistake him for a girl? Lin Zhi thought, bewildered. Suddenly, a strange sensation swept over him. He scratched his head. Holy crap! He finally realized what was wrong. He had clearly seen himself being lifted into the ambulance earlier. So who was he now? Panicking, Lin Zhi looked down at his body. He was wearing a pure white gown, with smooth, delicate arms that resembled jade. His legs were hidden beneath the gown, but his small feet were bare, cold against the cement floor. The surrounding chaos didn't seem to affect the purity of the outfit at all. Instead, it enhanced an ethereal, celestial aura, as if he were a fairy from another world. Lin Zhi was completely stunned. Ignoring the pain in his body and the confused nurse, he struggled to stand up and skip toward a glass window. Looking into the reflection, he saw a flawless face, with bright, jade-like eyes that shimmered with a hint of panic. Lin Zhi stared, wide-eyed. What the hell? How did I turn into a girl? Although Lin Zhi had seen soul-swapping body-switching scenes in movies before, he never imagined such a thing would happen to him. Panicked, he grabbed the nurse still staring at him and climbed into the ambulance. Inside the ambulance, Lin Zhi was still unconscious. The doctors were calmly checking Lin Zhi's body, completely unaware of the stunning beauty sitting next to them. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi, still in his new body, was overwhelmed with shock. His mind was spinning, trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. Who was that girl? Why was he in her body? His head throbbed, but he couldn't figure out the answers. Gazing at the unconscious Lin Zhi lying in the bed, he let out a deep sigh and leaned back against the window, deciding to stop thinking about it for now. I'll wait until she wakes up and ask her, he thought, closing his eyes to rest. The ambulance sped toward the hospital with a series of urgent beeps. In the hospital room, Lin Zhi felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, surrounded by doctors and patients who were staring at him with odd looks. He awkwardly shielded his forehead with his hand and quickly pulled back the curtain that was hiding the bed. The gazes of the crowd seemed to disappear, and Lin Zhi let out a sigh of relief, finally taking a moment to examine himself. Looking down, the first thing he saw was a pure white gown, glowing with a holy light. Even the gown couldn't hide the smooth, delicate feet, which looked like playful little fairy feet poking out. His gaze then fell to his chest, which seemed fuller than before. Lin Zhi nervously glanced around, hesitantly cupping the soft, round chest with his hands. It felt as soft as a precious gem. He gently rocked it, as if testing a new, strange toy. At that moment, a chilling aura seeped into his body. Lin Zhi shivered, confused about why the temperature had suddenly dropped. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed their Lin Zhi lying in bed. When their eyes met, the figure on the bed stared at him with cold, star-like eyes. Those eyes, cold as ice, seemed like they could freeze the soul, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Lin Zhi panicked. His face turned bright red, like a ripened apple. Well, I swear this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? But the Lin Zhi on the bed remained silent, staring with piercing eyes. Her eyes held a trace of unease, like ripples in a calm lake, revealing inner turmoil. If you try anything funny, I'll kill you. The Lin Zhi on the bed growled. What? Why are we worrying about this now? Lin Zhi felt frustrated. He took a deep breath, then calmly said, Miss, can you explain what's going on here? He acted like the earlier awkwardness didn't matter at all, just thick-skinned as usual. Just then, a loud, sorrowful cry echoed from outside the room. The curtain to the bed was suddenly torn open. A middle-aged couple, surrounded by doctors and nurses, hurried to the bed. Dad, Mom? Lin Zhi, standing next to the bed, blurted out. The middle-aged couple looked at their Lin Zhi in their white gown with puzzled expressions. Without much hesitation, they rushed to the other Lin Zhi lying in bed. It was only then that Lin Zhi realized he had swapped bodies with the girl. No wonder his parents couldn't recognize him. He clicked his tongue and stood there frozen. My son, you must be alright. Doctor, please save my son. Lin Zhi's mother, gazing at the unconscious Lin Zhi, rushed to grab the doctor's hand, speaking in a panicked voice. After some examination and hearing that there was no major danger, Lin Zhi's parents finally relaxed, their anxiety easing. They secretly stared at the beautiful girl before them, and Lin Zhi's mother seemed to have an epiphany. A thought struck her like lightning, and she shot a glare at their Lin Zhi in bed. Lin Zhi, aren't you going to introduce this young lady? Lin Zhi's mother sat down on a chair by the bed, giving a half smile. Their Lin Zhi on the bed opened her mouth, but having lived in her original body for so long, she had never encountered such a situation. She didn't know what to say. Standing by the bed, Lin Zhi, feeling anxious, scratched his head, frantically thinking of an excuse that would convince his parents. Chapter 3: The Heavenly Bird of Judgment. At that moment, outside the hospital room, two police officers, one male and one female, both dressed in light blue half-sleeve shirts and dark blue trousers, entered the room one after the other. The male officer, who was leading, appeared to be in his 40s. His square jaw and sharply defined features made him look as if he had been carved from stone, and his serious expression seemed to freeze the air around him. Behind him, the female officer, holding a notebook and sporting a ponytail, looked youthful and playful, like a college student who had never experienced the hardships of the world. Hello, we are from the Guangming police station. I'm Li Zhang. We are here because of an incident that occurred in the neighborhood. If it's convenient, we'd like to ask the person involved a few questions. The neighborhood where Lin Zhi lived was called Guangming Residential Area. The Guangming police station was right outside the main gate. As soon as there was an incident, Li Zhang rushed over with a recent university graduate who was interning with him. After some investigation, they arrived at the hospital. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi's parents moved aside to make room by the bed. Lin Zhi felt a surge of relief when he saw the police officers approach the bed. He had just been agonizing over how to explain to his parents who the extra girl was, and now, a savior had appeared so quickly. Before Li Zhang could speak, Lin Zhi eagerly interjected, "Officer, hello. I'm Lin Zhi's classmate. I came to visit him this afternoon." While we were downstairs, suddenly a strong gust of wind came, followed by a torrential downpour. The sky turned pitch black in an instant. Because visibility was so poor, I accidentally tripped and hit my head, falling unconscious. A neighbor saw me and immediately called an ambulance, and here I am at the hospital. The young female officer, who was interning, was busy taking notes of Lin Zhi's account, writing down each word carefully. Li Zhang, despite having served many years in the military and becoming a police officer after retiring, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Lin Zhi, dressed in a long gown that made her look like a celestial being descending to earth. He stood frozen, mesmerized by the sight. The security cameras in the neighborhood, which were blind like the eyes of the unwatched, hadn't captured anything from the incident. After a brief exchange of questions, Li Zhang concluded the case as a natural disaster. He said a few polite words and quickly left the room with his intern. As the police officers disappeared from sight, Lin Zhi looked at their other self, lying on the bed. Although there were many things he wanted to say, he knew he shouldn't linger any longer. Lin Zhi winked at her reassuringly, as if to say, "Don't worry, I've got you," and then turned to his parents by the bedside. "Dad. Uncle and Auntie, I'll take my leave now. I'll visit again another day." It was the first time Lin Zhi had ever called his parents uncle and auntie in his 18 years of life, and he felt quite frustrated. After politely refusing their request to stay, Lin Zhi left the room. Outside the hospital, on the busy streets, Lin Zhi felt at a complete loss. Where should I go now? He was about to take out his phone to call Fatty, but then he suddenly realized something, which made him exclaim in disbelief. Shit! He had just realized that aside from his soul, nothing about this body belonged to him, not even his phone, which was still lying in the hospital room. Feeling helpless, Lin Zhi returned to the hospital room. Inside, Lin Zhi's mother was anxiously staring at the silent Lin Zhi on the bed. Since they arrived, their son hadn't said a word. She was about to call for the doctor again when she saw the female student who had just left return. Lin Zhi's mother was slightly surprised. Her gaze fell on the returning girl, sensing that something unusual might be happening. She quickly stood up, walked forward, grabbed Lin Zhi's hand, and pointed to a chair against the wall. "You're just in time. Please sit down, I need your help with something. Please, Auntie, go ahead, Lin Zhi replied calmly, relieved that his mother had spoken first. He wasn't sure how to explain things to his parents himself. Hey, Lin Zhi's mother sighed, looking worried. Since your uncle and I got here, Lin Zhi hasn't he said a word. I'm a bit worried about him. I was wondering if you could stay and watch over him for a bit. Lin Zhi immediately agreed without hesitation. Your uncle and I will go home to tidy up and cook, and then we'll come back to take over from you. Lin Zhi's mother smiled contentedly and patted Lin Zhi's hand. You're such a good girl, with a lovely personality, and you're so beautiful. With that, she grabbed Lin Zhi's father, who still looked worried, and walked out. Lin Zhi, his face a bit strange, turned to look at their other self lying on the bed, who was peeking at him from the side. The moment she caught his gaze, she quickly turned away and pretended nothing had happened. Lin Zhi suppressed a sigh, then moved to sit at the edge of the bed, steadying himself as he sat down. He sat with his legs apart, hands resting naturally on his knees, looking poised and elegant, like a gallant but gentle heroine. Her presence brought an unusual charm to the not-so-spacious hospital room. Well, young lady, I still don't know what to call you, Lin Zhi said. The other Lin Zhi looked serious, her tone cold as she slowly spoke. I am a member of the Heavenly Bird of Judgment clan. As for my name, you can call me Heavenly Bird of Judgment. Lin Zhi shook his head helplessly. You don't have a name. It's no wonder Lin Zhi felt this way. Such a name would probably get someone labeled as a quirky teenager or a weirdo on Earth. Their other Lin Zhi blushed slightly, looking irritated, and gave him a sharp stare. Cough, cough. Lin Zhi cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Not having a name does make things hard, so how about you just pick one? The other Lin Zhi looked doubtful, her eyes moving as she thought for a long while before finally fixing her gaze on Lin Zhi. You choose. Then she fell silent again. Of course, she had a name, but she couldn't reveal it, fearing it would give away a clue for those who were hunting her down. Well, she's a proud one, Lin Zhi muttered to himself. Since you're called Heavenly Bird of Judgment, we have a saying here, birdsong and flowers, so how about I call you Lin Hua? Hearing this, the Heavenly Bird of Judgment turned her head slightly, giving Lin Zhi a glare, her face full of resistance. But then she seemed to understand it was just a temporary name. She lowered her head and stopped speaking. A proud girl, turning obedient. Lin Zhi mused inwardly. Lin Hua, it's time to discuss what's going on here, Lin Zhi finally spoke up. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lin Zhi began to wonder if she had fallen asleep, but then Lin Hua finally spoke. Just one sentence, and Lin Zhi was left stunned. Chapter 4, The Cause of the Incident. I, from the Jingqian Shen Neo clan, bear the great responsibility of overseeing countless worlds, guarding the timeless river of time that nurtures all things in the world, Lin Hua began, her expression solemn, as if recounting an ancient and tragic tale. Centuries ago, a child of destiny emerged from the demon domain. This child was extraordinarily gifted but ruthless and cold-hearted. In just 100 years, he swept across the demon domain like a fierce storm, becoming its undisputed ruler. Lin Hua's face showed traces of lingering fear, as if she had just experienced a terrifying nightmare. She paused for a moment to compose herself, then continued, however, this child was like a glutton, insatiable in his greed. He was not content with his dominion over the demon domain. A few years ago, he led the demon army, like a tidal wave, to attack our Jingqian Shen Neo clan. His goal was to seize control of the river of time, to erase all worlds and strengthen the demons. Although our elders fought bravely, they were ultimately powerless against him. In the final moments, they entrusted the jade tablet that could open the river of time to me. Over a dozen elders joined forces, sacrificing their lives to break open a path in the river of time and send me away. Unfortunately, one of the demons, like a shadow, managed to follow me. I spent years running from them and eventually ended up here. At this moment, Lin Hua's sorrow overwhelmed her, as if the floodgates of her emotions had burst open. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Her usually cold, impassive expression had melted away completely. Seeing the tragic figure of herself lying on the bed, Lin Zhi felt a mix of shock and empathy. Even though it was not truly her own body lying there, she couldn't help but feel sympathy for the soul that occupied it. This was a real celestial being. Demons, the river of time. Listening to these stories felt like a sharp knife scraping her nerves. This was definitely an eye-opener. Take a deep breath, calm down. Lin Zhi softly comforted, then asked, so, the finger belonging to the master you mentioned, was it from the demon who was chasing you? And how exactly did this soul swap happen? That indeed was the work of the demons, Lin Hua replied, but as for the soul swap, I racked my brain trying to figure it out, but I still don't understand. I suspect it's related to the jade tablet of the River of Time. Well, I hope we won't stay like this forever. After living as a man for over 10 years, suddenly turning into a woman. How am I supposed to live now? Lin Zhi muttered to herself, clearly distressed by the situation. As she spoke, she shot a quick glance at Lin Hua, who was now glaring at her with a cold stare. Lin Zhi quickly shut up, not daring to provoke this celestial being. Lin Zhi awkwardly laughed and continued, since that's the case, we're in this together now. Our immediate concern is finding out where the jade tablet is. And will those demons come after us again? My life is too fragile for this kind of torment. Upon hearing this, Lin Hua didn't say much. In fact, the moment she woke up, she had tried to assess her situation, but her cultivation had completely vanished. The jade tablet was nowhere to be found, and Lin Hua knew everything was in disarray. It was likely that she had died once in Lin Zhi's place. In that case, if it weren't for the soul swap, Lin Zhi would have never survived. She couldn't help but think back to the stormy scene by the window, Lin Zhi trembling in fear, desperately trying to save her. Somehow, Lin Hua even felt a bit of gratitude for this young, seemingly unreliable human who had managed to stay alive. Although the situation with the soul swap was truly dreadful, Lin Zhi was completely at a loss and had no idea what Lin Hua was thinking. She was still lost in her own thoughts, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. Just then, the hospital room door was gently pushed open. Lin Zhi's mother entered with a bag of clean clothes, followed by Lin Zhi's father, who was holding a thermos. The couple walked toward the bed. Seeing this, Lin Zhi quickly grabbed her clothes, pulled out her phone and ID, and whispered urgently into Lin Hua's ear, pressing her body close to hers. Please, pretend that I'm here and resting. If my parents ask you anything, just tell them that you have a bad headache and can't remember anything. I'll leave for now and come back tomorrow. With that, Lin Zhi made her way toward her parents, leaving Lin Hua looking bewildered and silent. Uncle, Aunt. Lin Zhi's condition isn't great after the fall. Please try not to let him talk too much. He just needs to rest for a few days, Lin Zhi said, trying to reassure her parents. Lin Zhi also reminded her parents to not press Lin Hua for too much information, as that might cause unnecessary worry. All right, thank you so much, young lady. By the way, may I ask your name? Lin Zhi's mother asked, gazing fondly at Lin Hua. Lin Zhi's mother had grown increasingly fond of this young woman who had come to visit Lin Zhi. Though Lin Zhi was only 16 and still a minor, she couldn't help but feel that there was something special about the relationship between Lin Zhi and this girl, considering she had returned to look after him. Lin Zhi's mother's smile became even more gentle as she thought about it. My name is Lin Hua, Lin Zhi replied, sighing inwardly. She had no choice but to use the name she had given to herself. After all, in her parents' eyes, she was just a classmate of Lin Zhi. There was no way she could still go by the name Lin Zhi. Lin Hua. What a beautiful name, Lin Zhi's mother said, smiling as she glanced at the Lin Zhi lying in bed. Lin Zhi's father stood by, shaking the thermos he was holding, and said cheerfully, Lin Hua, thank you so much today. Your aunt brought some food. If you don't mind, come sit down and have a meal with us. Lin Zhi quickly declined, smiling brightly as she waved her hands and moved toward the door. Uncle, thank you for your kindness, but it's getting late. I need to get home, or my family will start worrying, she said, finding a convenient excuse to avoid staying longer. Turning back to look at Lin Hua, she said, Lin Zhi classmate, I'm leaving now. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. As she spoke, she winked at Lin Hua, silently pleading for her cooperation. In the hospital corridor, as Lin Zhi heard the door close softly behind her, she couldn't help but smirk. Their whole uncle and aunt bit was getting smoother and smoother. Taking out her phone, Lin Zhi quickly dialed a number saved under Fatty. As the phone rang, she thought, I've heard this ringtone 1,000 times. Hello, came their voice on the other end, speaking in awkward Japanese. Where are you, Fatty? The moment to serve the people is here. Come pick me up at the city hospital entrance. Huh? Who is this? Fatty asked, confused. Wait, is this Yang Guizhu? Lin Zhi suddenly realized, remembering her current situation. She quickly cleared her throat and, with a sweet voice, said, Hi, is this Yang Guizhu? I'm Lin Zhi's sister. We're at the city hospital entrance. I'm wondering if you have time to come pick us up. Wait, what? You have a sister? Fatty was clearly bewildered. He hesitated for a moment but then agreed, picking up his keys and heading toward the garage, eager to meet Lin Zhi's sister. Chapter 5: Finding a Place to Live. Yang Guo's efficiency was much faster than Lin Zhi had imagined. After just over 10 minutes, Lin Zhi's cell phone rang. Lin Zhi was still hiding at the staircase of the hospital. There was no other way. There were too many people coming and going in the hospital. In his current state, Lin Zhi didn't want everyone in the hospital to look at him. As soon as he answered the phone, Lin Zhi walked out of the hospital gate. Hello, Brother Yang, Lin Zhi called out with a bad taste. Without waiting for the other end of the phone to speak, Lin Zhi saw the fat man standing at the door at the moment. The clothes were still the same set that Lin Zhi had been given to wear before, but his hair was combed back, as if he had applied some hairspray, and he looked like a show-off. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhi rushed directly to the fat man, Brother Yang. At this time, the fat man, who was struggling to find Lin Zhi in the crowd, was suddenly startled. Before he could come to his senses, his arm was tightly grabbed by a girl. This girl was like a blooming snow lotus, wearing a snow-white dress, about 1.7 meters tall, with a smile as bright as the sun on her face. Her small mouth opened, revealing a few white teeth, shining like pearls, and her gem-like eyes were staring straight at the fat man. The fat man had never seen such a beautiful girl before, and was stunned for a moment, with his mouth wide open. The liquid at the corner of his mouth formed a crystal straight line and slowly slid down. Looking at the fat man's dumbfounded pig brother, Lin Zhi couldn't help feeling a little speechless. He reached out and patted the fat man's shoulder hard, scolding, You guy, can you stop looking like you've never seen the world? The slap was quite powerful, and the fat man grimaced in pain, but he finally came to his senses. You are Lin Zhi's sister. The fat man looked suspicious and looked around but couldn't see Lin Zhi, so he asked again, why isn't your brother with you? The fat man couldn't believe that the girl in front of him was actually Lin Zhi's sister. Although Lin Zhi was also quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, a high nose bridge, and a height of 1.85 meters, he was considered a school idol in the school. But compared with this sister, it can only be said that Lin Zhi is still pretty, barely acceptable. Looking at the fat man who was so nervous that he stuttered, Lin Zhi curled his lips, and the interest in teasing the fat man disappeared without a trace. He put his arm around the fat man's shoulders. Where is the car? Let's go, get in the car and talk. Being hugged by the girl in front of him, the fat man became more nervous, and his legs seemed to be cast by magic, each with its own ideas, and even his walking became staggering, as if he would fall to the ground in the next second. What? You are Lin Zhi? The fat man's thunderous shout came from the driver's seat, and the car seemed to tremble slightly. Lin Zhi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, scratched his attacked ear with a playful look on his face. Why, don't you believe it? When you came to my house to sleep in the first grade of junior high school and wet your pants, who did I tell? Before he finished speaking, the fat man covered Lin Zhi's mouth. As a childhood friend, Lin Zhi knew a lot of the fat man's secrets. Except for the two of them, no third person would know about this. Wetting the bed in the first grade of junior high school was a secret that the fat man was ashamed to talk about, and he would certainly not tell others. As for Lin Zhi, he naturally knew it well. Although he often laughed at the fat man on weekdays, he only joked when the two were alone. If there were other friends or classmates present, Lin Zhi would still try his best to protect the fat man. Lin Zhi naturally would not hide anything from this pair of close friends who grew up together. After driving into a quiet lane and stopping, he told Fatty about his previous experiences. As a young man of the new era, Fatty obviously couldn't believe what Lin Zhi said. What kind of fairy bird, what kind of huge finger, this is even more absurd than meeting an alien. However, with Lin Zhi's serious expression, firm eyes, and his usual speaking habits and subtle movements, Fatty's doubts gradually dissipated, and he finally chose to believe everything he heard. According to what you said, you are now the body of the fairy bird, your own consciousness, and the fairy bird is recuperating in the hospital with your body. That's true. Seeing that Fatty accepted this incredible description, Lin Zhi slowly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. The problem now is that I need a place to live. I can't go back home, and I don't have an ID card to go to the hotel. This matter depends on you to find a way. Hearing this, the fat man started the car without hesitation and said proudly, "It's a small matter. I have plenty of houses." After a slight pause, the fat man secretly glanced at Lin Zhi while driving. "Let's go back to my house to get some toiletries and food, and then I'll take you to another house in my house." There was no one in the fat man's house at the moment, only a nanny, who came out after hearing the sound of the door. "Guozhu, you're back. Auntie will cook for you," Nanny Li Mai said with a smile, and took out the slippers from the shoe cabinet for the two to change into. During this period, her eyes fell on Lin Zhi, who was wearing a long skirt, and she couldn't help but be shocked. Even though she had lived for so many years, she had never seen such a beautiful girl. She was much more beautiful than the stars on TV. "Aunt Mai, I told you not to call me Guozhu anymore." Although the fat man expressed his resistance, he didn't say anything more. Yang Guo's parents were busy all day and often didn't go home for several months. It was Li Mai who took care of the fat man with great difficulty since he was a child. So the fat man also regarded Li Mai as a relative, and naturally he didn't have too much resistance. After changing his shoes, Lin Zhi looked at the busy Li Mai in front of him and said sweetly, "Hello, Aunt Mai, I am Yang Guozhu's classmate, my name is Lin Hua. His voice was as pleasant as a yellow warbler out of the valley. Even though he knew the true identity of Lin Hua, the fat man was infatuated with it at this moment. Lin Zhi's mouth twitched unnaturally, and he thought to himself, "Why does this kid feel weird?" Once again, he declined the invitation to dinner. Lin Zhi and Yang Guo hurriedly packed some things and went out in a hurry. Seeing Yang Guo carrying full bags in both hands and a school bag on his back, the school bag was stuffed with stuff, and it was obvious that it was heavy. "Hey, don't you know how to lend a hand?" Yang Guo walked forward with difficulty, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. "She is a delicate girl, and you, a grown man, have the nerve to do that." Lin Zhi muttered softly, but also reached out to pick up the two small bags. Yang Guo rolled his eyes, shook his free hand with relief, and then divided the bag in the other hand into half, and then he felt a little relieved. In an upscale community, as Yang Guo's fingerprint was entered, the door lock turned with a click, and Lin Zhi and Yang Guo opened the door and walked in. On the sofa in the living room, things were thrown aside randomly, and Yang Guo jumped on it, and the sofa instantly sank into a big hole, and then slowly returned to its original state. Yang Guo was now like a dying fish, lifelessly slumped on the sofa, obviously exhausted. Lin Zhi gently put the things in his hand on the table, glanced at Yang Guo on the sofa, and then began to carefully look at the room. The living room was spacious and bright. A row of grey sofas, like loyal guards, tightly surrounded the transparent table in the middle. Directly opposite the sofa, the TV wall was empty, and the coffee table below was covered with dust, indicating that few people lived here. Walking around the room, Lin Zhi also had a general understanding of the environment. Like his own home, this is a standard 3-bedroom and 2-living room house, and the master bedroom has a balcony. Although no one lives there, the basic furniture is still available. Yang Guo, who was slumped on the sofa, got up with difficulty and staggered to the refrigerator, wanting to get a bottle of water. However, when he opened the refrigerator, he found that it was empty. Disappointed, he pursed his dry lips, turned around and walked into the kitchen next to him and turned on the faucet. The water flowed through his mouth like a clear spring, and he took several big gulps, as if he was sucking the source of life. "It feels good. Do you want to drink some? I'll pour you some." Yang Guo wiped the remaining water drops on his mouth and said to Lin Zhi, "Is this how you treat guests?" Lin Zhi pretended to be angry and frowned slightly. Her pretty face was like a lake wrinkled by the wind, with ripples, and a different kind of charm. Yang Guo's eyes dodged, and he didn't dare to look directly at Lin Zhi, and he secretly complained in his heart. "Damn! Who can stand this?" Chapter 6: The birthday man hangs himself. You think your life is too long, right? After a busy day, the soul and body seem to have experienced a double torture. Now that I finally have some free time, hunger surges into my heart like a tide. I simply took out my mobile phone, clicked on the food delivery platform, and operated it like a tiger, ordering a lot of food and drinks. Lin Zhi lay on the sofa beside him as if relieved, closed his eyes, and waited for the delivery boy to come. Just when Lin Zhi closed his eyes and took a nap, and was about to fall asleep, a ding-dong sound suddenly pulled Lin Zhi's drowsy consciousness back. Yang Guo had already stood up and walked towards the door. He took the large and small takeout boxes with both hands steadily. After saying thank you, he closed the door with a bang. As the boxes on the table were opened one by one, various French fries, Coke, hamburgers, and fried chicken came into view. Yang Guo said nothing, holding a hamburger in one hand and a Coke in the other, eating like a hungry tiger, with a satisfied look on his face. Lin Zhi was not to be outdone, and drank a glass of iced Coke in one breath, and then she also ate heartily. Shouldn't this fairy have a bird's stomach? Why does it feel like she can eat much more than me? Lin Zhi's mouth was full of food, and she thought to herself. The food on the table was quickly swept away by the two of them. Yang Guo was already full, with his belly exposed, one foot on the ground, and the other foot high on the sofa, looking very comfortable. Lin Zhi glanced at the table and saw that there was only the food box on the table. She smacked her lips, feeling unsatisfied, and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the fairy sister, this appetite is beyond ordinary people. She collected all the garbage on the table and brought it to the door, then walked out. Where are you going? The voice of the fat man came from inside the house. I'm not full, I'm going downstairs to buy something else. Lin Zhi closed the door. When he went upstairs with the fat man just now, Lin Zhi saw a supermarket nearby, so he took the elevator and went straight to the supermarket entrance. After taking a large bag of bread, chicken legs, snacks, drinks, etc., scanning the code and paying, Lin Zhi turned back to the fat man's home. After all, it is normal for teenagers to like snacks, so it's just right for Sister Shenzhen to try the snacks here. Let alone eating, I guess she has never seen it, Lin Zhi thought so in his heart. In the shocked eyes of the fat man, Lin Zhi ate all the snacks he bought without stopping. Burp tilde. Lin Zhi burped, touched his slightly bulging belly, and lay down on the sofa leisurely like a lazy cat, squinting happily, and his two little feet were swinging. Looking at the graceful figure in front of him, the white, straight ivory-like calves and delicate petal-like feet under the long skirt. Yang Guo's eyes lit up, he swallowed his saliva, and an idea came to his mind. He tiptoed to Lin Zhi's side and gently shook Lin Zhi's arm, with a wretched fox-like smile on his round face. He said in a mean way, well, Lin Zhi, we are good brothers, right? Lin Zhi naturally noticed that the fat man in front of him was not right, but still answered, do I need to ask this? Of course, it is. When the fat man heard this, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes, touched his nose with his hand, and then said, then should we seek some benefits for our good brothers first? Looking at the fat man's wretched face and the embarrassed look at him secretly, Lin Zhi immediately understood. His expression tightened, and he curled up like a shrimp with a speechless face. Fuck you. Before he finished speaking, he kicked him like a gust of wind. Ouch! Yang Guo was kicked to the ground like a kicked ball, sliding along the smooth ground, and then his head hit the coffee table, and then he stopped. Lin Zhi did not give up, and stood up and kicked the fat man's butt like a storm. While kicking him in the mouth, he cursed, I didn't expect you, Fatty Yang, to be such a person, disgusting, vulgar, and extremely vulgar. Wrong, stop hitting me, I was just joking. Yang Guo held his head that had just been hit with one hand, covered his butt with the other hand, and lay on the ground wailing. The movement was like a pig being slaughtered. What is this? Fatty's idea, not to mention that Lin Zhi found it hard to accept. If the fairy sister knew, it would be like a birthday star hanging himself. He was too old. He is a god. Lin Zhi stopped when the fat man begged for mercy. He glanced at the fat man who was still rolling on the ground and pulled him up. Oh my god, you are so cruel. The fat man rubbed the painful part of his body and pointed at Lin Zhi angrily, like an angry rooster. Lin Zhi knocked down the finger in front of him, and his cold voice softened slightly, but he still spoke seriously. You'd better be joking, put away this thought, don't you know what this body is? It's a god. What if someone has some way to sense this place? You are really bold. The fat man curled his lips, looking scared, and then smiled awkwardly. Well, I'm really joking, I'm not that kind of person. Seeing that it was getting late, the stars had climbed up the night sky, and the lights of the surrounding buildings were all on. The fat man said again, it's late, I'll go back first, I'll come to you tomorrow, and we'll go to the hospital together. Don't go back, sleep here, we'll go together tomorrow. Lin Zhi tried to keep him, and the fat man didn't hesitate too much, so he stayed. Anyway, there was only Aunt Mai at home, so he just needed to make a phone call and tell her. Go to bed early. After washing up, Lin Zhi chose a bedroom and walked in after saying that. Lying on the bed, Lin Zhi stared at the starry sky outside the window without any sleepiness. His mind kept recalling today's experience like a movie. Facing the unknown fear in the future, the 16-year-old boy was so nervous for the first time that he couldn't fall asleep. In the early morning, the sun was shining on the earth like a golden veil, and the bustling streets were welcoming the first wave of morning rush hour. Lin Zhi didn't sleep all night. Surprisingly, his condition was surprisingly good, and there was no sign of staying up late. Dong dong dong. Lin Zhi knocked on the bedroom door opposite, and the sound was as loud as a drumbeat. Get up, fatty. After waiting quietly for half a minute, the door slowly opened. Yang, who looked tired, was like a disturbed sleeping bear, with messy hair. He was still asleep, and walked out of the room while mumbling, "Why so early? Can't I sleep a little longer?" Glancing at Lin Zhi, despite what happened yesterday, Yang was still shocked as if he was hit by a boulder when he saw Lin Zhi. Nothing else, it was just too stunning. Lin Zhi washed up casually, put on a white mask, and walked out of the community with Yang. He waved his hand, and a taxi waiting for passengers came and rushed towards the hospital. Although Yang's family had several cars, neither of them had a driver's license, so Yang only used them occasionally to satisfy his driving addiction. Most of the time, the two still relied on taxis to go out. In the hospital ward, Lin Zhi stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes like a sculpture, as if thinking about something. The sun shone through the windowsill like broken gold to Lin Zhi, and she looked like she was glowing in her white hospital gown. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by the sound of the door opening. Lin Zhi turned her head and saw herself walking towards her, still dressed as before. The only difference was that Lin Zhi was wearing a pair of pink slippers. Those were the slippers Aunt Mai brought out when she went to Fatty's house yesterday. Seeing that Lin Zhi was not wearing shoes, Yang asked him to wear them. Chapter 7 Teaching Kung Fu. Sister Lin Hua, I'm here to visit you. Lin Zhi seemed a little reserved. Even though they had experienced everything yesterday together, he still found it difficult to look at herself in front of him with a normal heart. Before Lin Hua could speak, the fat man behind Lin Zhi walked to the bed and stood straight, like a soldier being inspected. With a slightly nervous look, he said, "Hello, fairy sister, I am Lin Zhi's friend, my name is Yang Zhu, you can just call me Yang, or you can call me Fatty. You haven't had breakfast yet. I brought you some breakfast here. If there is nothing you like, I will buy it for you." After saying that, Yang put the full bags in his hands on the cabinet beside the bed, and then looked at Lin Hua on the bed with an awkward face. That look is like a child who has done something wrong. Hearing Yang's address, Lin Hua showed a strange smile on her face. But Lin Zhi rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "Good guy, why did this guy have to buy some breakfast before entering the hospital, and all kinds of breakfast? I thought he was hungry. Now I see, I am so naive, this guy is trying to curry favor with this fairy sister. It's no wonder that Fatty acted like this, he is really guilty. If what happened yesterday was really known by this fairy sister through some magical means, I couldn't bear her anger and had to please her quickly. Besides, even if my previous dirty thoughts were not discovered, it would not be a bad thing to have a good relationship with her. This is a fairy. When she is in a good mood, she can show some magical powers casually. Wouldn't I make a fortune?" Lin Hua looked at the fat man in front of him who was so nervous that he was shaking. The fat on his face trembled with his shaking body, which was inexplicably funny. Ignoring the fat man's words, Lin Hua closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, "I don't want to stay here. This is easy. I will go to handle the discharge procedures later, but you have to act a show to reassure my parents." "Act? Just show my parents that you have no problems and we can leave here." Lin Zhi explained hurriedly. "No problem, let's go now." After saying that, Lin Hua sat up and sat cross-legged beside the bed. Lin Zhi hurriedly asked Fatty to call his parents, packed up, and was about to leave the house when his father's cell phone rang suddenly. After talking with his son's childhood friend Yang Zhu, and after Lin Zhi said that there was nothing wrong, Lin's father gave up the idea of going to the hospital and agreed to the request on the other end of the phone. At the hospital gate, after Fatty completed the discharge procedures, the three of them filed out. Fatty quickly stopped a taxi, and under Lin Hua's curious eyes, the three of them returned to Yang's home. Lin Zhi, who had been there for a night, was familiar with the road. She gently lifted her white skirt with both hands and sat down on the sofa as soon as she entered the door. And Lin Hua, like a curious child, looked left and right, walked and stopped. Although her expression was still as cold as frost, her eyes full of doubts were as hot as flames, exposing her inner thoughts. Seeing this, Yang Guo hurried to Lin Hua, with a flattering smile on his face, and followed Lin Hua step by step. This is a refrigerator, it is used to store food, and this is a toilet, it is used to solve the urgent. As the fat man walked, he introduced to Lin Hua very tactfully. Hearing solve the urgent, Lin Hua's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple, and she glared at Yang Guo, who was still chattering on the side. Last night in the middle of the night, Lin Hua suddenly felt the urgency to go to the toilet. After years of cultivation, she had long transcended the reincarnation of the 5 grains, but after her soul was exchanged to Lin Zhi's body, she was not immune to the common things. I can't wet my pants, so Lin Hua tiptoed into the toilet with a slightly red face. He closed his eyes and unbuttoned his pants, pinched it with 2 fingers, and adjusted the direction. Only then did he feel relieved and finished the task. Hearing Yang Guo's words at this moment, the embarrassing scene last night reappeared in his mind, and Lin Hua couldn't help but glared at him fiercely again. After calming down, Lin Hua opened her red lips and said, "Now our souls have changed places, and my cultivation has dropped sharply. It is really difficult to find a way to solve the current predicament. I still need to bother you for a while. When my cultivation recovers, I will definitely compensate you." Yang Guo smiled happily, "Don't bother me, don't bother me. Lin Zhi and I are close friends who have played together since childhood. Just stay here with peace of mind." Lin Hua nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Yang Guo's tactfulness, and turned to stare at Lin Zhi on the sofa. Thinking in her heart that someone else's soul was actually living in her body, a touch of shyness climbed onto her cheeks in an instant. "Please take good care of my body. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't move what you shouldn't move. Do you understand?" Lin Hua's face was as cold as frost, and her tone was full of warning. Lin Zhi hurriedly responded, "Yes, madam." Lin Hua frowned, "Understood, I will do it." On the other side of the sofa, Lin Hua slowly bent and crossed her legs, sitting cross-legged like an old monk in meditation. "Your body is shallow, and I can't feel the existence of spiritual energy at all. I have a set of exercises here, which I use to strengthen my body and attract spiritual power when I was just born. Find me a pen and paper, and I will write it for you to practice." Lin Zhi was surprised and delighted. It turned out that there was really such a thing as a practice method in the world. Wouldn't he also have the hope of practicing to become an immortal? He hurriedly took paper and pen from the study, sat aside, held his breath, and waited quietly. Lin Hua frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Lin Hua didn't make any moves. Lin Zhi couldn't help but wonder, what happened to this fairy sister? Why didn't she move? Suddenly, Lin Hua's eyes were shining, her clothes fluttered gently, and a faint pressure spread quietly. The paper and pen on the table seemed to be given life. The paper spread automatically, and the pen danced on it, writing and drawing. In a moment, the paper in front of Lin Zhi was full of handwriting. When Lin Hua stopped writing, Lin Zhi stepped forward quickly. "Pick up the paper and look at it carefully." The fat man beside him also hurried over and looked at it attentively. Looking at the dense and crooked fonts on the paper, they were all fonts that Lin Zhi had never seen before. There were even some mysterious symbols. Lin Zhi put down the skills and looked at Lin Hua with a depressed face. "Sister Hua, what do you think is the most important thing in practicing skills?" Hearing Lin Zhi's address to herself, Lin Hua felt a little uncomfortable. After thinking for a while, she said softly, "The most important thing is hard work. Talent is important, but without persistent efforts, it is difficult to achieve great success. No, Sister Hua, the most important thing in practicing the exercises is not to understand it. I don't recognize a single word of what you wrote. Can you teach me?" Lin Hua's bright eyes seemed to be able to see through Lin Zhi's heart. She smiled slightly and said, "Okay, then I'll try another way." After saying that, Lin Hua raised her hand, and her right index finger burst into brilliant golden light. The aperture kept shrinking, but it became more and more dazzling, as if compressing some mysterious power. With a hum sound, the finger had already touched Lin Zhi's forehead. Lin Zhi had not yet reacted to what happened. Suddenly, he had a splitting headache, and he held his head with both hands. He fell on the sofa as if he had been hit hard. It seemed that something had appeared in the depths of his soul, slowly condensing into shape. I have passed the technique into your memory, and you can practice it according to the time. After a while, Lin Zhi sat up, covering his dizzy head. Good guy, I was past the technique. It seems that he will achieve the right result, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the peak of his life in the near future. Chapter 8 First Encounter with Blue Star. Looking at this scene, Yarnguo's mind became active, and his knees touched Lin Zhi lightly. When Lin Zhi noticed these small movements and turned to stare at him, Yarnguo immediately winked and signaled to Lin Zhi. Hearing about the practice method, the fat man's heart itched. Although he watched Lin Zhi holding his head and running away for a long time, for the practice method, what was this pain? Even if it hurts more, Yarnguo can get through it with a smile on his face. Lin Hua rubbed her eyebrows and sighed in her heart after noticing Yarnguo's thoughts. Her cultivation level fell, and she just borrowed Lin Zhi's body to teach the method. At this moment, the energy in her sea of consciousness is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins, running around in disorder. Ordinary people cannot practice. The reason why Lin Zhi can practice is that he is in my body and can bear the huge load of practice on the body. And I will cleanse Lin Zhi's body every day. Even if I change back to my body, there will be no burden for practice. But you are completely different. If you force yourself to practice, your body will not be able to bear the heavy burden. At the least, you will be paralyzed, and at the worst, your meridians will be broken and you will die. After saying that, Lin Hua began to meditate and regulate his breath, and no longer spoke. Hearing this, Yarnguo instantly gave up the idea of practicing. Looking at Lin Hua, who had closed her eyes and meditated, he walked out of the room slowly. Dizzy Lin Zhi noticed the fat man's movements, but he did not ask where he was going. Because at this moment, he was concentrating on observing the skills deep in his soul. The ball of golden light that was slowly forming just now has now spread out in all directions, forming rows of text symbols, floating lightly in the depths of Lin Zhi's soul. These words, which were so unfamiliar to Lin Zhi just now, were as familiar as the Chinese language of his own country in the depths of his soul. Just a few hundred characters, like a magical key, made Lin Zhi completely immersed in it. Exploring the mystery of cultivation, it also opened the door to a mysterious world of cultivation for Lin Zhi. The setting sun was like blood, slowly sinking to the west, and time passed quickly like a white horse passing by. At this time, the moon was in the middle of the sky, and the bright moonlight covered the earth like silver yarn, and the sky was full of stars like bright gems, which seemed to indicate that tomorrow would be a sunny and beautiful day. Squeak! The sound of the door opening broke the quiet atmosphere and woke up the two people on the sofa. Lin Zhi looked up and saw the fat man walking in with a full bag in his hand. I went to the mall in the afternoon to buy you some clothes and some food. You must be hungry. Let's eat together. The fat man put the food on the table and greeted the two people enthusiastically. Considering Lin Zhi's voracious eating yesterday, Yarnguo bought some more. There were all kinds of food, filling up the whole table. Seeing the dazzling array of food, Lin Zhi's appetite was instantly ignited. He picked up a box of rice without hesitation, picked up the chopsticks like a hungry tiger, and devoured it. Looking at Lin Zhi's imageless appearance, Lin Hua curled her lips slightly, thinking in her heart that her image was completely ruined by this kid. After practicing for many years, she had long transcended her dependence on food. Even if she occasionally ate, they were all elixirs containing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which were of great benefit to her cultivation. After tasting it twice, Lin Hua put down her chopsticks. These foods had no spiritual energy at all, and were all fast food in modern society. For Lin Hua, who was used to eating the essence of heaven and earth, it was like chewing wax, tasteless. However, Lin Zhi didn't care about these things. Seeing that Lin Hua stopped eating, he moved his chopsticks more vigorously, and his hands left a trail of afterimages. Soon, he ate all the food on the table. He touched his round belly and exclaimed with satisfaction. After eating and drinking, Lin Zhi carefully observed his own state. After practicing for an afternoon, he felt a mysterious aura on his body, rubbing against him intimately. Lin Zhi looked strange, and always felt so magical. Looking out the window at this moment, it seemed that the world had come alive, and the auras of various creatures came one after another, surrounding Lin Zhi. What happened before his eyes was like a dream. Lin Hua looked at Lin Zhi in astonishment, thinking to herself, this guy, in just half a day, has such a high affinity for spiritual energy, he is simply a genius. Thinking carefully, maybe it was because of his body, so it makes sense. Yarngua, who was standing by, didn't notice it at all, and was still slowly cleaning up the leftovers on the table and throwing them into the trash can. The road of cultivation is rugged and full of thorns. Don't be complacent because of a little achievement. Only by keeping your feet on the ground and taking one step at a time can you go further on this road. Lin Hua's voice was still cold, but it gave people a warm care like a spring breeze. Lin Zhi nodded repeatedly in response. Their night passed quietly without a word. The next day, Lin Zhi and the other two appeared near the square. Originally, Lin Hua didn't want to go with them, but the two of them were pestering her. They said that it was their first time to come to Blue Star and they had to fulfill their responsibilities as hosts. Lin Hua couldn't resist them and had to go with them. Lin Hua was actually full of curiosity about the Blue Star that Lin Zhi mentioned. So far, she had not felt that anyone had spiritual power, and even the spiritual energy was extremely thin on this Blue Star. Obviously, this was a low-level planet that couldn't be more ordinary, and even cultivators had never had one. However, what surprised Lin Hua was that after some understanding, she found that this planet without any spiritual energy and with an average life expectancy of less than 100 years was actually in good order, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Thinking of the great catastrophe that the Jintian's Waniaro clan was about to face, if the demon clan controlled everything, the planetary planes that depended on the entire long river of time would probably be doomed. By then, I just hope that this ordinary planet can escape the catastrophe. Lin Hua couldn't help but sigh softly, her heart full of worries. While walking around, Lin Zhi introduced the myths and legends of China to Lin Hua, such as Pangu creating the world, Niue creating humans, Tathagata Sun Wukong, etc. If Lin Hua had heard these, it meant that these myths and legends were real, and in the future, these old gods would be his connections. Unfortunately, Lin Hua sneered when she heard these, saying that there was no such thing as creating the world, and all the worlds were born from the long river of time. As the Jintian's Waniao that has been guarding the long river of time for tens of thousands of years, Lin Hua certainly knows the reason. Of course, the human race does exist, and even belongs to one of the largest races in the world, but Lin Hua has never heard of those names mentioned by Lin Zhi. Following Lin Zhi around, looking at the cars on the street and the pictures on the screen, Lin Hua rarely has such leisure time. Since birth, she has been practicing various kinds of cultivation and experienced many life and death situations. Especially in the past few years, she has been hunted down all the time. Lin Hua's tense nerves have gradually relaxed, and she can't help but have some good feelings for this low-level world. Without the intrigues and separations of the cultivation world, it's not bad to live a happy life in peace and contentment. Chapter 9 Hellhound. Suddenly, Lin Hua felt like a thorn in his back. He felt that there was a strong and vicious breath around him like a tide, and a piercing chill instantly spread throughout his body. Looking at the busy city in front of him, Lin Hua didn't care much and grabbed Lin Zhi's arm with one hand. The huge force made Lin Zhi stagger and almost fall to the ground. There is a demon breath. Lin Hua's voice trembled. What did you say? Lin Zhi was stunned, his eyes were as big as copper bells, and he looked at Lin Hua in front of him in disbelief. Hurry up, I feel that there are demons around watching us. Lin Hua's face was as serious as frost, her voice was low and firm, and her tone was unquestionable. Lin Zhi tried hard to digest this shocking news, turned his head and looked at Yarngua. Yarngua's face was shocked, and he felt that Lin Hua was not joking. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the two followed Lin Hua closely. They walked quickly for a long time and finally came to a secluded alley. The alley was in tatters, with a red circle printed on the wall. Inside the circle, a big character told the desolation and ruin of this place. The fat man was already exhausted and panting. He bent down, supported his knees with his hands, and the dense beads of sweat on his head flowed down his cheeks on both sides. He gasped heavily, and the sound was like a worn-out bellows. No. I can't run anymore. I'll be exhausted if I run any further. Lin Zhi's condition was not bad, perhaps because this was Lin Hua's body, or perhaps because of yesterday's training. At this moment, he just exhaled slightly, staring at the surroundings with a nervous look on his face, as if he was alert to something. He reached out to support the fat man and walked slowly against the wall. The expression on his face was as ugly as being covered by dark clouds. Just then, a black fog suddenly appeared in front of the long and narrow alley. The black fog was like a ferocious beast, rushing towards them with its fangs and claws bared. There were bursts of low roars from the black fog, and the sound was like the roar of hell, which was creepy. Then, a black demon dog with blood-red spikes on its back and 4 legs crawled out of the black fog. Its eyes flashed with blood-red light, and the breath from its mouth seemed to come from the 9 nether hell, carrying the breath of death. The demonic energy of this demon dog entered its body, and its body was filled with black mist that could not be dispelled. Its scarlet eyes stared at Lin Zhi and the other 2, and its eyes were full of murderous aura. With a roar, it opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and bright red blood dripped onto the ground along its fangs. When it touched the ground, it made a sizzling sound, and actually corroded a hole in the cement floor, emitting bursts of white smoke. Damn! Is this still a creature on the blue planet? Lin Zhi was stunned. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a terrible monster. It was simply from hell. Lin Hua was quick-witted and picked up a few bluestones piled on the side. With a wave of his hand, the bluestones rushed away and rushed straight towards the demon dog. However, the demon dog did not dodge. The bluestone hit its head and instantly shattered into powder, as if a breeze had blown by, causing no harm to it at all. Lin Zhi looked at the thrilling scene in front of him. How could he fight? The stone was bigger than his head. It fell on the demon dog, but it couldn't even cause a ripple. This demon dog is possessed by evil spirits, and its evil thoughts are like tides. I have lost all my cultivation. I am definitely not its opponent at this moment. Run! Before she finished speaking, Lin Hua turned around and lifted Yarnguo's collar with one hand, and pushed Lin Zhi with the other hand. The 3 of them ran towards the other end of the alley like arrows. Roar! Roar tilde! The demon dog only heard a low roar, and the sound seemed to come from the evil spirits of hell. It bent its 4 legs, ready to go, and then suddenly jumped, easily passing over the heads of the 3 people, like a black lightning, blocking the way of the 3 people. Lin Zhi's heart was pounding, and his legs were weak as if his muscles and bones were pulled out. He turned his head with difficulty to look at Lin Hua. Suddenly, the demon dog that blocked their way suddenly pounced on him. Fuck you! Be careful! Instantly, Lin Zhi felt as if he was hit by a high-speed train, and his body flew several meters away and fell heavily to the ground. His body seemed to fall apart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva in pain, then struggled to stand up. Yarnguo had already fallen not far away, without any movement. At this time, the demon dog had walked to Lin Hua's side, raised its head high, opened its bloody mouth, and its mouth suddenly became red, like a volcanic crater about to erupt. The boiling magma was raging, and the temperature around it rose instantly. The violent flames gushed out at Lin Hua, and Lin Hua, who had already fallen to the ground, was thrown out again, and was pushed against the wall. The wall cracked instantly, and Lin Hua was embedded in the wall, unable to move. Lin Hua immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was burned black by the flames, and a burning smell spread. At this moment, he was covered with wounds and his consciousness was not clear. Lin Hua bit her tongue hard, and the piercing pain made her concentrate instantly. She stared at the demon dog that was brewing a raging fire in its mouth again, and screamed, with veins on her forehead bulging. She used all her strength, and a white long sword condensed above her head. The long sword became bigger and bigger as Lin Hua exerted her strength, emitting bursts of chilling cold light. At the moment when the long sword appeared, the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand, and it changed color instantly. The cold wind blew, making Lin Zhi's body shake a few times involuntarily. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and heavy snow fell from the sky. Arr! Lin Hua roared, and at the moment when the demon dog was about to spit out flames, the shadow of the long sword hanging above her head rushed out, and a crisp sound of fighting came from the void. In just a blink of an eye, the long sword pierced into the mouth of the demon dog. Squeak! The sword pierced through the flesh, piercing half of the demon dog's body and disappeared into the endless darkness. On the demon dog's head, bright cracks intertwined and wandered, densely packed. In an instant, the demon dog let out a painful wail, which was creepy. With a loud boom, the demon dog's huge head was torn into pieces and fell to the ground. And Lin Hua, as if all the strength in his body had been drained, was hanging on the wall limply. At this moment, he was spitting blood in large mouthfuls, his face was pale, and he had no strength left. Dead, dead. Lin Zhi came back to his senses from the shock. He limped towards Lin Hua and tried his best to pick Lin Hua out of the hanging wall. Lin Zhi was already scared to death, and Lin Hua was his only life-saving straw at this moment. Ignoring the pain all over his body, he carefully cleaned the rubble on the wall. His hands were cut by the gravel, and blood kept flowing, staining Lin Hua's dark body red. "Don't worry, we will rescue you soon." Lin Zhi looked at the self, who was seriously injured and about to faint in front of him. His heart was broken, and tears burst out, leaving 2 clear tear marks on his face full of stains. Just then, he was suddenly shrouded by black fog, and the black fog was as thick as ink. Then, the black fog quickly drilled into the body of the demon dog like countless tiny black snakes, and turned into the head of the demon dog in the blink of an eye. Roar! The hoarse voice came again, and Lin Zhi was startled and turned around quickly. The demon dog that had just been head blasted by Lin Hua's sword actually climbed up again at this moment. The black fog transformed into the head of the demon dog, and the demonic energy in the black huge mouth was running wildly, appearing more and more violent. Ignoring Lin Zhi, the demon dog rushed towards Lin Hua, opened its mouth wide, and wanted to swallow the human who killed it. Seeing this, Lin Zhi did not hesitate at all. "Go to hell." Very abruptly, an angry voice exploded from Lin Zhi's mouth. Lin Zhi rushed to Lin Hua, blocked the sight of the demon dog with his body, and turned his back to Lin Hua. One hand held a long steel bar, which Lin Zhi took out from the cracked wall. At the moment when the demon dog was about to pounce in front of him, Lin Zhi fiercely stabbed the rusty steel bar into the demon dog's heart. The demon dog jumped in the air and could not change direction, and actually pounced directly at the steel bar in Lin Zhi's hand. Poochie! The steel bar penetrated the demon dog's heart and pierced out from its back covered with spikes. Lin Zhi hurriedly turned his head to face Lin Hua, holding the wall tightly with both hands, protecting Lin Hua in his arms. The demon dog's huge impact force hit Lin Zhi's back. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Lin Zhi fainted. His head slowly leaned against Lin Hua's neck. Blood flowed from Lin Zhi's mouth, from Lin Hua's neck to her chest. Chapter 10 I Want You to Live. The surroundings instantly fell into a deathly silence. The demon dog behind Lin Zhi was now lifeless, and the cold wind whistled past. The body of the demon dog was like a fragile sandcastle, drifting in the wind. The surging demonic energy around disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Looking up, looking at Lin Zhi, who was leaning against her and dying, Lin Hua's eyes showed a relieved smile. She could never have imagined that a boy who had no spiritual power and had only started practicing yesterday would be so determined at a critical moment of life and death. The thrilling scene just now flashed in her mind again. The frightened Lin Zhi, facing the critical moment of his life and death, stood up without hesitation and used his thin body to block in front of her. Although she and Lin Zhi had exchanged bodies, the figure leaning against her at this moment was Lin Hua's own body. But this did not affect the image of Lin Zhi in her heart at that moment, like a towering mountain. After countless years of cultivation and various life and death hardships, Zhenqian Zhuaniaro, at this moment, also felt a trace of warmth of being protected in her heart. The deep eyes stared at Lin Zhi, and crystal tears rolled down, blurring her vision. For a moment, she did not notice that Lin Zhi's chest, where Lin Hua's soul was at this moment, was flickering slightly. At the same time, she greedily absorbed the blood on her chest, which was the jade token that disappeared after Lin Hua switched bodies and fell into a coma. "I will remember you," Lin Hua whispered softly. Then, she closed her eyes tightly, and the spiritual power deep in her soul gently wrapped a holy, flawless, and dazzling bead, which was slowly floating out from the center of Lin Hua's eyebrows. This is the inner elixir of Zhenqian Zhuaniaro, the crystallization of Zhenqian Zhuaniaro's lifelong cultivation. Once damaged, not only will the cultivation be completely wasted, but it may even endanger life. Lin Hua summoned it out forcefully, obviously determined to die. If Lin Zhi could risk his life to save her, why couldn't she? The moment the inner elixir left her forehead, blood gushed out of Lin Hua's mouth, and then scarlet blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. The tragic scene was chilling. Not caring about her extremely weak body at the moment, relying on her weak spiritual power, Lin Hua struggled to control the inner elixir to float above Lin Zhi's head. An illusory figure appeared around the inner elixir, which was Lin Hua's own figure. The weak candle-like shadow that seemed to be extinguished at any time stared at Lin Zhi motionlessly. Then, the figure dissipated like smoke and turned into a holy stream of light, drilling into Lin Zhi's forehead. I will save you, even if it costs me my life. Maybe if I die, my soul will return to its original position. Just when Lin Hua finished all this, she willingly closed her eyes again and waited for death to come. The jade token on her chest suddenly burst out with a shocking energy, emitting a dazzling golden light, and a strong pressure swept over, engulfing the two in an instant. The rolling black clouds gradually dissipated, the heavy snow stopped, and the surrounding atmosphere completely disappeared. The sky returned to its former brightness, and the whole alley fell into a dead silence. Lin Zhi and Lin Hua disappeared without a trace, leaving only Yanghua, who was still unconscious, and the broken wall. In the endless darkness, Lin Zhi woke up faintly. The scene he encountered before was quickly remembered in his mind, chaotic, as if it was forced into his memory. Feeling a strong pain in his body, Lin Zhi shook his head and tried to make himself more awake. The moonlight shone through the narrow window above Lin Zhi, and Lin Zhi hurriedly observed the surroundings, trying to understand the current situation. However, his sight was blocked by the large iron gate not far away. Lin Zhi forced his body, which was about to fall apart, to walk to the door. He stretched out his hand to push the door, and the iron door made a creaking sound, but did not open. Lin Zhi tried a little harder, but it still didn't work. Then he realized that he seemed to be locked in here. The cold stone walls all around wrapped the whole house tightly. The only hole was the narrow window above Lin Zhi's head. Where is this? Am I not fighting a demon dog? How come I am here? Could it be? A terrible thought came to Lin Zhi's mind. Could this be hell? I came here after I died. Lin Zhi shuddered suddenly, with a bitter face. This is too unreal. Then Lin Hua is not with me, which means she is still alive. Thinking of this, Lin Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. Let's make the best of it. Under the faint moonlight, Lin Zhi was surprised to find that his body had changed back, but now he was all dark and his clothes were tattered. Obviously, all the injuries that Lin Hua had suffered before were borne by Lin Zhi's body. Lin Zhi stretched out his hand and pulled the tattered clothes. Suddenly, a furry little thing fell from his chest, and he hurriedly caught it. The moment he took it in his hand, feeling the warmth from his palm, Lin Zhi instantly had the answer. Lin Hua. Isn't this fluffy little thing the bird that Lin Zhi had saved before? The moment his palm touched it, a sense of intimacy rose in Lin Zhi's heart, as if he was holding the most important thing in his life. Looking at the unconscious bird in his hand, Lin Zhi was puzzled. According to common sense, after he and Lin Hua exchanged bodies again, Lin Hua should have returned to her previous appearance as a girl. How could she become a bird again? Lin Zhi frowned and thought hard, and had some guesses in his mind. It is estimated that after he fell into a coma, something he didn't know happened, which caused Lin Hua to turn back to her original form, and he also came here inexplicably. It must be said that Lin Zhi's guess was quite accurate. At the last critical moment, it was the jade token in Lin Zhi's chest that showed its power and changed the souls of the two people back like the movement of heaven and earth. It was just that Lin Hua had used up her inner elixir to save Lin Zhi before, and was severely injured, and could no longer maintain her human form. If it weren't for this jade token, Lin Hua would have died at this moment. Feeling the weak beating of Jin Qin Xian Bird's heart, Lin Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. Carefully putting Lin Hua in his arms, Lin Zhi sat on the ground, practicing the skills in his mind while waiting quietly. After all, he didn't know where he was. He was seriously injured and Lin Hua had turned into his original form and was unconscious. All he could do at this moment was to wait. The surrounding spiritual power instantly poured into Lin Zhi's body. Compared with the first time he practiced, Lin Zhi clearly felt the growth of spiritual power in his body, and it seemed that he was much more transparent all of a sudden. Time passed slowly. After a long time, just when Lin Zhi had practiced to sleep, there was a clattering sound outside the door, from far to near. Lin Zhi suddenly opened his eyes and listened carefully to the sound. The boss captured another strong man today. I don't know what happened. He has been unconscious and can't be sold for a good price. He looks young. He was probably injured in a fight with others. He doesn't seem to have any skills. Who cares? If he doesn't wake up in 2 days, I'll kill him and feed him to the wild beasts. The sound of the two people chatting buzzed into Lin Zhi's ears, and Lin Zhi's face instantly became strange. What the hell, a strong man? Selling for money? I'm afraid I met a human trafficker. Not long after, the iron door of the stone room made a creaking sound, and the iron door was pushed open roughly, and two men were seen standing at the door. One of them carried a scimitar, flashing with cold light, and the other had a long sword on his waist, exuding a cold breath. The two had cold eyes and sinister expressions, staring at Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi's heart jumped suddenly when he noticed the breath of the two people. These two people don't look like good people. Did I really get trafficked? Lin Zhi thought depressedly, as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. Oh, you're awake. It's good to be awake, so I can report to my boss when I go back. The man on the left had a playful smile on his face, as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. After that, the two turned around and were about to leave. Lin Zhi hurriedly spoke with a hint of pleading in his voice. Brothers, I have been weak and sick since I was a child, but I can eat a lot. I can eat 8 bowls of rice in one meal. In my family, people call me a glutton and say I am a burden. Please, brothers, let me go. I know the rules and I will definitely not call the police when I go out. After that, Lin Zhi pretended to cough a few times, his body trembled slightly, and his expression was sad, as if he was terminally ill. That acting skill can compete for an Oscar. After hearing what Lin Zhi said, the two who were about to leave turned around, both of them were shocked. It's inexplicable. The boss has caught a madman. Could it be that he has gone crazy from practicing? Be honest. Don't play any tricks. The man with the knife shouted and stepped forward with his left foot. Suddenly, a violent breath surged and shot straight towards Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi was hit by this breath, and his body suddenly fell backwards and hit the stone wall behind him. He made a dull sound, groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 11 King Kong Village. I don't care who you are. As long as you come to this King Kong Village, you must abide by the rules of King Kong Village. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will pull out your tongue. The man with the long sword shouted and glared at Lin Zhi. After that, the two locked the iron door and left. Fuck. 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 He actually has spiritual power. Lin Zhi was so shocked that all the hairs on his body stood up. He had just gained some superficial understanding of cultivation. He heard from Lin Hua that there were no cultivators on Blue Star. However, here, the two people he met for the first time actually had spiritual power, which was obviously due to their successful cultivation. Have I traveled through time? This is no longer Blue Star. Lin Zhi struggled to stand up, holding the window frame tightly with both hands, and looked out through the window crack. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the earth like silver yarn. Hundreds of meters ahead of the site, the lights were brilliant, like a dazzling castle, and the scale was quite grand. He thought to himself, where is this place? It looks like a mountain village, but why is the shape so strange? The two people just now are cultivators. Just as he was thinking hard, a faint woo, woo sound interrupted his thoughts. Lin Zhi was delighted. Sister Lin Hua, are you awake? This voice was melodious and pleasant, and it was made by the Jian Qian Xian bird in Lin Zhi's arms. Lin Zhi hurriedly held Lin Hua in his arms in his palm, put his face close to her, and carefully looked at the bird in his hand. This bird was still as white as when Lin Zhi first met it, like a blooming snow lotus. But this time Lin Zhi noticed that under the snow-white feathers at the bird's tail, there were some colorful colors hidden, simple and charming. When Lin Hua woke up again, she saw Lin Zhi's ecstatic look. Lin Hua murmured and turned her eyes, which were as smart as black gems, and stared at Lin Zhi intently. Before, when her soul was in Lin Zhi's body, she had never carefully looked at herself. At this moment, looking at the young man in front of her, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, his eyes were like torches, and he stared at her gently. Thinking of the past, for some reason, Lin Hua felt a little shy. Woo! Lin Hua cried softly. Lin Zhi looked strange, and asked in confusion, Sister Hua, why did you turn back to your original form? Can't you even speak? Lin Zhi didn't know that Lin Hua had given her the most precious inner elixir. Although the jade card saved her life at the critical moment, Lin Hua lost the qualification to practice. In other words, Lin Hua at this time was no different from the birds on the blue planet. If I have to say one or two, it is that Lin Hua is more beautiful than those birds. Whether it is the form of a bird or the appearance of a girl, our Sister Hua's appearance is amazing. Hearing Lin Zhi's question, Lin Hua chirped a few times, and Lin Zhi could clearly see the fear on the bird's face. As for what Lin Hua was saying, Lin Zhi had no idea at all. After all, bird language was really hard to understand. Seeing that Lin Zhi had no reaction, Lin Hua was also extremely anxious. She turned back and forth in Lin Zhi's palm, and for a moment, she could not think of a better way. Suddenly, Lin Hua seemed to remember something, and climbed along Lin Zhi's arm all the way to his shoulder, jumped down, and landed steadily on Lin Zhi's waist. Then, the sharp claws were like a smart little hook, gently hooking Lin Zhi's tattered clothes, and climbing up little by little. Lin Zhi looked at Lin Hua's actions curiously, with his hands protecting Lin Hua behind him, fearing that she would fall, but his eyes always followed Lin Hua's movements. Finally, when Lin Hua climbed to Lin Zhi's chest after going through untold hardships, she pecked him twice gently with her bird's beak as soft as cotton. Lin Zhi's eyes were instantly attracted to the place where Lin Hua had pecked, and he actually saw a faint light emanating from Lin Zhi's chest, which seemed to beat with his heart in the light and dark. Lin Zhi carefully felt the wonderful changes here. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his chest, and some more scenes appeared in Lin Zhi's mind like a movie. Memories came in like a surging tide. That was the scene from the perspective of the jade card after Lin Zhi fainted in the battle. When Lin Zhi saw Lin Hua risking her life to save herself, but she herself almost died, his eyes looking at Lin Hua became more gentle. Sister Hua, thank you for everything you have done for me. In the future, no matter whether it is a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, I will definitely protect you. Lin Zhi couldn't help but be moved. Just stay with me. I will do my best to restore your human form. Sensing Lin Hua's lost mood, Lin Zhi gently stroked the bird's silky feathers, speaking softly but firmly. Feeling the warmth from Lin Zhi's palm, Lin Hua suddenly felt dizzy in her head, and was at a loss for a moment, her face as red as the sunset. This damn guy is so frivolous to me. However, this feeling is so comfortable that Lin Hua no longer wants to struggle. Lin Zhi naturally did not notice Lin Hua's thoughts, and did not even realize his own behavior. In his opinion, this is no different from stroking those kittens and puppies on the blue planet. Putting Lin Hua carefully in his arms again, Lin Zhi concentrated on practicing the basic exercises in his mind. He eagerly absorbed the rich spiritual energy around him, and felt comfortable and refreshed. Even his seriously injured body was gradually healing. Lin Zhi was immersed in the wonderful world of cultivation without sleep and food. The faint milky white light wrapped his body like a veil, which was obviously a manifestation of the extreme richness of spiritual energy. Lin Zhi's face was as calm as a mountain, and his breathing was as steady as a clock, but in his body, it was a turbulent sea. Spiritual power was running around in his body, some of it merged into the blood, and some merged into the bones. The spiritual energy from the outside world flowed into his body endlessly, just when the spiritual energy reached saturation in Lin Zhi's body. A powerful breath gushed out, and Lin Zhi's body instantly turned into a bottomless black hole, swallowing up the surrounding spiritual energy completely. Who? Lin Zhi took a long breath, as if he had spit out all the turbid air in his body. The movement just now seemed to be a successful breakthrough. Lin Zhi didn't know what realm he was in now, he just felt that his body was extremely light and his five senses were greatly improved. He slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp ray of light flashed from his eyes. Carefully holding Lin Hua, he stood up, and a bright smile rose at the corner of his mouth. The noisy footsteps came from far away and came towards Lin Zhi. The big iron gate was pushed open again, and the knife-wielding man stood at the gate fiercely, shouting at the top of his voice, "Come out! Follow us, the boss wants to see you." Lin Zhi frowned slightly, but didn't say much. When he woke up, he was in this stone chamber. He didn't know the situation at hand, so he just followed him out to explore the situation first. Lin Zhi followed the knife-wielding man and stepped out of the stone chamber. As far as his eyes could see, there was a long corridor. There were still a few people in the corridor, walking forward. It took me an unknown amount of time to finally walk through this long corridor and pass through a dilapidated door. This was considered walking out. Dazzling light hit, Lin Zhi narrowed his eyes slightly, looked up and looked forward, and couldn't help but look startled. In the middle of the square in front, there were dense crowds of people, and a few fierce people were guarding the periphery, as if they were on guard against these people escaping. After a quick observation, Lin Zhi found that these thugs were all strong and sturdy, and they all exuded spiritual power fluctuations, showing the world that they were cultivators. And the group of people in the middle were of all kinds, including white-haired old men, haggard women, and even some children. Looking at this scene, Lin Zhi couldn't help but be a little distracted. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave." The man with a knife behind him roared impatiently. Chapter 12 Barbarian Continent. Lin Zhi frowned slightly, came back to his senses, ignored the words of the knife-wielding man, and walked into the crowd. The crowd was in chaos, and the noise was mixed with waves of disgusting stench. Many people were naked. Some even had shocking whip marks on their bodies, as if they had suffered inhuman torture. What on earth do these people do? Lin Zhi was full of suspicion. Soon, as the crowd surged forward, Lin Zhi's eyes were attracted by the spacious hall in front of the square. In the center of the hall, a white hollow chair stood there, and many hideous patterns were carved around it, as if it was a demon crawling out of hell, bearing its fangs and claws. The chair was big enough to accommodate more than a dozen people. Their whole look was like a huge beast skull, exuding a chilling breath. In the middle of the chair, a muscular man was like an unshakable mountain. He had a red hairband on his head, fluttering in the wind. A full beard, a huge machete on his waist, flashing with cold light, exuding a power that makes Lin Zhi's heart palpitate. Oh my god, this is simply a muscle monster. Lin Zhi secretly exclaimed, his eyes wandering over the man. Around the man sat a row of sexy and revealing women. Their delicate bodies were wrapped around the man, holding golden wine jugs in their hands, carefully pouring wine for the man. Under the chair stood a group of men divided into two rows, quietly guarding the surroundings. When the crowd below had gathered, the muscular man suddenly raised his head and drank a big mouthful of wine like a whale, then squeezed his palm hard, and the wine glass instantly turned into powder. In an instant, the crowd below became silent, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The man laughed loudly, like thunder, then stood up and walked in front of the crowd. He restrained the smile on his face, and the muscular man stared at the crowd with sharp eyes. According to the order of the three elders of the Nuk tribe, our King Kong village must provide 2,000 people to go to the Nuk tribe's Wujin mine to mine. I, Jin, will trouble you. Hearing the three words, Wujin mine, the people around him panicked. This Wujin mine is a treasure land rich in a kind of ore that is completely black but has golden stripes. And this ore is one of the important materials that are indispensable for making magic weapons. It is a vital strategic resource in this barbarian continent. However, collecting Wujin ore is extremely dangerous, because the Wujin mine cave is warm in winter and cool in summer, the climate is humid, and the environment is airtight, which is simply a natural cage. Therefore, there are all kinds of vicious spirit beasts in the cave, among which the most notorious is the cave spider. They are completely different from the blue star spiders. They are surprisingly large, and the largest one is even a kilometer long. They have occupied the Wujin mine cave for a long time, and I don't know how many people have died at their hands. The discussion in the crowd was rising and falling, and it was getting more and more intense. For a while, the scene was in chaos. Why don't you go by yourself and force us to go to mine? A sharp voice came from the crowd, as if the fuse of the explosives was lit. For a while, all kinds of abuses came out. However, the others just grumbled in a low voice and did not dare to ask loudly, obviously afraid of the power of the muscular man. The man called King Kong was the chief of the King Kong village. Hearing the questions in the crowd, his face was very calm, and his look was mixed with contempt, and he was not affected at all. I saw King Kong's spiritual power leaping, his muscles were tense, and his veins were bulging. He took enough breath and asked back in a loud voice. Why? This voice exploded in the crowd like thunder. In an instant, the crowd below was shaken to the ground by the strong spiritual power. And the man who just asked the question was now broken into slag, deader than dead. If anyone refuses to go, I will kill him. His words were as cold as the wind, chilling people. Lion. Lion roar. Lin Zhi was stunned, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. This was the first time he had witnessed a living person turned into a pile of debris in front of him. The scene was unbearable to watch. Ooh. Lin Zhi felt his stomach churning, retching, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and his face pale. As a good boy in the 21st century on Blue Star, Lin Zhi could hardly accept the cruel scene in front of him. Fortunately, he had not eaten for a long time, his stomach was empty, and he could not vomit anything. The crowd suddenly fell into chaos. When they looked at King Kong again, their eyes were full of solemnity and fear, but no one dared to make a sound. Taking advantage of the commotion of the crowd, Lin Zhi quickly pulled up a white-haired old man next to him. The old man was knocked to the ground by the powerful spiritual power of the King Kong village master, and he couldn't stand up for a while. Beside the old man was a little girl as thin as a bean sprout. She was wearing tattered clothes, covered with dirt, and her dirty little face was full of tears. She was trembling with fear at the scene just now, and tightly grabbed the old man's arm. "Thank you, young man." After being helped up, the old man solemnly thanked Lin Zhi. "You are too polite, uncle, it's just a little help." Lin Zhi waved his hand quickly, rolled his eyes, and asked again, "Uncle, where is this place? What is the Nuke tribe, and there is also the black gold mine? Why do people react so strongly when they hear these words?" Lin Zhi spoke out all the doubts in his heart. "Young man, you are not from here." Hearing Lin Zhi's question, the old man was full of surprise. "To be honest, I have lived in the mountains since I was a child. This is my first time to venture out into the world. I never thought that I would encounter a group of robbers on the road. They beat me so badly that I passed out. When I woke up, I was already here." Lin Zhi made up a reason. The old man nodded, his eyes became deep and mysterious, and his temperament changed in an instant. As if he was recalling, after a moment, he told Lin Zhi's question. "This world is called the Barbarian Continent, and it is one of the several small worlds ruled by the barbarians. And the Nukes are the undisputed masters of this land." Listening to the old man's answer, even Lin Zhi, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but widen his eyes and marvel in his heart. This place is indeed not the Blue Star. In the end, I still traveled through it. And the black gold mine is also called the Death Pit. There are all kinds of ferocious beasts lurking in the cave. Once you encounter it, one foot will step into the underworld. The mortality rate is extremely high. Lin Zhi did not speak again, and digested the news in his heart. The crowd was driven onto a prison car surrounded by logs. The logs were covered with sharp barbs, as if to resist some unknown threat. In front of the prison car, a ferocious beast stood. At a glance, it looked like an enlarged version of a rhinoceros beetle. The whole is oval in shape, and the shiny black back is high, like a solid fortress. In the middle of the head is a huge fork shaped like a deer antler, which is majestic. The King Kong village master is standing on the head of the beast at this moment, and his men are scattered around the head like stars around the moon, drinking and having fun, so comfortable. The huge horned beetle pulled the prisoner car forward recklessly, and the place it passed was like being swept by a hurricane, and it was a mess. After walking for about a day and a night, Lin Zhi was thirsty and hungry. Leaning on the edge of the crowded prisoner car, feeling the noise and strong stench around him, his face was full of despair and helplessness. Lin Hua hid in Lin Zhi's arms, carefully observing the surroundings. Next to him were the old man and the little girl who had communicated with Lin Zhi before. After a day and a night of getting along, Lin Zhi learned that the old man's name was Ji Qingshan and the little girl's name was Ji Shuiyan. Similarly, his understanding of this world became deeper and deeper. Chapter 13: Arrival at the Mine. Although the barbarian clan is just an insignificant small world in the myriad worlds, its territory is vast and boundless, covering an area of hundreds of millions of miles. On the continent, there are countless cultivators, and various cities and territories are even more numerous. Among them, the most powerful here are the territory of the Nuk tribe and the monsters entrenched everywhere. And some races like the human race can only survive by relying on the barbarians, and their status in this barbarian continent is really not high. The destination of Lin Zhi and his team is the large city of Angry Lion City built by the Nuk tribe. This place used to be the territory of a raging lion. Logically, the Nuk tribe and these monsters should not interfere with each other. Although the Nuk tribe is nominally the master of this small world, monsters are rampant here, and some powerful monsters even scare the barbarians. However, the barbarians have discovered many black gold mines in this area, especially the huge pit in the middle, where the underground black gold mines have countless outputs. Under the temptation of this huge profit, the elders of the Nuk tribe came out in full force, and after a series of fierce attacks, they killed the raging lion entrenched here, and took over all the black gold mines. In order to commemorate the great achievements of the elders, this place was named Angry Lion City to show the powerful strength of the Nuk tribe. However, the larger the mine, the more dangerous it is. After hundreds of Nuk people died, the Nuk tribe ordered their vassals to send people to dig, and if they died, they would find someone to replace them. Gradually, this tradition was continued. The Angry Lion City is vast, covering an area of 10,000 miles. The huge beast stopped abruptly in front of the city gate. The city gate is towering into the sky, about hundreds of feet high, and the city walls are all made of 10,000 tons of boulders. Above the city gate, the skull of a raging lion is hung, with a bloody mouth and ferocious fangs, exuding a creepy deterrence. At this moment, the space in front of the city wall suddenly twisted, and a powerful energy wave came out. The space flashed, and two people walked out of thin air. King Kong hurriedly went to meet them with a flattering look on his face. Lin Zhi was secretly amazed at the back. He had never seen such a majestic city gate. The top of the city gate seemed to pierce the sky and hide in the clouds. Compared with this city gate, Lin Zhi was as small as an ant. From the looks of the two people, they were also human, but from King Kong's attitude, they must have extraordinary strength or prominent power. As King Kong finished communicating with the two people, the heavy city gate made a deafening noise, and even the ground shook violently for a while. After waiting for the city gate to open completely, King Kong waved his hand and commanded the unicorn beetle to pull the prison cart and slowly walked into the city. As soon as he entered the city, Lin Zhi began to observe silently again. Inside the city gate was not the scene of a noisy market as Lin Zhi imagined, but a vast forest. The group was dragged for more than an hour and actually came directly to their mining area. What caught their eyes was a huge hole on the ground, like a ferocious giant mouth, leading directly to the underground. There were many houses densely built on both sides of the hole, which were obviously convenient for people to rest in the cave. The arrival of the group attracted the attention of people around the mine. An old man suddenly landed from the air and blocked the group. Seeing this scene, King Kong, who was leading the group, hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted, Lai Lao. The smile on his face became more flattering. The old man named Lai Lao obviously knew King Kong. He looked at King Kong with contempt, without a trace of good face. With his transcendent status in the Nuk tribe, if this person was not still somewhat useful, how could Lai Lao care about such a small character? Well, take everyone down, and start work tomorrow. King Kong did not dare to delay at all, and hurriedly instructed his men to open the prison car. Suddenly, the crowd came down and stood on the open space nearby. Lin Zhi also came down, holding the little girl with his left hand and supporting the old man Qingshan with his right hand. Because he had been hungry for several days, he really didn't have the energy to do anything else. Thousands of people were divided into 10 groups, and were brought into the cave one by one. Soon, it was Lin Zhi's group's turn. Fortunately, since Lin Zhi and his 3 companions stood together, they were not separated and were all in the same group. The leader of Lin Zhi's group was a sexy woman with a hot body, protruding front and back, and extremely revealing clothes. Holding a long whip in his hand, the long whip was red and black, as if the color of dried blood. He was twisting and turning in front and beckoning everyone to enter the cave. In the cave, Lin Zhi found that it was much larger than he had imagined. Everyone lined up and took the equipment needed to go down the cave in turn, which were a bamboo basket, a hoe, and a stone that emitted a faint light for lighting, about the size of a palm. When you encounter a black gold mine, you only need to use a hoe to dig the surrounding soil and put it into the basket. The black gold mine itself is indestructible and needs high temperature to be smelted, so there is no need to worry about it being damaged. When Lin Zhi walked forward slowly, the sexy woman's eyes locked on him tightly. There was no other reason. After all, there were either old men who were in their twilight years and looked like withered, or women and children who were weak and frail. It was rare to see a young boy like Lin Zhi. In addition, Lin Zhi was born handsome, and after practicing, he was as warm as a beautiful jade, adding a bit of extraordinary temperament to him. Oh, this little brother is so young, how could he end up here? Looking at your pale and thin appearance, I wonder if you are free tonight and let me take care of your body for you personally. The sexy woman looked lewd and had no shyness. She looked at Lin Zhi with a flying eyebrow and said softly. Lin Zhi was frightened. Oh my god, this is the rhythm of eating me. He looked at the charming woman in front of him, secretly complained in his heart, and said embarrassedly, Thank you for your kindness, sister, I appreciate it, I won't bother you. Lin Zhi hurriedly refused, he didn't dare to agree easily. Look at the eyes of this witch, this is going to suck him dry, he still wants to live a few more years. Hearing Lin Zhi's refusal, the sexy woman didn't say much, but her beautiful eyes still stared at Lin Zhi tightly, with excitement in her eyes. After everyone distributed the things they needed, they were taken to the ground again and began to distribute accommodation. The room was broken, small and crowded. Lin Zhi looked at the broken and cramped room in front of him and couldn't help sighing in his heart. You live in this room. The sexy woman stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed at Lin Zhi. Under the envious eyes of everyone, Lin Zhi was arranged alone in a house in better condition. The room was spacious and bright, with all kinds of facilities. Different from the single beds of different heights in other rooms, this room had a clean and tidy big bed, and even a wooden tub for bathing. In this area, this room was considered one of the best. After Lin Zhi found out where the grandfather and grandson lived, he waved goodbye to them and walked into his own room with a helpless look. Sitting on the soft big bed, Lin Zhi's face was full of sorrow. He smiled bitterly and stroked Lin Huar hidden in his arms. Feeling the warmth from his palms, his mood gradually calmed down. How could he not know why he was assigned to this room? Obviously, the sexy woman had no intention of letting him go. Assigning Lin Zhi a separate room was just for her own convenience. I didn't expect that one day, being handsome would become a sin. Lin Zhi muttered to himself depressedly, as if protesting against the injustice of this world. Lin Huar in his arms heard Lin Zhi's shameless words, and thought that Lin Zhi was being stared at by the witch, and his future situation would be difficult, so his heart sank. Slowly climbing up along Lin Zhi's collar, Lin Huar gently lay on Lin Zhi's clavicle. She has no cultivation now, and her injuries are still serious. She is like an ordinary bird, and can only accompany Lin Zhi silently. After a while, a girl who looked like a servant gently knocked on the door. Lin Zhi opened the door and saw a skinny girl struggling to carry a large bowl of food in her hand. On the food, there were 2 pots of strong liquor. The girl knew that the sexy woman had a good impression of Lin Zhi, and she placed the food on the table respectfully. Master, this is the food sent to you by Master Ma Yao. Looking at the large bowl full of beast meat in the bowl, the girl swallowed her saliva involuntarily and turned to leave the door. Wait, so much meat, I can't finish it by myself, sit down and eat together. Lin Zhi naturally saw the girl's desire for food, and upholding the fine tradition of hospitality in his own country of Blue Star, he smiled and greeted the girl. The girl had never expected that Lin Zhi would invite her to eat together. She stood there, at a loss for a moment. Come on, let's eat together. I just happen to have something to ask you. Lin Zhi had already sat at the table and greeted the girl again. His voice was like a spring breeze, making it impossible to refuse. Hearing this, the girl walked to the table uncomfortably, not daring to move at all. Lin Zhi reached into the basin, grabbed a piece of meat, and handed it to the girl. After the girl took it with a panic expression, Lin Zhi picked up another piece and ate it as if no one was around. Don't be polite, eat more. His mouth was stuffed with food, and the corners of his mouth were full of oil stains. He chewed the food hard and spoke vaguely. Lin Zhi was starving. Seeing these foods at this moment, he stuffed them into his mouth like a hungry tiger. At the same time, he did not forget to tear off a few small pieces of meat and gently feed them to Lin Huar at her collarbone. Chapter 14, Charm Demon. Looking at the forest girl in front of him who was eating voraciously and had no image at all, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes as clear as autumn water. The fear in his heart suddenly dissipated a little, and he immediately picked up the meat in his hand and started eating it in big mouthfuls. As a maid who specializes in serving these powerful men in this place, although she does not have to go down the cave to dig mines every day, she can only rely on some clear soup to fill her stomach on weekdays and has no chance to taste these delicacies. Sometimes, if you make the slightest mistake and anger those strong men, you will be beaten up for no reason and may even lose your life. Lin Zhi took out a few pieces of meat and put a pot of wine aside. Then, the 2 of them swept up all the meat in the basin like falling leaves in the wind. When they were enjoying the meal, Lin Zhi took out another pot of wine and poured a glass. After drinking a glass of wine, Lin Zhi was surprised to find that a trace of violent spiritual power flowed into his mouth. It goes down along the throat, sweeps through the meridians of the whole body, and finally gathers in the dantian. Faintly, Lin Zhi felt that his body seemed to have become a little stronger, so he quickly drank a few more glasses. This is beast spirit wine. It has the effect of strengthening the body when combined with beast meat. The higher the grade of the beast meat, the better the effect. It was brewed by Master Ma Yao himself after he devoted himself to studying the barbarian winemaking process. Ordinary people cannot enjoy it. The thin girl saw the surprise on Lin Zhi's face and explained softly. Hearing this, Lin Zhi wiped the grease from his mouth with his sleeve, leaned lazily on the chair and said, "Then the charming demon lady is the demon woman wearing revealing clothes like gauze." "That's right, Master Ma Yao is from the Mailing clan." "What's your name?" Can you tell me in detail the origin of this demon? I just arrived here and I was targeted by this woman. Will there be any danger? Lin Zhi asked. The thin girl frowned slightly, as if she was recalling some unpleasant past events, and her speech began to stutter. Your Excellency can just call me Xiaolan. Your Excellency rarely does this. Several young and strong men have been assigned here before, but they have never been treated with animal meat and fine wine like today. What about them? All dead. Their deaths were extremely miserable, like dried corpses that had all their water drained out. The girl's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and she said softly with fear on her face. Hearing this, Lin Zhi's heart sank suddenly. Damn it! Could it be that it was sucked dry? He couldn't help but become worried about his situation, and even the meat he had just eaten became tasteless. She wants me to die of gluttony. This woman really has bad intentions. Lin Zhi clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath. After eating and drinking, the girl cleaned up the mess on the table, said thank you, picked up the basin on the table and walked out the door. When she reached the door, the girl's steps became hesitant. She mustered up her courage, turned around, and whispered to Lin Zhi. Sir, actually, Lady Ma Yao is quite nice. Although she is cruel and ruthless, she is also quite caring towards us maids. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. After saying that, she walked out as if relieved and closed the door gently. You're nice people? That's probably because you're not worth being sucked dry. Lin Zhi sat there, thinking gloomily. I have just arrived and I am alone and weak. It is simply a pipe dream to ask for help from others. He couldn't even win in a fight. Lin Zhi didn't think he could make any progress in just a few days of practice. After all, he didn't even know a single move. If he acted rashly, the demon would probably crush him to pieces in an instant. Run? Where can I run to? There are barbarian spies everywhere outside the mine. In order to prevent the miners from escaping, there are a lot of guards here. Especially the old man who can fly, he looks very powerful. Lin Zhi thought hard about several methods, but found that none of them worked. For a moment, he was like a headless fly, with no idea what to do, and could only slump in the chair dejectedly. He gently rubbed Lin Hua's neck, then lowered his head to look at the faintly glowing jade token on his chest, and Lin Zhi couldn't help but complain again. I don't know what's going on with this jade token. It swaps my body one moment and teleports me to such a dangerous place the next. This thing is really unreliable. After complaining for a long time, Lin Zhi felt dry in the mouth. He quickly grabbed the wine glass, drank several more glasses of wine, and started chattering again. Lin Zhi vaguely felt like he had forgotten something important and couldn't remember it for a while. After muttering to himself for a long time, Lin Zhi stood up, picked up the few pieces of meat and a pot of wine he had picked out earlier, and prepared to visit old man Qingshan. After all, they had traveled together for several days and chatted whenever they had nothing to do. Everyone had become familiar with each other. Lin Zhi's understanding of this world all relied on the old man's extensive knowledge. Similarly, Lin Zhi also liked the girl who timidly called him brother. I lost it. Lin Zhi finally remembered what he had forgotten. He and Lin Hua were teleported here as soon as they woke up. Where did the fat man go? Was he teleported here? Lin Zhi hurriedly lowered his head and asked Lin Hua. Lin Hua tilted his head, thought about it himself, and shook his head. My attention was completely on this young man at that time, so there was no room for anyone else. I hope the fat guy didn't travel through time, otherwise it would be really tragic. Lin Zhi was extremely anxious and worried about the fat man's safety. He secretly made up his mind to find the people from King Kong village to inquire about the news as soon as he had the chance. He straightened his clothes, carefully hid Lin Hua under his clothes, and walked slowly along the path outside the door. Not long after, Lin Zhi stopped in front of a dilapidated door. He knocked on the door gently, and the noise in the house disappeared instantly. Then, old man Qingshan opened the door. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, the old man welcomed Lin Zhi into the room. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Zhi smelled a disgusting stench. The smell of sweat mixed with the smell of feet came towards Lin Zhi, almost making Lin Zhi vomit out the meat he had just eaten. When everyone saw Lin Zhi come in, they all knew that he was the person who had been sent from King Kong village to mine with them. No one paid any attention to him and everyone continued talking among themselves. The old man's seat was right at the door. He didn't even have a bed, just a piece of wood lying alone on the ground. Ji Shuiyan was sitting on a wooden board covered with a rag with a big hole in it. When she saw Lin Zhi coming, she called him brother softly. Lin Zhi patted the little girl's head and said with a smile on his face, Shuiyan, guess what good things your brother brought you? Ji Shuiyan shook her head. She didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Zhi quietly. This little girl, who is only 4 years old, has experienced all the hardships of life with her grandfather at such a young age, and she no longer expects anything. Dang dang dang. It's delicious meat. Lin Zhi took out the beast meat that he had hidden in his arms, picked out a piece, tore it into finger-sized strips, and handed it to Ji Shuiyan. The little girl looked at the meat in front of her, her saliva flowing from the corners of her mouth. She had been hungry for several days, so facing this delicious food so close to her, it was naturally difficult for her to resist the temptation. But she still turned around to look at her grandfather, and after getting his permission, she said sweetly to Lin Zhi, "Thank you, brother," and then couldn't wait to start eating. Lin Zhi picked up the remaining meat and placed it all in front of the old man, along with the pot of mellow wine. "Eat something, old man. You've been hungry for a few days." Ji Qingshan stared at the beast meat in front of him. It had only been a few hours since they separated, and Lin Zhi had already come with the beast meat. There was even a pot of good wine, which was simply unimaginable for them who were hungry all day long. "Friend Lin, where did you get these from?" Ji Qingshan asked without touching the animal meat. He knew very well that it would be extremely difficult to obtain the beast meat in their current situation. He was really curious about how Lin Zhi got it. "It was sent by that witch. She also arranged a spacious room for me alone with all the furniture in it. I'm afraid she has no good intentions. Come on and eat. I've eaten a lot and my stomach is still full." The old man, who had experienced many vicissitudes in this troubled time and seen all the intrigues in the world, immediately realized the danger Lin Zhi was in when he heard what Lin Zhi said. Ji Qingshan also witnessed the scene where the witch teased Lin Zhi, but what no one knew was that he recognized at a glance that the witch was from the Mailing tribe. The unique talent of the Charm Spirit clan is to charm living beings and eventually drain their essence. Ji Qingshan couldn't help but be moved when he saw Lin Zhi, who knew some of the situation and was still concerned about his grandfather and grandson despite being in a precarious situation. "Well, when the critical moment comes, I will try my best to help this kid," Ji Qingshan thought to himself. Chapter 15, Give a Sweet Date After a Beating. Thinking of this, Ji Qingshan no longer hesitated. He grabbed the animal meat and started eating it, taking a bite of meat and a sip of wine. The aroma of animal meat mixed with the aroma of wine floated in the room, quickly attracting the attention of everyone in the room. "Old man, bring the meat and wine." Suddenly, a shrill sound was heard. Lin Zhi's eyes paused slightly. He looked up and saw several figures walking towards him on the bed at the innermost part of the room. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a long scar on his face. He had a ferocious expression and looked extremely ugly. The few people following behind him also had fierce looks. The little girl was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Lin Zhi, staring at the meat in the old man's hand with greed on her face, watching the scene timidly. Lin Zhi suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Judging from the situation, the person who came was not well-intentioned. "Why should I give it to you?" Lin Zhi's eyes flashed, and he looked directly at the scarred man. At the same time, he practiced silently in his heart, and the spiritual power in his body was mobilized. The people behind the scarred man were shocked when they saw this scene and did not dare to look directly at Lin Zhi. "This is none of your business." "Are you sure you want to meddle in other people's business?" said the scarred man in a sinister tone. "I brought the meat and wine here, so they are naturally related to me. If I don't tell you to give them to me, you can't snatch them away." Lin Zhi was not afraid of him. In Lin Zhi's words, everyone was captured as a slave and no one was better than anyone else. "Why are you pretending to be a gangster here?" In fact, as soon as Lin Zhi entered the room, he noticed that the old man was sitting next to the door. Not only was it windy at night, but there was not even a bed. It was obvious that he was being bullied by these people. Before Lin Zhiju could say anything, they started to cause trouble. "Why, you're still thinking of bullying others even though you're here? You're so powerful, isn't it a waste of your talent to come here? Why don't you go out and be a bandit?" Lin Zhi sneered, his tone cold. "You are very impressive, but I want to see how long you can be so arrogant." The scarred man spoke in a harsh tone, and then said, I advise you to be sensible and give the meat to us. Otherwise, when we go down to the mine, I will find a chance to kill them both." As they were in the same group, they naturally knew that the woman in charge had set her sights on Lin Zhi, so they naturally did not dare to take action against Lin Zhi. But he didn't expect Lin Zhi to be so domineering, so he could only threaten him to save face. Lin Zhi did not retreat even a single step. The beast meat was already scarce and was only enough to feed the grandfather and grandson. How could there be any share for these people? Besides, even if Lin Zhi gave them food, it would not bring any good results. People will only think that they are weak and can be bullied, and they will definitely become more aggressive in the future. This meat was given to me by Master Ma Yao. I dare to give it to you, do you dare to take it? I will go to Master Ma Yao to ask for an explanation. Should I give you this meat? A sneer appeared on Lin Zhi's lips, and he immediately turned around and pretended to go out. Wait a minute. Seeing Lin Zhi was about to go out, the scarred man suddenly panicked. He had witnessed with his own eyes that the woman in charge had specially arranged a separate room for Lin Zhi. Now, this meat was specially given to Lin Zhi, so naturally no one dared to snatch Lin Zhi's food. When I asked for it earlier, I just thought that the old man with a little girl would be easy to bully. I never expected that there would be so much trouble. Little brother, how dare you disturb the steward with such a small matter? It's my brother's fault. The scarred man's tone softened instantly, and he spoke with a stiff smile on his face. Since everyone had just arrived, Lin Zhi naturally didn't think that the scarred man had any abilities. They have all been caught and brought here to die, but instead of thinking about how to unite and find a chance of survival, they are here thinking about how to bully others. Lin Zhi looked down on such people from the bottom of his heart. You want to let it go just because you said something wrong. Lin Zhi glanced at the scarred man with disdain. When he heard that he was going to find the demon, the man with the scar immediately became timid. Then Lin Zhiker would not be polite to him. It must be said that this trick of borrowing the power of the tiger to bully others is really useful. The scarred man naturally noticed the disdain in Lin Zhi's eyes. He lowered his head slightly, with cold light flashing in his eyes. This pretty boy is really lucky. He got hold of a powerful figure right away. Let's see how he dies after going down the mine. Little brother, I was wrong in this matter. How do you want to solve it? Although the scarred man wished Lin Zhi death, on the surface, he still did not dare to make things difficult for Lin Zhi. After all, if the steward really investigates the matter, my life will be in danger. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. That's easy. Find a new place for my old man and my sister. Let's go there. Lin Zhi raised his hand and pointed to the window at the innermost part of the house. The scarred man looked in the direction of Lin Zhi's finger. Wasn't that exactly where he was? Since he occupied that position, he specially selected the best bed in the house and moved it over, but he didn't expect that it would become a dowry for someone else. I was angry but dared not say anything, so I could only agree reluctantly. He casually changed to another seat, drove the man away, and then sat there with a gloomy face, not saying a word. Lin Zhizai ignored all this. Seeing the scarred man give up his seat, he hurriedly took Ji Shuiyan's hand and walked towards the bed by the window. He packed up some of the rags used by the scarred man like garbage and threw them out, then asked the old man to sit down again. I'll go to my room and get you a bed and quilt later, so that Xiao Shuiyan won't be afraid of the cold. If those bad guys still dare to bully you, tell me and I will help you deal with them. Lin Zhi said softly to the little girl with a gentle smile on his face. If Yarnguo was here, he would definitely not be able to help but complain about Lin Zhi. It's bad, he actually got it. After saying that, he turned around, picked up the few pieces of meat left by the old man, and walked over to the scarred man. Brother, this is all the food left. Don't be disgusted. Just think of it as my apology to you. We still have to take care of each other in the future. The scarred man looked at the exceptionally young man in front of him with surprise. He really didn't expect that after he gave in, Lin Zhi would actually share the food with him. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then he raised his head and laughed. Har ha har ha, Wang Laowu, admire you, boy, you are really a character. Lin Zhi did this not because he was afraid of the man with the scar, but because he was not with the old man. If this person had any bad intentions, he really couldn't prevent it, so he might as well do him a favor. Lin Zhi had already used the trick of giving a sweet reward after a hard time. Ji Qingshan remained silent throughout and watched Lin Zhi stand up for him. He is not afraid of anything and will never force anyone into a desperate situation. My evaluation of Lin Zhi instantly rose a lot. Seeing Lin Zhi's gentle expression when treating his granddaughter, Ji Qingshan couldn't help but nod secretly. This young man is really good. He seemed to be only 16 years old, only a dozen years older than his granddaughter. If anything unexpected happened to me, it would not be a bad idea to entrust it to him. The old man's eyes rolled around and he became more calculating. After a few greetings, when Lin Zhi was teasing the little girl and making her laugh and play, Ji Qingshan reached into his arms, took out a piece of yellow talisman paper and handed it to Lin Zhi. This is the amulet I found outside earlier. It can protect your life at the critical moment. Lin Zhi looked at the strange and crooked black symbols printed on the talisman paper in his hand and couldn't help laughing. I have already arrived in the barbarian continent, why are the people here so superstitious? He had seen this kind of thing on Blue Star before. Although the symbols on it were different, he didn't believe that this thing could have any effect at all. It was just for psychological comfort. Thank you very much, old man. Lin Zhi didn't say it clearly. When he was about to put the talisman paper into his pocket, the old man grabbed it and pressed it against Lin Zhi's forehead. In an instant, the talisman paper disappeared without a trace, as if it turned into a spiritual power and whooshed into Lin Zhi's forehead. Oh my god! Could it be that we ran into a real creature? Lin Zhi's face was filled with astonishment. That thing on the blue planet would never drill into the forehead by itself. Chapter 16, Encounter with a Cave Spider. Lin Zhi touched his forehead and didn't feel anything strange. The talisman paper disappeared without a trace after entering Lin Zhi's body. Under the reluctant gaze of the little girl, Lin Zhi returned to his room, closed the doors and windows, and took a comfortable hot bath. All his fatigue instantly dissipated a lot. Feeling refreshed, Lin Zhi took out the unfinished wine and sat on the bed, drinking and practicing at the same time, feeling so comfortable. Lin Zhi was not completely worried about his situation, but he understood that instead of worrying too much about things that have not happened yet, it is better to seize the present moment. Until now, Lin Zhi still had no clear concept of cultivation. For one thing, it was his first time experiencing this mysterious thing, and it was like seeing flowers in the fog. On the other hand, what Lin Huar had taught Lin Zhi before was only the most basic method. Although it was of a high level, it could only help Lin Zhi to better integrate spiritual power and strengthen his body. Lin Zhi currently did not have any method that could improve his cultivation. Therefore, in terms of strength, Lin Zhi is no different from ordinary people, at most he is physically stronger. Lin Zhi felt that his injuries were no longer serious, so he stopped practicing, lay on the bed as if relieved of a heavy burden, and fell into a sound sleep. Although cultivators can be energetic without sleep, Lin Zhi obviously has not yet formed the habit of not sleeping. Now that he has a big bed, it is naturally more important to have a good sleep first. Just when Lin Zhi was sleeping soundly, he seemed to hear some noise outside. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a dong 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 knock on the door. Lin Zhi hurriedly got up, put on his shoes, and opened the door lock in a panic. Sir, Elder Lai has called everyone to the mine entrance. This is the food that Master Ma Yao has prepared for you. Please go there as soon as you finish your meal. Lin Zhi looked up and saw Xielan holding some animal meat and a bowl of porridge with various grains, and whispered to Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi was not at all pretentious. He devoured the beast meat in 2 mouthfuls, then drank the bowl of porridge in 1 gulp. Then, he took the equipment assigned to him yesterday and hurried out. There were already crowds of people around the mine, but it was completely silent. The old Lai, whom Lin Zhi had met yesterday, was standing in front in a majestic manner. Ma Yao and several managers were also standing solemnly around old Lai. Seeing that the time was almost up, old Lai stroked his beard, flew into the air, and floated above the crowd. His deep voice rang out like a huge bell. Today is the first day for everyone to go down to their mine. Each manager needs to start going down to their mine in groups according to the groups we were divided into yesterday. After that, the originally scattered people on the ground quickly formed into long and neat lines and entered the mine in an orderly manner. The black gold mine is full of dangers. The deeper you go, the richer the resources are. But I suggest you not to go too deep into it. If you really encounter a monster, you must do everything you can to escape. On their way down the mine, the demon walked over and whispered to Lin Zhi. After saying this, he stood quietly aside, apparently waiting for everyone to enter the mine. Lin Zhi didn't expect that the demon would take such good care of him. Not only did she provide him with food and comfortable accommodation, she even reminded him of the dangers of this place. What on earth is this woman up to? Lin Zhi wondered to himself. At this time, Lin Zhi had already stepped into the cave entrance. Hundreds of people squeezed in at once, but the cave entrance still seemed exceptionally empty. Looking inside, Lin Zhi saw a light array inside, which was quite wide, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Lin Zhi watched as the people in front of him disappeared one after another in the light array, and couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. With a hint of doubt, Lin Zhi also stepped into the light array, only to feel a ball of dazzling white light tightly wrapping him. The next moment, a strong feeling of dizziness came over me like a tide. When Lin Zhi felt the dizziness getting stronger, he suddenly felt something solid under his feet, and he knew that he had reached his destination. This is actually a teleportation array. After standing there for a while, until the dizziness gradually faded away, Lin Zhi began to carefully look at the surrounding environment. The pit was pitch black, illuminated only by the light from the stones in the hands. Their mine was not big, and was surrounded by stone walls mixed with soil. There were only a few scattered people around. I didn't see Grandpa Qingshan and Sister Xueyan. I guess they were scattered to various places during the transmission. Is this the black gold mine? It was very different from what Lin Zhi had imagined. For a moment, Lin Zhi even felt like he had been teleported to the wrong place. When Lin Zhi looked around, he heard a hissing sound coming from the front, which was creepy. Lin Zhi quickly grabbed the stone in his hand and shone it in the direction where the sound came from. In an instant, the stone wall broke open, and a spider as big as an adult broke out of the ground. In an instant, the spider pounced on the nearest person, and the spider's silk wrapped around the person like a snake, wrapping him up into an airtight dumpling in the blink of an eye. Then, the spider opened its hideous mouth, revealing a long mouthpart, and inserted it straight into the man's body. In an instant, the man's blood and flesh were sucked dry. His death was so horrible that Lin Zhi's scalp tingled. He hurriedly picked up the hoe in his hand. The spider was so big that he was as small as an ant in front of it. Without thinking, he tiptoed back, looking around, desperately searching for a way to escape. After the spider sucked the man dry, it turned its greedy eyes to Lin Zhi, who was nearest. Lin Zhi's heart skipped a beat, he cursed inwardly, turned around and ran away. Seeing its prey fleeing in panic, the spider became furious and suddenly spit out spider silk, which swept towards Lin Zhi like a dragnet. While Lin Zhi was running for his life, he desperately waved the hoe in his hand, trying to block the spider silk from entanglement. However, the spider silk was as soft as cotton, yet as tough as steel. Lin Zhi's efforts were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and were completely ineffective. Soon, the spider silk entangled Lin Zhi's feet like a thorn in his flesh, making him unable to move as if he were nailed down. The spider silk quickly spread upwards along his feet, entangled Lin Zhi's arms, and was about to completely wrap Lin Zhi up. At this critical moment, suddenly, accompanied by a flash of dazzling white light, a figure was teleported down. When the figure saw the tragic scene in front of him, he took out the whip in his hand without hesitation and swung it at the spider with a force as powerful as thunder. Wherever the whip shadow passed, the air made a deafening sonic boom, and with a bang it hit the spider's head hard. A splash of green blood appeared and fell like raindrops. The air was suddenly filled with a strong stench that was nauseating. The spider felt pain and shook Lin Zhi off as if it had been electrocuted. Countless spider silk threads flew towards the figure from all directions like a dragnet. The figure remained calm and composed, wielding the long whip in his hand like a nimble poisonous snake, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air and knocking the oncoming spider silk to the ground. Another whip was swung out, and it was very different from the previous one. This time the whip was like a burning flame, with a fiery red color attached. It hit the spider and immediately a horrible wound appeared. After a few rounds, the spider fell to the ground due to severe injuries and died. The figure walked up to Lin Zhi and gently peeled off the spider silk on Lin Zhi's body. Only then did Lin Zhi realize that his savior was actually that sexy and charming demon. He opened his mouth, but something stuck in his throat and he didn't know what to say for a moment. I really don't know whether to say you are lucky or unlucky. As soon as you came in, you encountered the notorious cave spider. Fortunately, I arrived in time. The demon was breathing slightly, her body trembling slightly, and she spoke. I had thought that after I had arranged everything properly, I would take some time to come and see this little brother, but I didn't expect to encounter Lin Zhi's crisis as soon as I arrived. Well, thank you, sister. I will never forget your life-saving grace. No matter what purpose this hot woman had for him, her life-saving grace was absolutely real, so Lin Zhi thanked her solemnly. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. It's just a newly born little cave spider. If other cave spiders smell the smell and rush here, even I won't be able to resist them. The demon said eagerly, her voice seemed to carry a hint of magic, charming and pleasant. Chapter 17 Adult Cave Spiders. Hearing the serious words from the demon, Lin Zhi did not dare to delay for even a second, and hurriedly followed the demon and left. Having witnessed the dangers of the black gold mine, Lin Zhi couldn't help but think of Xiao Xueyan. He couldn't help but feel deeply worried, and he didn't know what the grandfather and grandson were doing now. After following the demon back and forth in the pit for a long time, the two stepped into an extremely wide pit. This place is like a grand palace. There are several slightly larger glowing stones hanging around the pit, and the light they emit makes this place as bright as day. Below the pit, a dense crowd of people were waving hoes and collecting ore from the stone wall. The baskets in their hands were already filled with the mined black gold stones. It seemed that they had a good harvest. Lin Zhi looked around but still didn't see the old man. He was about to ask the charming demon beside him where the old man had gone. Suddenly, the stone wall above the pit collapsed like a dam bursting, and a pair of huge eyes as big as a locomotive appeared from the collapsed area. The moment it saw the demon, it broke through the stone walls surrounding their mine, and its huge body rushed in like a moving mountain, filling the entire pit. More than half of the people in the cave were trampled to death, and wailing was heard everywhere. The huge cave spider let out a shrill roar, as if it was a wail from hell. It was the mother of the little cave spider just now. The demon's face turned as pale as paper in an instant. She didn't care about Lin Zhi anymore and was about to take out the space magic array card to teleport away. However, he was covered by the spider silk spit out by the huge burrowing spider like a dragnet, and was instantly wrapped tightly like a dumpling. The adult cave spider is the undisputed overlord of this place. Its powerful strength is comparable to that of the strong barbarians. It is naturally difficult for the charm monster to contend with it. However, he did not expect the gap between the two sides to be so huge. He did not even have time to crush the formation card before he was firmly controlled. Fearing that there was no escape, the demon's face looked ashen and she no longer held out any hope of survival. Even Elder Lai, the most powerful person here, could only flee when facing an adult cave spider alone. The others were nothing more than insignificant ants. Lin Zhi glanced at the demon beside him and saw that he had been tightly wrapped like a dumpling and could not move at all. He didn't have time to think. He picked up the demon, carried her on his broad shoulders, and ran back the way he came like an arrow. The adult cave spider raised a huge tentacle and swept it toward the forest, causing holes to collapse wherever it passed. When the bullet was about to hit Lin Zhi suddenly missed a step and fell into another layer below the pit with the charm demon. Lin Zhi only felt an overwhelming force hitting his back hard, almost suffocating him, as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. The strong wind from the cave spider's tentacles alone was so terrifying. If Lin Zhi was hit directly by the tentacles, he would probably be shattered to pieces on the spot. Even so, Lin Zhi's condition was not optimistic. He was breathing heavily and was horrified. Such a huge creature, the demon dog that he had killed before, was nothing in front of it, not even as big as a hair of this cave spider. The collapsed stone wall blocked the escape route, and for a moment, Lin Zhi fell into deep despair. Fortunately, the huge noise resounded through the sky like thunder, attracting all the strong men around the mine. Under the leadership of Master Lai, everyone showed their unique abilities in an attempt to drive away the adult cave spider. The adult cave spider was held tightly and had no time to care about Lin Zhi and others for a while. After adjusting himself for a moment, Lin Zhi picked up the hoe that had fallen beside him and tried to peel off the spider silk on the demon's body. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain, like an ant trying to shake a tree. The silk of this adult cave spider is obviously extremely strong and cannot be easily destroyed by an ordinary person like Lin Zhi. After a long period of effort, Lin Zhi finally gave up the idea reluctantly. He gritted his teeth, picked up the demon again, and with one hand struggled to clear the rubble and soil blocking the intersection. In this way, he cleaned up and escaped at the same time. Not long after, Lin Zhi ran far away carrying the charm monster. Fortunately, he practiced martial arts and had a strong body, otherwise, not to mention carrying someone. Even escaping by himself would have been a problem. Lin Zhi gently placed the demon on his shoulders on the ground and lay down on the ground as if relieved of a heavy burden. Due to the extreme mental tension and excessive fatigue, he has managed to hold on until now, and now he is exhausted, with all the strength drained from his body. It should be alright. Lin Zhi was lying straight on the ground like a big character, gasping for breath. At this moment, something strange happened. The surrounding stone walls shattered, and 5 cave spiders the size of adults jumped out. Their size was exactly the same as the one that the demon had killed before. Lin Zhi quickly stood up, feeling unbearable pain all over his body, and every muscle was trembling. He picked up the demon with difficulty and looked around, looking for a chance to escape. But before he could make any move, 5 burrowing spiders spit out spider silk together, binding Lin Zhi's body tightly in place. Lin Zhi struggled desperately, but like a mosquito caught in a spider web, it was of no use at all. Damn it, I really have to die here. Lin Zhi cursed, looking helpless and unable to breathe. Looking at the 5 spiders surrounding him, their long mouthparts had already revealed their ferocious features. I'm going to give it back to you for saving my life. Don't ever think about my handsome face again. It's really ugly when it's been sucked dry. Lin Zhi spoke to the demon who was wrapped like a dumpling, as if saying his final farewell. After saying that, Lin Zhi closed his eyes and waited for death to come. At this moment, Lin Zhi felt a burning sensation between his eyebrows, as if they were being burned by fire, and it was stinging his eyebrows. Arr! The intense pain made Lin Zhi scream involuntarily. Suddenly, something flew out from between his eyebrows. It was the yellow talisman paper. The talisman paper danced, floated above the forest, and burned. Soon, the black symbol turned into a black figure. The figure stretched out his palm, and a black hole appeared out of thin air in the middle of his palm like a black hole in the universe, sucking in all the cave spiders around it. Even the spider silk on Lin Zhi and Ma Yao's bodies disappeared without a trace, like mist blown away by the wind. In an instant, Lin Zhi and Ma Yao's imprisoned bodies regained their ability to move. Looking at the dreamlike scene in front of him, Lin Zhi breathed a sigh of relief, but he felt more depressed in his heart, thinking that he was too weak and could not withstand a single blow. For the first time, Lin Zhi felt a strong desire to become stronger. He knew that it was old man Qingshan who saved him, but at this moment he no longer had the strength or energy to think about it. The demon who had regained her mobility looked at Lin Zhi. Although she was wrapped in spider silk and unable to move, her consciousness was still there. She clearly saw Lin Zhi carrying her step by step and escaping here. In such a dangerous situation, it was impossible for the demon not to be moved. Although he also saved Lin's life, it was a spontaneous act when he was not in danger and had control over the overall situation. But Lin Zhi actually risked his life to save himself. Although he didn't know what kind of means the talisman paper at the end was, judging from Lin Zhi's calm attitude towards death, it was obvious that the man in front of him didn't know much about it. Pulling Lin Zhi's hand, the charm demon crushed the array card, and while Lin Zhi was dizzy again, the two were teleported to the teleportation array at the entrance of the mine. You should go back and rest first. The charmer looked at the man in front of her and said gently, after going through all this together, the teasing thoughts in her eyes have disappeared. Then you should be more careful. Hearing Lin Zhi's concern, the charm demon couldn't help but smile, and a charming force emanated from her, which made Lin Zhi stunned and swallowed unconsciously. Thinking of what Lin Zhi said just before he died, the demon couldn't help but become extremely interested in the young man in front of him. Chapter 18, Companion Spiritual Marrow Fluid. The battle in the mine was still in full swing. After all, Ma Yao was one of the managers of the mine. After taking Lin Zhi out of danger, he returned to fight again. Lin Zhi stared at the figure of the charm demon disappearing on the teleportation array, feeling mixed emotions. So far, Lin Zhi still couldn't figure out what this woman wanted to do. It's over. I actually forgot to ask about the whereabouts of Mr. Qingshan. Lin Zhi did not leave the mine entrance, but found a secluded place nearby, sat cross-legged, and practiced his skills. Firstly, Lin Zhi was already exhausted. After being swept by the strong wind brought by the tentacles of the cave spider, he ran all the way to escape, and his body had already overwhelmed. Besides, Lin Zhi was worried about old man Qingshan and the other man, so he simply practiced at the entrance of the mine while waiting to see if the two would be teleported out. After several hours, Lin Zhi slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, the feeling of fatigue disappeared, and the pain in his body also eased. He stood up and prepared to ask the people who escaped from the cave about the old man. During the few hours that Lin Zhi was practicing, some people escaped from the mine entrance one after another, but there was no sign of the old man and Xiao Shuiyan, which made Lin Zhi even more worried. After asking several people who escaped nearby, there was still no news of the old man. Lin Zhi gritted his teeth, resolutely stepped into the teleportation array, and decided to go down and look for him personally. While many experts were fighting with the cave spiders in the pit, Lin Zhi had thought about returning to the room and escaping with Lin Hua, but the idea was dismissed as soon as it came to his mind. Not to mention that with Lin Zhi's own strength, he could not escape from the Nook territory at all. This angry lion city seemed boundless to Lin Zhi. Besides, Lin Zhi couldn't leave since he hadn't found out any news about the old man yet. His life was saved by the old man's talisman. If he abandoned them and anything happened to them, Lin Zhi would live his life with regret. A familiar feeling of dizziness came over him, and in a moment, Lin Zhi was teleported into the mine. Lin Zhi was like a headless fly, not knowing where he was. Fortunately, the noise of the battle in the pit was deafening and the movement was extremely loud. Lin Zhi made a prompt decision and decided to go to the battle site to find out what was going on, and look for the old man's trace along the way. Soon, Lin Zhi arrived at the place where he and the charm demon had encountered an adult cave spider before. Boom boom. A few hundred meters away, a low and loud noise was heard, like a rolling thunder. Looking from afar, Lin Zhi saw that many cultivators had gathered there. A rough count showed that there were at least 20 or 30 people. Elder Lai and several highly skilled monks were working together to attack the adult cave spider. The adult burrowing spider was beaten badly, with hideous wounds all over its huge body, which looked horrifying. However, the blood energy emanating from the adult cave spider was still extremely vigorous, as if its origin had not been damaged. There were also many small hole spiders attracted here, and these small hole spiders could almost take Lin Zhi's life alone. In the hands of those monks, he was like a lamb to be slaughtered, and one blow could kill him. But their numbers are so large that if you are not careful, you will be killed by these small hole spiders. Lin Zhi also caught a glimpse of the demon. At this moment, she was holding a long whip and wantonly slaughtering the small spiders around her. Lin Zhi observed for a while and felt that the monks could still stabilize the situation for a while, so he stopped paying too much attention and began to look around for the old man. After searching around for a long time, Lin Zhi unknowingly moved away from the center of the battle and looked around aimlessly. Fortunately, the wild beasts near the pit heard the aftermath of the battle and either retreated or were attracted over there by the noise of the battle, so Lin Zhi's did not encounter any danger at all. As he walked, Lin Zhi came to an ancient round stone gate. The middle of the stone gate was tightly guarded by layers of spider silk, like a solid wall of iron and steel, emitting a heart-pounding and powerful aura, blocking Lin's way forward. Lin Zhi instinctively realized that this place was extraordinary. He had been traveling through many mines, but this was the first time he encountered a stone gate guarded by cave spider silk. Moreover, this stone door is very old, and the patterns carved on the door panels have been rubbed almost smooth by time, and only faint traces can be vaguely seen. Lin Zhi didn't dare to touch the spider silk. He couldn't be sure whether there were any remaining cave spiders inside the stone gate waiting for an opportunity to strike. So he became timid and prepared to turn around and leave, ready to continue exploring other cave entrances. However, at this moment, the ancient stone door suddenly collapsed as if it had been hit violently. In an instant, stones flew everywhere like raindrops, dust filled the air, and Lin Zhi dodged the flying stones in panic. Despite this, some stones still hit him hard, causing him unbearable pain. Who the hell is so wicked? Lin Zhi held his head and cursed in his heart. A stone hit his forehead, and a big bump like a steamed bun appeared on it, which looked extremely funny. When the dust settled, Lin Zhi looked towards the door, only to be surprised to see old man Qingshan standing inside the door with Ji Shuiyan in his arms, looking at him with a smile on his face. Old man, I finally found you. It's great to see that you are safe and sound. Lin Zhi stood up as if relieved, shook off the stone debris on his body, and walked towards the door. Old man Qingshan had been hiding inside the door before. Just now, he sensed Lin Zhi's breath with his keen sense, and he ruthlessly blasted open the stone door, keeping Lin Zhi here. Brother Lin, come in quickly, Grandpa said he found a wonderful place. The little girl in old man Qingshan's arms shouted excitedly. Lin Zhi stepped into the door, and with the faint light emitted by the stone, he could barely see the scenery inside the door. The space inside the cave is narrow, about the size of Lin's house. There is a faint flash of cold light in front, which gives it a sense of mystery and arouses curiosity. At the same time, Lin Zhi heard a few crisp, drip sounds, as if water drops were falling rhythmically. Master, what is this place? Through the talisman paper on Lin Zhi's forehead and the sound of the stone door shattering, Lin Zhi realized that the old man next to him was not as old and weak as he seemed. However, he had never heard the old man mention this matter, and it was obvious that he was intentionally concealing it, so Lin Zhi did not want to ask more questions. This is the most precious place in the black gold mine. It contains a large amount of black gold stone marrow. More importantly, this place actually contains the spiritual marrow source liquid that accompanies the black gold stone marrow. This is truly a rare treasure. Old man Qingshan stroked his white beard and said with a smile on his face, feeling extremely happy. Lin Zhi had just traveled from Blue Star and had never heard of the black gold stone marrow and the accompanying spirit marrow source liquid, so naturally he did not know their value. He couldn't help scratching his head and continued to ask, "Old man, what is the use of this black gold stone marrow and the accompanying spiritual marrow source fluid? This thing is very rare." The old man saw that Lin Zhi was so ignorant. It was understandable that he had never heard of the companion spirit marrow source liquid. After all, it was rare to see it once in a million years, but he didn't even know about the black gold stone marrow. If the news of such treasures leaked out on the barbarian continent, it would surely attract scramble from all the major powers, and might even lead to a bloody storm. The old man adjusted his mood and continued, "Black gold stone marrow is the best quality in the black gold ore. Usually, only a small amount of it can be produced from black gold ore that has been precipitated for tens of thousands of years. Black gold ore can only be used to refine magic weapons, but black gold stone marrow combined with some top-grade materials can be made into top-grade spiritual treasures, which can give birth to spirituality in treasures. And the companion spirit marrow source fluid is hard to come by in a century. Just one drop of this fluid can instantly heal a seriously injured person. If it is refined into a pill, one pill can even bring a dying person back to life. It is also very beneficial for cultivation. If you take one drop, there will be no bottleneck in your cultivation." After hearing this, even Lin Zhi, who had never known about it before, couldn't help but be shocked. This companion spirit marrow liquid could actually bring the dead back to life. Isn't this definitely a miracle drug? Lin Zhi suddenly thought of Lin Hua's image, and asked anxiously, "Old man, can this companion spirit essence fluid be effective for those who have lost their inner elixir and their cultivation?" Ji Qingshan glanced at Lin Zhi, and the image of the bird that Lin Zhi had always carefully cared for and carried with him emerged in his mind. He seemed to have understood something, and after a little thought, he asked, "You are talking about your mysterious bird, right?" When Ji Qingshan first saw the bird, he felt vaguely familiar with it. Now, after hearing Lin Zhi's words, he already had the answer in his mind. When Lin Zhi heard the old man reveal the secret, he became more curious about the old man's identity. Although Lin Hua was well protected by himself, many people had witnessed it. Everyone regarded it as a pet raised by Lin Zhi for entertainment, but Ji Qingshan was the only one who saw Lin Hua's true identity. Lin Zhi no longer concealed the truth and told the whole story of how Lin Hua offered her inner elixir to save herself, but she was severely injured, her cultivation was wiped out, and she turned into a bird. As for Blue Star and the Jade Token, Lin Zhi did not mention a word. This is not because he does not trust old man Qingshan. Although they have only been together for a short time, Lin Zhi sincerely regards the old man and the little girl as his relatives. Especially since old man Qingshan saved his life and even told Lin Zhi about the extremely precious magic medicine in front of him without reservation, it was obvious that he regarded Lin Zhi as his own family. However, the jade token on his chest had a special origin and was coveted by the demons. Lin Zhi was afraid that the old man would meet with misfortune after knowing this, so he did not dare to tell him everything for a while. After hearing Lin Zhi's words, Ji Qingshan couldn't help but stare at Lin Zhi again, and his evaluation of Lin Zhi in his heart increased a little bit. As a member of the Gentian Zhuanyao clan that has been guarding the long river of time, the old man also knows a thing or two about the rumors. Most people in this clan are upright, have pure minds, and are powerful but never bully the weak. It has always stood before the world with its righteous image, and its good name has been passed down from mouth to mouth throughout this vast world. The inner elixir is like the source of life to the Gentian Zhuanyao. Its importance is self-evident. The fact that it can use the inner elixir to save Lin Zhi shows how important Lin Zhi is to this bird. The companion spirit marrow source fluid is very effective in treating injuries. One drop of it will cure your injuries. However, it is useless for those who have lost their inner elixir. Even if you want to practice again, it is a pipe dream, let alone transforming into a human again. Ji Qingshan's words were like a cold wind, chilling Lin Zhi's heart. The light of expectation in his eyes instantly disappeared, and his mood also became a little depressed. However, it's not that there is no way. It's just extremely difficult. If we use the companion spirit marrow source fluid as the medicine, and then carefully refine it into a pill with some other top-level divine medicines, the inner elixir can be reshaped, and even the aptitude will be greatly improved. It is rare in the world. However, I have never heard of this kind of prescription. If you have any ideas, you can go to the Shandan continent to inquire about it. Lin Zhi silently memoized the name in his heart. Ji Qingshan couldn't bear to see the young man in front of him looking so depressed. So he told a method he remembered, but it was too difficult. For the boy, the road ahead was still long and rugged. When Lin Zhi heard that there was still hope, he immediately smiled and his smart eyes lit up with excitement. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will work hard for it. Ji Qingshan smiled slightly, not wanting to pour cold water on Lin Zhi anymore. He couldn't help but recall his own youth, when he had also been so courageous. Be fearless and work hard towards your dream. Being young is so enviable. Ji Qingshan whispered softly. Noticing that the sounds of fighting in the distance were gradually weakening, Ji Qingshan realized that the battle was nearing its end. He hurriedly called out to Lin Zhi and took out all the black gold stone marrow in the cave. He deftly stuffed a small half of the black gold stone marrow into his storage space, and then took out a space talisman paper. He carefully stuffed the other half of the black gold stone marrow into it, and then placed it on Lin Zhi's arm. Before Lin Zhi could come to his senses, he felt his arm suddenly sink. The talisman paper seemed to become invisible and sank into his arm. This is a talisman paper used to store items. The half of the black gold stone marrow is stored in it. Old man Qingshan explained softly, and then taught Lin Zhi the method of opening the talisman paper, in case he didn't know how to take it out when he needed it in the future. Immediately afterwards, Ji Qingshan produced a gourd-shaped treasure bottle from somewhere. The bottle was shining with dazzling light and exuding a powerful aura. He waved his sleeves lightly, and the companion spirit marrow source fluid in the cave was sucked up by the roots and into the gourd vase. If I call you, will you answer me? Lin Zhi looked at this scene, and suddenly the film and television clips he had seen on Blue Star emerged in his mind, and he couldn't help but blurt out. What are you mumbling about there, kid? Ji Qingshan listened to Lin Zhi's mumbling, as if he was looking at a fool, and thought to himself, this kid has a very good character, but it's a pity that his brain is not very smart. The battle in the pit in the distance had stopped. Ji Qingshan handed the bottle in his hand to Lin Zhi, who was shocked. He originally thought that old man Qingshan would take these precious things for himself, and he had no other thoughts about it. After all, this place was discovered by the old man, so it is understandable that he didn't give it to me. I can ask the old man for some money to keep for refining pills in the future. Unexpectedly, Ji Qingshan gave all these priceless companion spirit marrow source fluids to himself. In an instant, an indescribable feeling of emotion surged in my heart. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Xueyan and I each took a drop of this source liquid before you came. Now that the old man is strong and energetic, this thing is useless to me. You can take it all. Remember, you must never tell anyone that you own this divine object, even to your closest relatives. Do you understand? The old man spoke to Lin Zhi earnestly. He has experienced many vicissitudes of life, and the years of trials have made him see too much of the ugliness of human nature. However, only from Lin Zhi did he feel the care like that from a family member. He naturally knew that Lin Zhi had come all the way to find him, although he didn't know what kind of hardships and dangers Lin Zhi had experienced in this mine. But looking at Lin Zhi's tattered clothes and the occasional scabbed wounds, one could guess that there must be danger lurking around. Chapter 19 Realm Division. Lin Zhi wanted to say something more, but when he heard that the battle in the distance was over, he could only tie the gourd tightly around his waist and silently keep this friendship in his heart. Afterwards, he set out on his journey home with Ji Qingshan and Xiao Xueyan. Lin Zhi did not have the magical space formation card like Ma Yao, so he could not teleport back to any place underground instantly. He could only pass through one deep pit after another and return to the outside of the mine with difficulty. Fortunately, Lin Zhi had walked back and forth several times in order to find the two people, and he had already memorized these routes, so he did not encounter any danger. The dazzling sunlight was like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Lin Zhi's eyes. He subconsciously closed his eyes and tried to adapt to the dazzling light outside. After a few breaths, he slowly opened his eyes. The scene in front of him made him stunned. He saw the demon walking towards him anxiously. "Where have you been? Don't you know that there are dangers all over the place?" The charmer had a look on her face, and her voice seemed to carry a hint of anger, but her eyes were filled with concern. "I haven't seen the old man and his family for a long time. I was very worried, so I went down to look for them again." Lin Zhi scratched his head and an awkward smile appeared on his face, like a child who had done something wrong. In front of old man Qingshan and Ji Shuiyan, the demon in front of him was obviously a little too worried. The battle had just ended, and there were countless casualties around the pit, but the demon only asked Lin. "There is something very, very wrong with these two people," Ji Qingshan thought to himself. "Did you kill the adult cave spider?" Lin Zhi asked curiously. "No, the monster escaped an elder Lai and the others were injured." There was a hint of helplessness in the demon's voice. She changed the subject and continued, "Just take a good rest here for the next 2 days. The Nuke tribe will send another group of strong men to come. We can start mining after the mines are repaired. Remember, don't even think about running away. Some people who escaped during the previous battle were chased back to where they were and killed. If you want to leave, tell me and I'll find a way for you." When these words came out, Lin Zhi was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. "Will you let me go?" Ma Yao rolled her eyes at him, then smiled seductively at Lin Zhi and said, "If you don't want to leave, being a gigolo here wouldn't be bad." Lin Zhi didn't respond. He took Ji Shuiyan's hand and left quickly. Ji Qingshan behind him returned to his old, weak and sick appearance. After apologizing, he followed Lin Zhi's steps closely, obviously deliberately hiding something. The demon who was standing there looked at Lin Zhi, who was so bold as to leave without answering her. But he didn't pursue anything. He just smiled and went back to his residence to heal his wounds. Lin Zhi had already agreed with Ma Yao to let the old man and Ji Shuiyan move into his room and live together, so the three of them did not separate and walked towards Lin Zhi's room together. As soon as she entered the house, Lin Hua flew to Lin Zhi's shoulder like a flash of lightning. The thrilling sound of the battle in the pit before also alarmed Lin Hua. At this moment, seeing Lin Zhi return safely, the heavy stone in Lin Hua's heart was instantly relieved. Lin Zhi hurriedly took out the gourd from his waist, carefully poured out a drop of companion spirit marrow source liquid, and fed it to Lin Hua. Although Lin Hua knew nothing about this drop of mysterious liquid, she opened her cherry mouth defenselessly and swallowed it. In an instant, Lin Hua felt as if her body was submerged by a surging force of huge energy, which was flowing around like a spring breeze. Her body was constantly being repaired, and the internal injuries caused by the shattering of her inner elixir were slowly getting better. Chirp. Lin Hua gave a pleasant chirp, then lay comfortably on Lin Zhi's shoulder, with its tiny paws spread out and a look of contentment on its face. After inviting old man Qingshan and the little girl into the room and asking them to sit down, Lin Zhi walked out of the room like a gust of wind. After a while, he and Wenwu came back carrying a bed. Since there was only a big bed in Lin Zhi's room, Lin Zhi brought back the bed that had been arranged for old man Qingshan, and prepared to give the big bed to the grandfather and grandson, while he would sleep in the small bed. After enthusiastically inviting Wenwu to help and sit down, Lin Zhi poured them a cup of steaming hot tea, exchanged a few words with Wenwu, and then sent him out of the room. After what happened last time, Lin Zhi and Wenwu have become friends from enemies, and Wenwu also admires Lin Zhi, thinking that although he is young, he is thorough and impeccable in his work, so he is naturally happy to make friends with him. The place where he was mining was far away from Lin Zhi and the others, so he did not encounter any danger. When the battle started, he was organized by the person in charge to return to the room and wait for orders. When he saw Lin Zhi coming to his room to carry the bed, he offered his help without hesitation. After seeing Wenwu off, the little girl lay down on Lin Zhi's wide bed exhausted from long hours of work, and soon fell into a sweet dream. Lin Hua was gently taken off Lin Zhi's shoulder and carefully placed next to the little girl's pillow, silently repairing her injuries. Ji Qingshan and Lin Zhi sat opposite each other, sipping tea quietly. For a moment, the whole room was immersed in a quiet atmosphere. Do you have a lot of questions to ask me? Ji Qingshan took a sip of tea, reached out and stroked his pale beard, with an indifferent expression on his face, and spoke slowly. Lin Zhi's mind was indeed full of doubts. He originally thought that Ji Qingshan was just an ordinary old man with no accomplishments, and he brought his young grandson with him. Their lives were very miserable, so Lin Zhi felt pity for them and tried to take care of them as much as possible. However, the plot suddenly took a dramatic turn. This seemingly ordinary old man turned out to be a hidden and powerful man. Although Lin Zhi did not understand the other party's true strength, judging from Ji Qingshan's profound knowledge and the extraordinary temperament he inadvertently revealed, his cultivation must be unfathomable. Lin Zhiban thought that if the old man deliberately concealed his identity, he would not ask too many questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets. However, when he saw Ji Qingshan taking the initiative to bring up the topic, Lin Zhi was slightly startled, and then he asked, "Old man, you are not an ordinary person, right?" After a moment's silence, Ji Qingshan said, "I am from the demon clan. I was framed by my own nephew and fled here with serious injuries. I wanted to find a quiet place to heal my wounds, but I didn't expect to be captured by the people of King Kong village and was eventually sent here." When Lin Zhi heard the old man's words, his heart skipped a beat and his mouth opened slightly, as if an egg could fit in it. Someone from the demon clan. Through Lin Hua, Lin Zhi also gained a certain understanding of the demons. Recalling the giant finger that was chasing Lin Hua at the beginning, and the demon dog that was corroded by evil spirit behind it, they both left a very bad impression on him. Coupled with the influence of Blue Star's film and television works, Lin Zhi felt that the demon clan was a supervillain, full of extremely vicious criminals. Unexpectedly, the person who saved my life also gave me the extremely precious companion spirit marrow source fluid. After spending many days together, the kind old man that Lin Zhi had regarded as a relative turned out to be a demon. "You are actually a demon?" Lin Zhi couldn't accept it for a moment and asked in surprise. Ji Qingshan naturally understood what Lin Zhi was thinking. He did not explain anything. He just stared at Lin Zhi and slowly said something. Sometimes, don't listen to one side of the story, and don't be blinded by appearances, but believe in your own feelings. Lin Zhi obviously understood the deep meaning of the old man's words, and his impression of the demons in his heart also changed a little. It seems that not all demons are evil. At least Lin Zhi felt deep down in his heart that this mysterious old man Qingshan must be a good person to him. Lin Zhi was originally just an ordinary boy living on the Blue Star, but by chance, he was transported here by the jade token hidden in his chest. As for cultivation and this barbarian continent, he was confused and had no idea about it. He was even clueless about how the strength here was divided, and how he should practice. He just ignorantly practiced the skills taught by Lin Hua over and over again. Therefore, after learning that old man Qingshan was unfathomable, Lin Zhi asked all his doubts at once, like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. "Old man, can you tell me how the realms of strength here are divided?" This is the question that Lin Zhi is most concerned about. After going through several life and death tests, he can't wait to become stronger, so he naturally asked this key question. In this vast world, there are as many cultivators as stars, and there are countless sects. Spiritual cultivation is the mainstream. In addition, refining pills, refining equipment, refining talismans, and refining formations are also extremely important. There is a unified division among all spiritual cultivation realms. The most basic ones are the mortal skin realm, mortal bone realm, and mortal blood realm. The mortal muscle realm is the first threshold for a spiritual practitioner to enter the path of cultivation. It can make a spiritual practitioner's physique strong and his strength increase dramatically. And the ordinary bone realm has the effect of strengthening the tendons and bones and widening the meridians. Finally, the blood realm is to strengthen the power of the bloodline, paving the way for the body to absorb spiritual energy more efficiently. These three realms are merely the foundations for spiritual practitioners. Only by crossing these three realms and reaching the earth spirit realm can one comprehend the spiritual energy of the world and use it for one's own benefit. Those who can control spiritual energy and have extraordinary strength can soar into the sky, disappear into the ground without a trace, move mountains and fill the sea. Only then can they truly open the door to spiritual cultivation. Ji Qingshan patiently explained the division of realms, however, he only briefly described the most basic few realms. He saw at a glance that Lin Zhi had just entered the mortal skin realm. The road ahead was long and difficult. Even if he knew the subsequent realms, it would be of no help. After hearing the old man's detailed explanation, Lin Zhi suddenly became enlightened. He also remembered that he had been practicing the skills in his mind, and couldn't help but ask, "Old man, what realm do you think I am in now?" You have just entered the early stage of the mortal muscle realm." Ji Qingshan knew nothing about how long Lin Zhi had been practicing, and continued, "You have a very good character, but unfortunately your comprehension is a little inferior." After listening to this, Lin Zhi recalled the mysterious experience he had in the prison cell of King Kong village when he was teleported to the barbarian continent by the Jade token. "I understood clearly in my heart that it was probably during that time that I entered the initial stage of the mortal skin realm. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed and scratched my head a little embarrassedly. Grandpa, I don't have any practice method. I only have the one that Lin Hu taught me before, which is said to be used to strengthen the body and be close to spiritual energy. Although my body has become much stronger, my strength has not improved significantly. How can I quickly improve my strength?" Chapter 20: The Middle Stage of Mortal Realm. Lin Zhi longed to become stronger deep in his heart. Now, at the beginning, the mysterious old man Qingshan answered his questions. Naturally, he wanted to know more. After hearing Lin Zhi's words, the old man began to look at Lin Zhi carefully. After hearing the skills practiced by Lin Zhi, the old man realized that they were just for laying the foundation and had no effect on improving his cultivation. However, Lin Zhi relied on these skills to enter the realm of mortal flesh. Although it has a lot to do with the extremely high quality of the skills, Lin Zhi's own talent cannot be underestimated. If ordinary people don't have skills, let alone this most basic mortal realm, it will be difficult to even reach the threshold. I do have some cultivation techniques here, all prepared for Xueyan, but they are all demonic techniques. I wonder if you are interested in practicing them." When Lin Zhi heard that the old man had a method of practicing martial arts, he was overjoyed, but he calmed down in a moment. "Old man, the magic skills of the demon clan are not the kind that hurt people's lives and endanger others, right?" When Ji Qingshan heard this, he immediately laughed out of anger. "What are you thinking, kid? This is a cultivation method, not some evil magic. How could this be possible?" After hearing this, Lin Zhi felt relieved. He stood up and kowtowed to Ji Qingshan respectfully several times. He said solemnly and seriously, "Master, please accept my disciple's greetings." Naturally, Lin Zhi learned this set of movements from film and television dramas. After all, Ji Qingshan not only saved his life, but also taught him the cultivation method. Lin Zhi felt that it was natural to kowtow. After all, if a figure like Ji Qingshan appeared on Blue Star, he would be a well-deserved god. Who would dare to disrespect him? Ji Qingshan was shocked when he saw Lin Zhi's smooth operation. Originally, he just thought that this kid was a promising talent and was only prepared to teach him a set of skills. However, he did not expect Lin Zhi to make such a big fuss, obviously wanting to take him as his master. You have to know that in this spiritual world, becoming a disciple is an extremely solemn and serious matter. Once the apprenticeship is successful, it means that Lin Zhi has truly integrated into Ji Qingshan's life. That really is the saying, once a teacher, always a father. In this way, Lin Zhi's seniority instantly rises. From now on, when Xiao Xueyan sees Lin Zhi again, she can no longer call him brother, but must call him Uncle Lin Zhi. Ji Qingshan had never expected Lin Zhi to act like this. His expression was serious and he asked sternly, "Aren't you worried that I'm from the demon clan? Aren't you worried about why I am seriously injured and hiding here? Aren't you worried that my enemies will come and implicate you?" After asking a series of questions, Ji Qingshan's mood became a little solemn, but his calm face revealed an expression of anticipation, as if he really wanted to hear what Lin Zhi would answer. "Master said something very good, believe in your own inner thoughts. In my heart, I feel that my master is a good person. As for his experiences and enemies, they are insignificant. If I succeed in my training, I will definitely help master to avenge him. Even if master gets involved, that is my own choice. Without my master, I would have died in the mines before. So I am not afraid." The worry on Ji Qingshan's face instantly disappeared. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Great. I never thought that after wasting half my life, I, Ji Qingshan, could actually accept such a good disciple." He naturally understood Lin Zhi and knew that Lin Zhi had a kind heart, and he had a high opinion of Lin Zhi. Now that he could accept her as his disciple, he was naturally very happy. After saying that, he took out the skills, and also took out some spirit stones, pills, and a space ring for storing items, and handed them to Lin Zhi. This is a space ring, a volume of cultivation techniques, and some basic mortal pills. You should take one pill every day to assist your cultivation, and your efficiency will be higher. In addition to being a spiritual practitioner, I am also a master of refining talismans. When you reach the earth spirit realm, you can learn the art of refining talismans. Ji Qingshan looked at the gourd on Lin Zhi's waist and said, quickly put these things and the gourd treasure bottle into the space ring to avoid being targeted by people with ulterior motives. Lin Zhi hurriedly thanked him, put away the gourd bottle with excitement, and couldn't wait to take out the cultivation method and study it with full concentration. The next moment, Lin Zhi started to practice his skills with all his heart. All of a sudden, gurgling spiritual energy gathered around Lin Zhi, and flowed into Lin Zhi's body bit by bit, washing Lin Zhi's body as before. Soon, Lin Zhi felt a surging wave coming from his dantian. Having had such an experience once, Lin Zhi knew that he had broken through again and had become a cultivator in the middle stage of the mortal muscle realm. This technique is so magical that it allowed a breakthrough so quickly. Lin Zhi was still marveling at the power of the practice technique. He didn't notice Ji Qingshan's astonishment beside him. In just half an hour, he broke through. Although it is the lowest level of breakthrough, the speed is still astonishingly fast. Knock, knock, knock. Just at this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Lin Zhi hurriedly put away his skills and walked quickly towards the door. When the door opened, the maid Xiaolan was seen standing at the door, holding a large basin of animal meat that was even bigger than yesterday. There was another girl behind her, also holding a plate. There were clearly 4 wine jugs on the plate, and a small box next to it. It was obvious that they knew there were 2 more people on Lin Zhi's side, so they prepared some more. Master Mayao sent me to bring you food again, as well as a soul-restoring pill to heal Master's injuries. After spending yesterday together, Xiaolan's face looked much less frightened and her tone became more natural. Ignoring the objections of Xiaolan and the other girl, Lin Zhi once again invited them into their house, took out a pot of fine wine and poured it into a cup to toast Ji Qingshan. He woke up Ji Shuiyan again, handed each of them a piece of animal meat, and then started to eat with relish. He naturally knew that this was specially prepared by the demon for him, but unlike his worries yesterday, Lin Zhi accepted it more calmly today. After all, having experienced life and death with the demon, he knew that the demon might not be as cruel and ruthless as the rumors said. At least she was very good to him. Even if he had ill intentions towards me yesterday, after today, I'm afraid I won't be in any danger anymore. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Zhi put the remaining meat and a pot of wine back into their basin and asked Xiaolan to send it to Wang Wu. Although Wang Wu has no ability and is not a good person, he has become friends with him after all. He will not suffer any loss by using the leftovers as a favor. What's the relationship between this demon and you? Ji Qingshan asked teasingly with a curious look on his face after the 2 left. Lin Zhi then told Ji Qingshan what had happened in the mine today, and Ji Qingshan also noticed that the talisman paper on Lin Zhi's forehead had disappeared. It was clearly triggered, but Lin Zhi didn't expect that he would encounter such a huge crisis. What's even more amazing is that Ji Qingshan originally intended to use this talisman to protect Lin Zhi from the evil spirit at the critical moment, but unexpectedly he ended up saving both of them. Thinking of how Lin Zhi had gone through such a dangerous situation and still returned to find him, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He looked at his granddaughter again. He really had not misjudged this kid. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Zhi sat contentedly on his little bed, took out the pill from his space ring, and swallowed one. He then carefully poured out a drop of companion spirit marrow source liquid from the gourd bottle, put it in his mouth, and began to practice with full concentration. Along with the strong spiritual power coming from his dantian, Lin Zhi could even clearly feel his own cultivation level, which was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The injuries he had suffered also improved rapidly, and the powerful feeling became clearer and clearer. He couldn't help but sigh that this companion spirit marrow source liquid was indeed a rare treasure. Although Lin Zhi had just started practicing, he understood that the path of practice was like climbing a mountain and could not be achieved overnight. However, he was still delighted with the improvement in his strength. After hearing what his master had said before, that the earth spirit realm of flying into the sky, moving mountains and filling the sea was the first step into the door of spiritual cultivation, Lin Zhi's yearning for cultivation became more and more intense. By the time I have mastered my training, I can fly in front of the fat man in minutes, and he will be so envious that his eyes will pop out, Lin Zhi thought excitedly. Chapter 21 A Sudden Idea. Calming down, Lin Zhi thought about many things carefully during his cultivation. From the moment he met Lin Hua on his balcony, the gears of fate began to turn quietly. In just over 10 days, Lin Zhi's experience was like a colorful painting, more exciting than the previous 10 years. He has experienced the magic of body swapping and has also experienced an incredible time travel. Witnessing with his own eyes how fresh lives fell before him like withered flowers made him feel the fragility and impermanence of life. He experienced several life and death crises and met some powerful people beyond his comprehension, which made him feel awe. A dozen days ago, if someone had told Lin Zhi that his future life would be so eventful, Lin Zhi would have certainly laughed it off and would not have believed it at all. He never imagined that he could embark on the path of cultivating immortals and impact the earth spirit realm mentioned by the old man Qingshan. It all seemed like a dream. At this moment, Lin Zhi's thoughts surged like the tide. He thought of the missing fat man, who was his best friend since childhood. He thought of his parents who had raised him with great difficulty, of Lin Hua's extremely holy figure, and even the demon appeared in his mind. When these thoughts flashed through Lin Zhi's mind like shooting stars, his determination to cultivate immortality became even stronger. For him now, being able to recover Lin Hua's cultivation and help his master avenge his death. Also, he hopes to find his way home one day. These goals guide him in the direction of progress. Lin Zhi knew that achieving his goal would be full of difficulties, just like climbing a steep mountain. But he was determined to reach the highest peak and achieve these goals as soon as possible. Because of this, Lin Zhi was extremely serious about cultivation. Whenever he had time, he would devote himself to it wholeheartedly. Even his sleeping time was used for cultivation. He didn't know how high his talent was, nor did he know how difficult it was to cross the threshold of his realm. He only knows that as long as he works harder, success will beckon him. Lin Zhi was practicing his skills madly, and the spiritual energy around him washed over his body again and again like a trickle of water. Through his previous upgrade experience, Lin Zhi felt that it would not be difficult for him to break through to the late stage of the mortal muscle realm, but he also understood that he had just broken through to the middle stage of the mortal muscle realm and there was still a long way to go. Knowing that he had only been practicing for a short time, the most urgent task was to consolidate his foundation, so Lin Zhi did not rush to reach the later stage. Instead, he silently suppressed the spiritual power in his dantian, at least until he had fully adapted to it before trying to break through. During the practice, Lin Zhi felt the spiritual power in his body entwining him intimately, as if it was one with his thoughts, and it seemed that he could already control a trace of the spiritual power in his body. If Ji Qingshan knew about Lin Zhi's actions, he would be so shocked that his jaw would drop and he would sigh that Lin Zhi was a freak. In this vast world, monks all have their own methods of cultivation. And what everyone knows is that the three realms of the mortal realm are only used to build a solid foundation. Compared with ordinary people, they are just stronger in body and have increased strength. Only by entering the earth spirit realm can one use spiritual power. Only then can one transcend the mortal world and become a true cultivator. However, Lin Zhi is only in the middle stage of the mortal muscle realm, but he can actually use spiritual power. In this vast world, this is absolutely contrary to common sense. Lin Zhi didn't know what it meant that he could control spiritual power. Suddenly, he remembered the various moves in the movies and TV series he had watched on Blue Star. He was seen holding his breath and concentrating, controlling the spiritual power in his dantian as if walking on thin ice, and gathering it between the index finger of his right hand. Feeling the faint spiritual power pulsating at his fingertips, Lin Zhi threw his hands, trying to see what the consequences would be if he ejected this spiritual power. Unfortunately, the result went against his wishes. The spiritual power was still gathered at his fingertips as solid as a rock. No matter how hard Lin Zhi tried, he couldn't get rid of it. Sure enough, movies and TV dramas are all fooling people, Lin Zhi thought to himself. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Zhi's mind, and it was useless for him to gather all his spiritual power at his fingertips. But if I diffuse the spiritual power from my body and wrap it around my fingertips, will it be effective? Thinking of this, Lin Zhi mobilized the spiritual power in his dantian without hesitation. Those traces of spiritual power were like lively elves, happily emanating from Lin Zhi's pores. Under Lin Zhi's precise control, they quickly gathered at the tip of his right index finger, but this time the spiritual power tightly wrapped around the fingertips from the outside. Lin Zhi swung the vase on the windowsill violently, swoosh. The spiritual power made a faint sound in the air, like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing away with unparalleled speed and power. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhi heard a bang, and when he looked up, he saw that the vase had broken into pieces, making a crisp sound. The noise was like a thunderclap, which scared Ji Shuiyan, who was sleeping. The little girl lay on the bed like a frightened rabbit, curled up, rubbing her eyes, and looking at Lin Zhi in horror with a sleepy look. Lin Hua, who was silently repairing her internal injuries, was also awakened. She spread her wings, leaped lightly, and flew to Lin Zhi's shoulder. Ji Qingshan, who was in a state of meditation, stood up as if he was electrocuted, and looked at Lin Zhi in shock. "You did this? Have you broken through to the earth spirit realm?" Ji Qingshan asked Lin Zhi excitedly, his voice full of disbelief. However, on second thought, Lin Zhi had just broken through to the middle stage of the mortal muscle realm in front of him, and it was impossible for him to break through two small realms in such a short period of time. For a moment, he was completely confused, then changed his words and asked Lin Zhi affirmatively, "No, it's impossible for you to break through to the earth spirit realm. How did you do it?" Looking at Ji Qingshan's shocked expression, and then looking at the broken vase, Lin Zhi's face showed an incredible expression. He stared at his index finger blankly and muttered to himself, "This actually worked. What a powerful force." Then, Lin Zhi told Ji Qingshan how he did it. Ji Qingshan was shocked again when he heard that Lin Zhi could actually control the spiritual power to flow through his body and even spread it out of his body and gather at one point to shoot out. His face turned pale, and he looked scared. Are all young people nowadays so fierce? Below the earth spirit realm, if you want to control your spiritual power, it is harder than ascending to heaven. If you try rashly, once your spiritual power gets out of control, the consequences will be disastrous. At the very least, the meridians will be damaged, and at the worst, the person may go into insanity and endanger his life. You actually succeeded, it's really jaw-dropping. When Lin Zhi heard this, he was also terrified. This thing was so dangerous. Although he didn't know why he could do something that ordinary people couldn't achieve, fortunately, he succeeded. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although he has a rare treasure, the spirit marrow source liquid, but if he gets possessed, it is still unknown whether he can be cured. This ability must not be used without authorization unless it is a life and death situation. In any case, we are extremely lucky this time. It is better to be cautious before we have complete control over it. Ji Qingshan said seriously. Although Lin Zhi felt that his spiritual power was particularly friendly and as easy to use as an arm, he did not refute Ji Qingshan's kind reminder, but agreed solemnly. Anyway, I was just trying it on a whim. After seeing the power of this move, I think it's a good trump card to save my life. Lin Zhi gently stroked Lin Hua, and then coaxed Ji Shuiyan tenderly. The little girl giggled happily like a silver bell. Everyone felt relieved, and Lin Zhi devoted himself to cultivation again. Chapter 22 Discussing Leaving. The night passed quietly, and the next morning, Lin Zhi got up early and went out. After practicing all night, Lin Zhi was now infinitely close to the late stage of the mortal muscle realm. As long as he wanted, he could easily cross this threshold. The spiritual power in his body was more than twice as much as before, and his body became stronger. If he were to meet that little cave spider again now, Lin Zhi believed that he would no longer be a lamb to be slaughtered. If he could use his unique skills, he might be able to seriously injure it. Obviously, after yesterday's experience, Lin Zhi is no longer the ignorant newbie. Lin Zhi couldn't wait to go out early, with the purpose of finding the demon. He knew very well that he still lacked a weapon that satisfied his needs. Now that he had the black gold stone marrow, he began to think about collecting materials. By the way, he could also ask Ma Yao where he could find a master weapon refiner with superb skills so that he could carefully prepare his own weapon. Now that Ji Qingshan's injuries have healed after swallowing their companion spirit marrow source liquid, it is not difficult for him to leave this place. However, Lin Zhi felt that in order to be on the safe side, he should try his best to prevent his master from exposing his cultivation level so as to avoid being noticed by his enemies. After careful consideration, he felt that it would be most appropriate to consult Ma Yao. After all, Ma Yao had promised Lin Zhi that if he wanted to leave this place, he could seek her help. Lin Zhi looked around but couldn't find the demon. Instead, he saw the maid Xiaolan. He hurriedly went up to her and asked her, and learned that the demon was inside the mine. Yesterday's battle was thrilling. The two sides were fighting fiercely. Many parts of the mine were severely damaged and had already collapsed. The demon was directing everyone to dig and repair the mine. Lin Zhi was a little cautious when he stepped into the mine again, fearing that he would encounter ferocious demon beasts again. However, Lin Zhi's worries were obviously unnecessary. When he arrived at the mine, he found that it was in ruins. But many people are already busy cleaning up, including some mortal cultivators. Lin Zhi also saw many people who were assigned to the same group as him. As for Lin Zhi and the other two, it was obvious that the charmer wanted Lin Zhi to have a rest and did not call Lin Zhi to clean up. I saw that there was a basket next to each person, and they were obviously cleaning and picking up the scattered black gold stones. Lin Zhi did not stay here for long. He saw from afar that the demon was commanding everyone. Sometimes he would raise his whip to beat those who were lazy and slack, making the people around him silent. Lin Zhi curled his lips in disdain and said, "Isn't this just a real tigress? I really don't know which man will be able to subdue her in the future." After saying that, he quickly walked towards the demon. "What are you mumbling about? Are you saying something bad about me?" The charmer had noticed Lin Zhi when he just arrived here, and naturally saw Lin Zhi mumbling to himself. When Lin Zhi approached, she asked in pretended anger. No, my lady, you are so beautiful that you are almost stunning, almost as stunning as the moon and flowers. Everyone loves you and flowers bloom when you see them and cars get flat tires when you see them. How dare I scold you?" Lin Zhi flattered with a guilty conscience. This woman has a really sharp sixth sense. Listening to Lin Zhi's continuous praise like a string of cannonballs, the charm demon who was in the barbarian continent had never experienced such things before, and she was immediately delighted and was dizzy with Lin Zhi's praise. "What do you want from me?" The demon smiled as beautiful as a flower, with a strange light flashing in her lively eyes. It seemed as if the surroundings were a little brighter, and it was obvious that the demon was in a very good mood at the moment. It seems that this person is also a person who likes to hear good words. Lin Zhi has already made up his mind. "I miss you so much, sister. Yesterday, you saved my life and took great care of me. Naturally, I came to thank you." Lin Zhi followed Ma Yao's wishes and didn't even call her sir at this moment. Since Ma Yao liked this, Lin Zhi naturally would not be stingy and sweet words poured out like a tide. The demon laughed so hard that her body shook, her breasts trembled with her laughter, and a blush appeared on her face. Everyone working around was secretly peeking at this beautiful scene, their eyes full of jealousy, staring straight at Lin Zhi. This pretty boy. This is the common feeling of everyone inside the mine. Since you miss me so much, go to my room and wait for me tonight. The charm demon said with a smile on her face. While speaking, she also practiced her skills slightly. A charming force emanated from her body, making her look even more attractive. Lin Zhi was hit instantly, his eyes widened like copper bells, with a slightly obscene smile on his face. He stared at the stunning face of the demon, his saliva almost flowing into a river. Suddenly, a refreshing force gushed out from Lin Zhi's chest and rushed straight to his mind. In an instant, Lin Zhi woke up as if from a dream. He lowered his head slightly and no longer dared to look directly at the woman in front of him. "This witch, I almost fell into her trap. Sister, please stop joking with your brother. I am so charming and kind-hearted. You will be a lucky brother-in-law in the future." Lin Zhi declined hurriedly. The charmer watched as Lin Zhi, who had been bewitched by her, came to his senses in the blink of an eye, and couldn't help but look at Lin Zhiga with a bit more gusto. Her spirit clan was born with enchanting powers of charm that those with weaker strength simply could not resist. And this Lin Zhi regained consciousness in just a moment, so he must be a capable person. Seeing this, Ma Yao no longer teased Lin Zhi. She had originally planned to treat this handsome and hot-blooded young man like the others before. If he cannot withstand his own temptation, he will suck it dry to death and strengthen his cultivation. However, before the plan was implemented, the two of them fell into danger together. The young man carried her on his seemingly thin but extremely broad back when he ran away. Whenever the demon recalled it, her heart would beat fast. Lin Zhi saved my life, so I naturally cannot treat Lin Zhi the same as others. Although the charm spirits are born with the power of charm, they are unable to possess love. Once they fall in love and something happens between them, the power of charm will get out of control. After sucking the other person dry, he simply accepted this unique brother as his own. So what exactly does the brother want to talk to his sister about? As her mood changed, the charmer treated Lin Zhi more gently. Lin Zhi no longer concealed anything and told the truth about his purpose. I was abducted here by the people from King Kong village. My cultivation is low, and my sister knows it very well. Coming here to mine every day is simply courting death. If it weren't for my sister's help yesterday, I'm afraid my body would have been cold by now. So, I decided to leave this place and go out to explore the world. I hope my sister will show some mercy. If I am lucky enough to achieve something in the future, I will definitely repay my sister for saving my life. Hearing Lin Zhi's words, my Yao felt a strong sense of reluctance in her heart. She knew very well that with Lin Zhi's level of cultivation, staying here would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, but she had been here for many years and finally met a young man who she liked. At this moment, my Yao really regarded Lin Zhi as her own brother. After hesitating for a moment, the demon sighed softly. Going out to explore the world is like going through a life-threatening situation. Here, I can still protect you. I'll go and ask Master Lai to show some leniency. I'll give you an easier job so you don't have to worry about going down the mine and losing your life. What do you think? Hearing the demon's caring attitude, Lin Zhi felt as if a 1,000-pound rock was pressing down on his heart, making it extremely heavy. Although I have always addressed my Yao as sister, she seems to genuinely treat me as her younger brother. The worry and care revealed in those words moved Lin Zhi so much that his words became more earnest. Thank you for your concern for me, but I have made up my mind. I want to become stronger and never want to be helpless when in danger. I hope you can understand me. Seeing this, the demon stopped trying to persuade him. People who practice Taoism seek to have a broad mind. If he forced Lin Zhi to stay, it seemed safe, but it might not be a good thing, so she simply agreed. So do you have any specific plans? Hearing this, Lin Zhi answered without hesitation, of course, I will flee from here first, and then go to this angry lion city to explore and find a treasured place for refining weapons, and forge a weapon that satisfies me. Hearing this, my Yao's heart moved, and he murmured for a moment, as if thinking about something, and said, this mine is still hundreds of miles away from Angry Lion City. It is surrounded by dense forests and wild beasts are rampant. It just so happens that I will be able to rest in a few days. I will take you there and introduce you to a master refiner with superb skills. Lin Zhi readily agreed. He had just arrived and was like a rootless duckweed. But now with the help of the charm demon, he felt much more relaxed. After saying that, Lin Zhi told my Yao about his idea of taking the old man and the other two away together, and my Yao agreed. Although manual labor is needed to mine in the mine, it is not a difficult task to take care of an old man and a 4-year-old girl, and I can do it myself. After the two men had discussed it, they agreed to set out on the journey together 3 days later. Lin Zhi hurriedly thanked him and returned to his residence. Chapter 23 Lu Chuan. The teleportation array lit up, and Lin Zhi walked out of the cave leisurely. Perhaps because he was about to leave here, Lin Zhi was in a very good mood and even walked much more briskly. In exchange for the rest of my life, I am not me, pain and joy tilder. Lin Zhi hummed his favorite song on Blue Star and walked towards the room, ready to tell everyone the good news. He was seriously injured and traveled to this place in a strange way. When he first arrived, he was captured and taken to the King Kong village, and then dragged into the black gold mine like a black slave. Now, he was finally able to break free of this cage and venture into this mysterious world of Jianghu. The excitement in Lin Zhi's heart was like a flood that burst its dam, surging endlessly. After all, who doesn't he want to ride a horse and travel around the world when they are young? At this moment, the door of the roadside house suddenly exploded, and a graceful figure flew out, and then fell heavily to the ground. With a puff sound, blood gushed out of her mouth. Xiaolan. Lin Zhi happened to pass by here, and recognized at a glance that the woman flying out in front of him was the maid Xiaolan, the thin woman who had brought him food and was invited by him to have dinner together. At this moment, she was lying on the ground powerlessly, her clothes stained with blood, and she was obviously seriously injured. Lin Zhi hurried over. Although he had only met her a few times, he had a very good impression of this girl. Seeing her lying on the ground seriously injured, how could Lin Zhi just sit there and do nothing? Just as Lin Zhi was about to help Xiaolan up from the ground, a figure slowly walked out of the broken door. Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? The man was shirtless, with countless hideous scars all over his body, which was creepy. His lower body was covered with animal skins, and he shouted at Lin Zhi with a cold look in his eyes. Lin Zhi's body couldn't help but tremble. He stopped what he was doing and looked back at the man. Who is this? His voice is as loud as a broken gong. It scared me. What's the matter? Lin Zhi's tone was filled with undisguised dissatisfaction. You bastard, you don't even know me. You dare to touch the person I want to punish, don't you take me seriously? The man in animal skins shouted again. As one of the managers of the mine, he was naturally very confident and even had a hint of murderous intent towards Lin Zhiman. Sir, I am new here and I don't know you. I hope you can teach me something so that I can remember it in my heart. Lin Zhi sneered in his heart. He really didn't know who this person was, but he was so arrogant and domineering, so he must have considerable power here. The man covered in animal skins is named Lu Chuan. Like the demon, he is also one of the managers here. In fact, he is not very strong, and he climbed to the position of manager only by relying on the relationship with Old Lai. After that, he became more and more arrogant and domineering, bullying men and women, doing all kinds of evil. Everyone is angry but dares not say anything. Disturbing the order of their mine without reason is simply showing disrespect to Master Lai. I, Lu Chuan, will let you know what the rules are today. A huge hat was put on Lin Zhi's head, and Lu Chuan could even kill Lin Zhi on the spot. After all, no one would offend him, the manager who has the support of Mr. Lai, for an insignificant minion. The gap between the two is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. What a shameless steward! Lin Zhi cursed in his heart, this is simply a false accusation, there is no shortage of excuses. As the manager of the Wujin mine, he convicted Lin Zhi based on just a few words. This abuse of power is extremely despicable. Boy, you should be more cautious in your next life. Not everyone can be offended by you. Lu Chuan sneered, having already made up his mind. Without saying a word, he flew up and punched Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi dodged hastily, and the fist passed by like a meteor, but finally fell. The powerful energy it emitted was like a bomb, blasting a big hole in the ground. Dust and fog immediately filled the air, and bricks flew everywhere. Damn it, this guy wants to kill me. Lin Zhi dodged in panic. At this moment, a long whip fell like a snake and hit Lu Chuan fiercely. Lu Chuan felt pain and quickly dodged to the side. A graceful figure had already landed beside Xiaolan. The demon took out a pill and fed it gently to Xiaolan. The demon's face was full of anger, like an enraged tiger. She picked up the whip and rushed towards Lu Chuan. Without saying a word, the two sides immediately started fighting again. My Yao, you're going to make such a fuss just for a maid. Lu Chuan struggled to defend himself while shouting angrily. The demon ignored him, not only because of Xiaolan, but also because Lu Chuan actually tried to kill Lin Zhi. The demon became even angrier, and the whip in her hand sped up even faster. Charm demon, don't be so shameless. Lu Chuan gradually couldn't stand it anymore and had already begun to think of retreating. I will kill you, the beast, right here today. The demon finally spoke, and her voice was like thunder, which shook Lu Chuan to his core. His strength is naturally inferior to that of the charm demon, and when he used his status to pursue the charm demon in the past, he was humiliated by the charm demon in every way. From then on, he bore a grudge against Ma Yao, but dared not show it outwardly. He could only bully Ma Yao's maid to vent his anger. Today, when Xiaolan went to his room to deliver wine, he attempted to do something indecent. Xiaolan fought desperately, but unexpectedly angered Lu Chuan, and he kicked her out of the door. If Lin Zhi hadn't happened to pass by, Xiaolan would have been doomed today. Lu Chuan stared at Lin Zhi like an eagle, only to see that Lin Zhi looked calm and fearless, and he smiled secretly in his heart. My sister Ma Yao is by my side, how can I be scared by you? Seeing that the demon was really angry, Lu Chuan dared not stay here for long. If given the chance, the demon would definitely take his life. You bitch, just wait for me. Lu Chuan seized the opportunity, uttered a harsh word, and fled away in a flash. The demon did not chase after him. The Lu family, to which Lu Chuan belonged, was a powerful family in Angry Lion City. They were extremely powerful and even Elder Lai did not dare to provoke them easily. If he killed Lu Chuan in such a high-profile manner, not only would he get into big trouble, but Lin Zhi would also be implicated. Putting away the long whip, the charmer picked up Xiaolan and said a few words to Lin Zhi. I will take Xiaolan to heal her first. If Lu Chuan comes to trouble you again, you can come find me. Lin Zhi nodded repeatedly, stepped aside, and watched the figure of the demon gradually go away. No wonder Xiaolan explained to me, this enchantress is really very good to them. Lin Zhi did not delay any longer and hurried back to his residence. In this barbarian continent, the world was in turmoil and human life was as cheap as grass. Pills are naturally extremely scarce. At a critical moment, one pill can save a life. However, the demon fed one to Xiaolan without hesitation, which shows that she did not regard Xiaolan as a maid who could be abandoned at will. After returning to his residence, Lin Zhi told Ji Qingshan the good news that he would be able to leave in 3 days. After briefly recounting what happened on their way back, he hurriedly drank a sip of tea and sat down on the small bed to practice. Only with great strength can one have the right to speak, and Lin Zhi understood this point as clearly as a mirror, so he dared not slack off for a moment. Ji Qingshan did not take Lin Zhi's words to heart. Now that his injuries had healed, he did not even take the strongest person here, Lai Lao, seriously. If Lu Chuan refuses to give up, I don't mind sending him to see the king of hell. 3 days passed quickly like a flash, and Lin Zhi also consolidated his foundation through these 3 days of hard practice. He broke through the middle stage naturally, and at this time he was already a cultivator in the late stage of the mortal muscle realm. Seeing that the agreed time for departure was approaching, Ji Qingshan woke up Lin Zhi, who was still practicing. Lin Zhi held the hand of the little girl who had gained a lot of weight in the past few days. Ji Shuiyan, who is only 4 years old, is as delicate and cute as a piece of jade, and is obviously a little beauty. On the other side, Lin Zhi carefully pulled open his sleeves and gently hid Lin Huo against his chest. The 3 of them went out and walked towards the charmer. Mai Yao had already packed her luggage by this time, and was accompanied by Xiaolan, who had just recovered from a serious injury and was barely able to move. After all, the charmer was afraid that after she left, Lu Chuan would target Xiaolan like a hungry wolf, so she decided to take her away with her and keep her to take care of Lin Zhi and the others. Everyone met around the mine. Mai Yao arranged everything in order. When she was about to turn around and leave, she saw Lu Chuan and a few others arrogantly blocking her way. Old Lai stood behind Lu Chuan like an iron tower, looking at the demon with a gloomy face. "Mr. Lai, what does this mean?" The demon did not take Lu Chuan seriously. She was extremely disgusted with this despicable and sinister man and turned her gaze directly to Lai Lao. 3 days ago, she told Master Lai that her vacation was over and she would be leaving for a while. She also used her connections to ask Master Lai for a few spots to leave. But today, Elder Lai came here in person, and it was obvious that he was definitely not here to see them off. Chapter 24: Death of Lu Chuan. What's going on? I should ask you this. There was a sneer on Lu Chuan's lips, which was chilling. It's just a trip to the city. Is it necessary to take so many people with you? Don't you know that many people died in the mines and we need more people right now? Mai Yao, what on earth are you thinking? Hearing this, Mai Yao laughed in anger. Her smile was brilliant but also a little cold. Master Lai, I remember reporting to you, and you agreed to my request. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Old Lai, who was at the back, had a gloomy face. He jumped quickly and came in front of the demon. He was in a terrible mood, depressed and dull. It was not because of the charm demon. Since he had already promised the charm demon to take a few people away, he naturally would not go back on his word. But Lu Chuan used his family's status to put pressure on himself. Everyone could leave, but the young man had to stay. Obviously, Lu Chuan had already set his eyes on Lin Zhi and did not want to let him go. Instead, he wanted to keep him here and torture him to death slowly. Old Lai knew that he was not in the right, so he took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and forced a gentle smile on his face. Mai Yao, you have worked under me for many years, and I admire you very much. I will not go back on my promise to you, but the mine is really short of people right now. You can take the maid, the old man and his granddaughter with you. As for the young man, let him stay for a while. It won't be too late to let him go when the next group of people arrive. When everyone heard this, it was as if a basin of cold water was poured over them from head to toe, and they became anxious. When Lu Chuan saw Lin Zhi's ugly face, his aura became stronger and stronger, and the powerful oppressive force pressed heavily on Lin Zhi. He took a light step and said viciously, "Boy, today I will let you know the consequences of offending me." At this moment, even Ji Shuiyan knew clearly that this was aimed at Lin Zhi. Lai Lao's expression became even uglier. This rubbish. He will die sooner or later. As soon as Lu Chuan said this, everyone understood that Lin Zhi was going to die. Lai Lao's evasive words became a joke, and Lu Chuan also slapped Lai Lao in the face. At this time, Lu Chuan did not realize the problem with his words, and he still arrogantly released his spiritual power to oppress Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi was not panicked at all. He could easily resolve Lu Chuan's pressure by just using his spiritual power. Lin Zhi was no longer afraid of the situation at this moment. He stepped out of the crowd resolutely and said sternly, "Lu Chuan, you are a useless bastard who relies on others for power. You are a cunning and treacherous piece of trash. What else can you do except barking like a mad dog? You have no ability but you like to act pretentiously. If you can't beat me, just call me daddy. If I were you, I would have run into a wall and died here a long time ago." At this moment, Lin Zhi's aura erupted like a volcano. The powerful aura fell on Lu Chuan, and at the same time, it also hit his heart like a heavy hammer. The word waste was like a curse, constantly echoing in Lu Chuan's mind. As a young master of a wealthy family, he had never suffered such vicious abuse. For a moment, his face became more ferocious than a demon's, constantly twisting, and his fierce eyes seemed to tear Lin Zhi into pieces. Outside the mine, there was complete silence as everyone stared at the scene in amazement, their hearts filled with shock. This boy has a really poisonous mouth. The barbarian continent has always respected strength, and people would fight each other if they disagreed. There is no need for so many fancy ways of cursing. Lin Zhi didn't even need to do anything. Just a few more curses would probably be enough to piss Lu Chuan off to death. Of course, Lu Chuan's mind was already fragile, so Lin Zhi's few words easily broke down his inner defenses. "I'm going to kill you." Lu Chuan was furious, and his vicious gaze fell on Lin Zhi like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. After he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lin Zhi. Upon seeing this, the demon hurriedly swung out his whip to stop him, but Old Lai swung his long sleeves and swept the whip away. The demon's face was filled with anger. "Master Lai, are you going to condone Lu Chuan's outrageous behavior?" Although Mr. Lai was quite disgusted with Lu Chuan, he could not allow the demon to attack Lu Chuan, so he naturally had to stop it. However, he did not harm the demon, but simply took away her weapon to make his position clear. When Lu Chuan saw that the demon was blocked by Lai Lao, he was overjoyed. He launched powerful attacks towards Lin Zhi, who dodged in panic. "Look at how miserable you are now, just like a lowly ant. Kneel down and beg me. Follow me obediently, and I may be able to spare your life." Lu Chuan's voice was extremely cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Zhi, how dare you insult me like this before? I will make you grovel like a dog and never be able to raise your head in front of me again." However, Lin Zhi seemed to have heard nothing and seemed to be trying hard to avoid Lu Chuan's violent attack. In fact, his physical and spiritual power were like a gurgling stream, continuously flowing into his right fist. The vicious look in Lu Chuan's eyes became more and more intense. When Lin Zhi didn't reply, he gave up the idea of teasing Lin Zhi and moved in front of Lin Zhi, wanting to take his life. "Master Lai, this man is my newly adopted brother. Do you really want to make things like this?" The demon looked at the thrilling scene in front of her anxiously and asked in a cold tone. "Let them solve their own problems. We should not interfere, lest we become a laughing stock." The demon was in great pain and smiled bitterly. Could they solve the problem? Lin Zhi had just embarked on the path of cultivation, while Lu Chuan had already become a powerful cultivator in the middle stage of the mortal blood realm. If he did not participate, wouldn't that mean he wanted Lin Zhi to die? For a moment, the demon was on pins and needles, ready to rush up and rescue Lin Zhi the moment he was in life and death crisis. "You can only run around like a rat, boy." Looking at Lin Zhi, who was in such a miserable state and only tried to dodge but did not dare to fight back, Lu Chuan became more and more complacent. He wanted to brutally kill Lin Zhi to avenge his lost face. "Lin Zhi, prepare to die." There was a chilling sneer in Lu Chuan's vicious eyes, and his fist shot out as fast as lightning, hitting Lin Zhi's chest. "Careful." Everyone's eyes focused slightly. Ji Qingshan, who was not far away, had already quietly circulated his energy and quietly sent a protective paper talisman into Lin Zhi's body. Lin Zhi couldn't avoid it and could only subconsciously use his arms to block in front of him. A huge force like a tidal wave came from his arms. Lin Zhi was blown away by this powerful force like a kite with a broken string. He groaned and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Chuan succeeded in his attack, and he looked down at Lin Zhi, who was lying on the ground, with a sneer, and said contemptuously, "Do you see the difference between you and me? This is what happens when you offend me." After saying that, Lu Chuan raised his iron fist again, with a violent aura surging from his fist, filled with a chilling and murderous aura, prepare to die. There was a gleam of fanaticism in Lu Chuan's eyes. He bit his lips tightly, not trying to hide his excitement. At this moment, Lin Zhi moved. The spiritual power that had long been gathered in his right fist suddenly burst into dazzling light. A terrifying pressure rose. He swung his fist, and his fist rushed straight towards Lu Chuan's fist like an arrow. Boom. The two fists collided, causing a deafening noise and splashing up clouds of dust, like a sandstorm covering the sky and the sun, blocking the vision of the people around. The demon ignored the old man Lai's obstruction and flashed near the smoke and dust. Ji Shuiyan had already burst into tears, and Xiaolan was praying silently beside her. It was obvious that everyone was worried about Lin Zhi. Only Ji Qingshan looked calm, because the amulet was in Lin Zhi's body, so Lin Zhi would definitely not be in any danger, so Ji Qingshan naturally did not have the slightest worry. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Lin Zhi was seen still maintaining the posture of punching, like a sculpture. And Lu Chuan in front of Lin Zhi had half of his body disappeared at this moment. Lin Zhi's punch was so powerful that it shattered his arm and half of his body like a whirlwind. Lu Chuan lost his breath in an instant, and only half of his body was left standing there, swaying like a candle in the wind. The onlookers were all horrified. The demon stared blankly at the figure in front of him, his eyes full of determination. The peerless and frivolous young figure, this boy, gave him too much shock. You actually killed Lu Chuan. Just when the demons were relieved to see that Lin Zhi was safe and sound, Elder Lai's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot, and his voice came with a hint of anger in his tone. This was Lin Zhi's first time killing someone. After seeing clearly what he had done, Lin Zhi's mind went blank. The whole person felt a little dazed, his stomach was churning, and he felt like he was going to vomit in the next second. The demon noticed something was wrong with Lin Zhi, and a gentle stream of spiritual power went towards Lin Zhi's brows like a spring breeze. In an instant, a cool feeling swept through his body, and Lin Zhi gradually regained his calm. Hearing what Master Lai said, Ma Yao's pupils shrank suddenly, although Lu Chuan was indeed extremely hateful. But if Lin Zhi really killed Lu Chuan, and the Lu family investigated, Elder Lai would certainly be implicated and get into a lot of trouble. Therefore, Elder Lai would never let Lin Zhi go. He wanted to use Lin Zhi's life to calm the Lu family's raging anger. Old Lai's figure was as fast as lightning. He flew up and suddenly a long sword condensed in mid-air. Endless sword energy gathered on the long sword, a breath of destruction blended with the sword energy, and the long sword became bigger and bigger. Go! All I heard was an angry roar from Old Lai. The sound was like a loud bell, making people's eardrums hurt. The dazzling sword light mixed with the aura of death pierced towards Lin Zhi like a meteor. Retreat quickly! The demon roared, and the sound was like thunder. She mobilized all her spiritual power, as if she wanted to unleash all her potential, and without any hesitation, she used her body to block Lin Zhi. The sharp sword energy emitted a sharp wail in the air, as if countless wronged souls were crying in pain. There was even a hint of despair in the demon's eyes. This domineering sword was too strong. She was definitely not able to resist it at the moment. Let's forgive others when we can. At this critical moment, a powerful black mist descended like a rolling dark cloud and slammed heavily on the sword of death. Clear and crisp sounds continued to be heard, as if two peerless swords were clashing fiercely. After a few seconds, the sword of death gradually disappeared into the air. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Old Lai's mouth. He quickly adjusted his disordered breath, took out the pill and swallowed it. Excuse me, sir, who is this person? Elder Lai shouted to the crowd, his eyes like an eagle, staring at Ji Qingshan closely. He is just a nobody who hides his identity. Ji Qingshan had a calm expression, and his tone was as cold as the frost in winter. Please step back and let us leave. When the two men fought just now, Old Lai vomited blood and looked miserable, while Ji Qingshan was as steady as a rock and did not feel any discomfort at all. Suddenly, the difference was clear at a glance. Chapter 25 First Floor. There was a raging storm in Old Lai's heart. He had never expected that in this remote and desolate mine, there would be such an extremely powerful person. After just one encounter, he was seriously injured. If the other party wanted to take his life, he would definitely have no way of survival. He looked at the mysterious strong man with complicated eyes, as if he remembered some important secret. He quickly lowered his eyes, trying his best to hide his inner panic. There were many misunderstandings before. Now that you have spoken, there is no reason to stop you. After saying that, he bowed to Ji Qingshan, turned around and left without even looking at the dead Lu Chuan. Under the current circumstances, it is obviously not something he can intervene in. It would be better if this tactless waste died, and let the Lu family bear the consequences themselves. The demon was already stunned at this moment. As the guardian of this mine, there was no doubt that Old Lai was extremely powerful. The terrifying sword just now was obviously intended to kill, and its power was earth-shattering. However, the old man, whom he had always regarded as powerless, easily resolved the attack with a single move, and even seriously injured Old Lai. She didn't dare to ask Ji Qingshan why he had such extraordinary strength, and could only cast a scrutinizing gaze on Lin Zhi, whom she was protecting behind her. You have to know that Old Lai is a powerful man who has entered the late Earth spirit realm for many years. The person who can severely injure Old Lai with one move must be at least in the heaven spirit realm. Maybe even higher. The charm demon simply couldn't imagine that even the adults of the Nuk tribe were only at the heavenly spirit realm. After a brief storm, Lin Zhi and others set out on their journey again. Just then, a man who looked like a manager came slowly towards them, leading a horse-drawn carriage. In order to avoid misunderstandings among Lin Zhi and the others, he shouted respectfully from a distance, to express his apology, "Lord Lai ordered me to present a wind-chasing carriage to all of you. You should hurry up and get going." He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. He had witnessed with his own eyes the scene where Elder Lai was seriously injured. It was obvious that he would never dare to offend such a strong man. Lin Zhi stepped forward to take the rope and saw a horse standing in front of him that was more than twice as tall as him. This horse was quite intelligent. It actually lowered its head and gently rubbed Lin Zhi's hand. Lin Zhi couldn't help but secretly exclaimed, "This thing is much more powerful than the horses on Blue Planet." After saying thank you casually, Lin Zhi invited Ji Qingshan and others into the carriage, and he sat on the horse, playing the role of a coachman. As for whether the horse can drive, Lin Zhi is not too worried. For such a smart horse, why does he need to learn it himself? It is enough for him to just give it directions. The carriage slowly left the mine. Outside the cave was an endless dense forest, like a green ocean. Lin Zhi sat upright on the horse, looking around. Lin Huo in his arms was extremely excited. Ever since she was injured, she had been confined to her room every day to recuperate. For a bird that once soared in the vast sky, its wings were almost becoming stiff. She couldn't wait to get out of Lin's arms and flew happily, but she didn't fly too far. Instead, she flew up and down around Lin, as if showing her joy. Feeling Lin Huo's joy, Lin Zhi's mood was as bright as the sun. He couldn't help but grin, put his hands to his mouth like trumpets, and shouted loudly, "Jiang Hu, here I come." As if the laughter was contagious, the people in the carriage couldn't help but chuckle when they heard Lin Zhi's shout. Ji Shuiyan even shouted in a delicate voice, "Jiang Hu, wait for me, Xiao Shuiyan is here too." For a moment, everyone could no longer restrain themselves and burst into laughter. Even after so many years, Lin Zhi still often recalls this harmonious and joyful scene. The carriage traveled through the lush forest. From time to time, the sounds of various wild animals could be heard along the way, making a lively and bustling sound. However, as we walked, the surroundings suddenly became silent, as if the mute button was pressed, leaving only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the footsteps of the wind-chasing horses. Lin Zhi suddenly felt something was wrong and hurriedly turned back to wake up the demon who was regulating her breathing. "Sister, is it too quiet here?" Hearing this, the demon lifted the curtain, poked his head out, looked around, and said softly, "We have entered the territory of the green spirit python." "By Ling Python? There are giant pythons here?" Lin Zhi asked curiously. The demon seemed calm and composed. She often traveled through this dense forest and had occasionally seen the green python a few times. "Don't worry, although the green spirit python has been practicing for many years and is very powerful, they usually don't regard humans as food, so they rarely make enemies with people." There was one more thing that the demon didn't say: there's a super strong person sitting in your carriage. The one that should be afraid is the jade spirit python, right? Hearing this, Lin Zhi felt relieved. Just as the demon said, even though everything around him was silent, Lin Zhi could even sense the trace of the green spirit python not far away. But it just stared at the few people eagerly and did not act rashly. Thanks to the help of the wind-chasing horse, everyone's traveling speed increased significantly, and in just 2 days, they arrived at the city. Lin Zhi looked far away and could already see the city wall. It was a pity that this wall was not as tall as the wall at the gate that he saw when he first came to Angry Lion City. Outside the city gate, the carriage slowly stopped, and the monk waiting at the city gate stepped forward and questioned Lin Zhi and others about the purpose of their visit. After the demon took out a token, the monk guarding the city gate bowed slightly and said respectfully, "It turns out to be the master stationed in the black gold mine. The master is free of charge for entering the city this time. The tickets for those who follow the master are halved. Each person only needs one low-grade spirit wall. As one of the important resource points in the barbarian continent, those who can be sent to garrison the black gold mine are undoubtedly strong men, and they are very prestigious no matter where they are." Without saying a word, the demon took out a few inferior spiritual jades and handed them to the guard. Lin Zhi had never seen the currency here before, and couldn't help but become curious. He asked the charm demon for a low-grade lingbai and started playing with it. There was a faint fluctuation of spiritual power inside this lingbai, and Lin Zhi understood it instantly. It seems that the currency here can not only be used for consumption, but also for cultivation. Lin Zhi led the Zhuifeng horse and walked into the city with a swagger. As soon as he entered the city, Lin Zhi was deeply shocked by the prosperous scene in the Angry Lion City. The first thing that caught his eye was an extremely wide street with houses lined up on both sides of the street. Various signs are hung high above, with inns and restaurants scattered everywhere, as well as some alchemy shops, iron shops, talisman paper shops, etc., which are dazzling and overwhelming. Going further in, there is even a large-scale auction house. Lin Zhi is dazzled by the sight. He can't believe that there are so many businessmen in this world of cultivation. Ji Qingshan and Lin Zhi were both entering the city for the first time. At this time, Ji Qingshan had turned back into the frail old man he once was. However, the demon knew the place well and brought a few people to the door of a restaurant with ease. Lin Zhi looked up and saw a few large golden characters engraved on a black wooden board first floor, which looked very grand. A few people walked into the door. The restaurant was full of people. Several waiters were busy greeting the guests who came to eat. It was obvious that Ma Yao was an acquaintance here. As soon as they entered the door, the shopkeeper of the first floor came to greet them. Ma Yao exchanged a few words with her, and the shopkeeper sent a waiter to warmly invite them upstairs. Climbing up the stairs, Lin Zhi looked around like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden, looking like a country bumpkin. Seeing this, the charmer laughed and explained, "This first building was built by the First Chamber of Commerce. In many large cities, there are First Chamber of Commerce restaurants. Don't underestimate this First Chamber of Commerce, as it is just a business. It has many experts and its strength is not inferior to other big forces. The president of the First Chamber of Commerce is even more mysterious. It is rumored that he is the heir of one of the most powerful clans. Therefore, no one dares to cause trouble in the first building. Besides, we can gather intelligence here. As long as we have money, we can do almost anything." Lin Zhi was shocked. This was totally beyond his expectations. He originally thought that in the world of cultivation, only strength mattered, but he never imagined that having money could also call the shots here, and the power was even greater than on Blue Star. The waiter respectfully invited them into a private room on the 5th floor. The room was quiet and peaceful, like a paradise, without the hustle and bustle of downstairs. The charmer waved his hand generously, showing the magnanimity of a host, and ordered a table full of delicacies to entertain the guests. There was a faint spiritual aura lingering around these dishes. It was the first time that Lin Zhi had seen food so full of spiritual energy, and his eyes lit up instantly. As he had been traveling for several days in a row, Lin Zhi had hardly eaten anything and his stomach was growling with hunger. At this moment, he didn't care about his image anymore. He ate the food like whirlwind and did not forget to feed Ji Shuiyan. The young man and the girl ate with gusto and enjoyed themselves very much. Even Ji Qingshan was in a good mood. Under the respectful attitude of Ma Yao, the two drank a lot of wine. Ji Qingshan saw Ma Yao's previous action of blocking Lin Zhi, and although Ma Yao had many doubts about the old man in front of her, she was a smart person and naturally would not ask questions rashly. Therefore, Ji Qingshan was quite satisfied with Ma Yao and let Ma Yao arrange everything. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Ma Yao paid the bill and left in a hurry. As the manager of the Black Gold Mine, she naturally had to go to the city lord's mansion to report when she came back. Lin Zhi and others stayed in the restaurant directly. When Lin Zhi returned to his room and was about to start practicing, he heard a knock on the door. "Master, what can I do for you?" Lin Zhi saw that the person standing at the door was none other than his master Ji Qingshan. He quickly invited him in, poured him a cup of hot tea, and then began to ask. Chapter 26, Beginning to Make Talismans. Ji Qingshan did not hesitate at all and revealed all his inner thoughts. "I see that you have mastered the spiritual power in your dantian, and I think you can start your journey of refining talismans. Besides, I have nothing to do now, so I will teach you all my talisman refining skills." Ji Qingshan naturally witnessed that Lin Zhi used the spiritual power in his body to kill Lu Chuan. According to common sense, it would be safer to wait for Lin Zhi to break through to the earth spirit realm before practicing. However, Ji Qingshan has already revealed his strength in front of Old Lai. If Old Lai notices it, then he will have very little time left. That was why he couldn't wait to teach Lin Zhi the technique of refining talismans. However, he did not reveal this worry to Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi still remembered Ji Qingshan's previous talisman paper. The power contained in the talisman paper killed all the small spiders that Lin Zhi was helpless against in a short time. He had long been eager to learn, but his master had previously told him that he had to wait until he reached the earth spirit realm before practicing. Only then did Lin Zhi suppress the urge in his heart. Now that Ji Qingshan said this, Lin Zhi naturally agreed with joy. In short, the talisman refining method is to refine the runes onto specially made talisman paper. This requires not only extremely high innate comprehension, but also strong soul power. Moreover, the refined talisman paper can be used for personal cultivation and life-saving, and can also be attached to weapons to enhance their power. It can even be added to alchemy and formation refining to increase the power of the elixir and formation. After you have mastered the talisman refining, you will even be able to create talismans from the void at will. By then, the sky will be high and the earth will be vast. No matter where you go, you will become a guest of honor of all major forces. When Lin Zhi heard that refining talismans had such powerful effects, he said, "Isn't this a perfect auxiliary magic weapon? If I learn how to make talismans, then making money will be as easy as taking something out of your pocket." Ji Qingshan took a sip of the tea in front of him and then said, "However, the way of refining talismans is full of hardships. It is not only a test of the talent of the person who refines the talisman. It is also extremely expensive. The talisman paper materials and other materials required in the early stage are not a small amount. In the future, you will need to find a way to solve it yourself." Lin Zhi was not worried about these things. The path of cultivation was full of difficulties and obstacles. As for the lack of money, although Lin Zhi was extremely poor now, but with so many ways to make money on Blue Star, Lin Zhi is not afraid of not making money. The only thing he lacks is strength. Ji Qingshan explained the method of refining talismans to Lin Zhi in great detail. Then, he shot out a stream of spiritual power from his body. This spiritual power wrapped around a scroll and instantly sank deep into Lin Zhi's brows. When Lin Zhi first came into contact with the talisman making technique, it was like groping in the dark. The content was difficult to understand, as if he had to memorize a thick and obscure heavenly book in a short period of time. For a moment, it was a huge test of Lin Zhi's mental strength. He gritted his teeth and held on. It was not until Lin Zhi's mental strength was almost exhausted and his head began to ache slightly that he completed a rough study of this technique. Lin Zhi finally opened his eyes. Although he had a splitting headache, his eyes were shining with ecstasy. With a gradually deeper understanding, Lin Zhi had a deeper understanding of the subtleties of talisman refining. This thing was like a treasure house that had been carefully carved by countless talisman refining masters. Although Lin Zhi has not yet refined it himself, the general method of refining various talisman papers has clearly emerged in his mind. Looking at the talisman paper that Ji Qingshan had already prepared and the magic pen specially used to draw talismans on the paper, Lin Zhi couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and was eager to try. "Have you sorted out the skills in your mind?" Ji Qingshan asked at this time. "I roughly understand it, master." Lin Zhi nodded slightly. "In that case, let's give it a try. Let's start with the simplest one and draw a water ball technique." Lin Zhi was thinking carefully about how to draw the water ball technique in his mind. The water ball technique, as the name suggests, is to summon a water ball on the talisman paper. The attack power of the water ball is not very strong. It is just the most basic talisman making technique for novices to practice. Lin Zhi carefully picked up the spirit pen with an extremely focused look. He secretly mobilized the spiritual power around him, and the spiritual power flowed through his body like a stream and gathered on the tip of the pen. In an instant, the spiritual pen was surrounded by light, and a gentle force gushed out from the tip of the pen. Lin Zhi began his first journey of drawing talismans. His movements were gentle and slow, and he swung the magic pen very seriously. Traces of the magic pen gradually appeared on the talisman paper, but in the blink of an eye, the traces disappeared without a trace, and the surrounding spiritual energy also receded like the tide. Failed? Lin Zhi asked hurriedly. Ji Qingshan naturally knew that Lin Zhi would fail. After all, refining talismans was not such a simple matter. Well, if you fail, you fail. Just keep practicing. The road to talisman refining is bumpy and difficult. Even the simplest water bowl technique requires a long period of hard work. Only after you have consumed countless materials can you see the dawn of success. I used it up enough at the beginning. Ji Qingshan was talking eloquently about the difficulties of refining talismans and how long it took him to practice successfully. His eyebrows raised slightly, and he suddenly stopped talking, and coughs came out of his mouth. Master, why don't you say anything? Ji Qingshan closed his mouth and stared at his apprentice in front of him while he was speaking. A basketball-sized water bowl was summoned on the talisman paper. It fell to the ground and splashed water. Where did this animal come from? How could he succeed the second time? He practiced for a whole week, and when he succeeded, his master praised him highly, saying that he was gifted and had a bright future. He was very proud of himself at the time. Compared to my apprentice who succeeded on the second try, doesn't I pale in comparison? His face suddenly darkened and his old face turned a little red like a ripe apple. Seeing that the master did not answer, Lin Zhi hurriedly said, I think I succeeded. Master, please continue. What did you use at the beginning? Ji Qingshan's flushed face was filled with anger. This kid, has he gotten too proud of himself? How dare he embarrass the master? Ji Qingshan didn't expect that he would meet such a good seedling. Looking at Lin Zhi's excited and happy expression, Ji Qingshan pretended to be angry and said, I succeeded in my first try, but you took 2 chances to perform such a simple water polo technique. With such a mediocre talent, what are you so happy about? Ji Qingshan boasted without changing his expression, and saw Lin Zhi looking at him with admiration after listening to him. He found an excuse for himself with a clear conscience, saying that he didn't want his apprentice to become proud and complacent. Well, keep practicing. This is just the basics. The subsequent practice will only become more difficult. Master still has some materials. If you don't have enough, just come back to me. Ji Qingshan couldn't stay there any longer. His talent for refining talismans, which he was so proud of, was ruthlessly crushed by his disciple. He hurriedly gave a few instructions and walked out of the room. Lin Zhi was completely unaware of his master's embarrassment and continued to happily study several other spells. The night passed in a flash, and Lin Zhi felt that he was no longer able to circulate his spiritual power, and even his spirit was much weaker. Only then did he put down the magic pen in his hand, rubbed his eyebrows tiredly, and closed his eyes to rest. There was already a pile of failed talismans piled up in front of him, and Lin Zhi also gained a lot, learning several other basic first-level spells in succession. There is even a second-level light body spell, which is not an offensive spell, but involves sticking talisman paper on the body. It can make the body as light as a feather and greatly increase speed, which is truly a good skill to save your life. Lin Zhi is well aware of the sage saying that if you can't beat someone, just run away. It is not terrible if you can't beat someone, and being able to outrun them is also a skill. So when Lin Zhi saw the introduction of this second-level spell, he made up his mind to practice it. After spending a lot of materials, he finally succeeded in getting this second-level talisman paper. When Lin Zhi was resting, he suddenly felt that the surrounding spiritual energy resonated with him, and it was not the spiritual power controlled by Lin Zhi. Instead, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, and it involuntarily surrounded Lin Zhi and rushed into Lin Zhi's body like a surging tide. As several crisp sounds came from the joints of his body, a bright smile broke out on Lin Zhi's face. He felt that he had broken through to the early stage of the mortal bone realm. After a night of studying the art of talisman making, the spiritual power in Lin Zhi's body was constantly being mobilized, and his ability to control the spiritual power was increasing day by day. The process of practicing drawing talismans is itself a form of practice, so Lin Zhi was not surprised at the breakthrough. Even Lin Zhi's mental strength became stronger. Good things come in pairs. The fatigue of the night disappeared instantly because of Lin Zhi's breakthrough, and Lin Zhi's mental state was completely refreshed. He looked at the rising sun, which was emitting warm light at this moment, then opened the door and walked out with light steps. He couldn't wait to tell his master the good news as soon as possible. Boom boom boom. Lin Zhi knocked on Ji Qingshan's door opposite, and the knock echoed in the air. The door was gently opened by a soft force, and Lin Zhi stepped in. Ji Xueyan, who was asked by Ji Qingshan to practice alone, rushed towards Lin Zhi as soon as she saw Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi picked up Ji Xueyan, only to see her pouting and drooping face, like a flower ravaged by wind and rain. With a pitiful look on her face, she said, "Brother Lin Zhi, Grandpa is so fierce and insists on making me practice, but practicing is so boring. Xueyan wants Brother Lin Zhi to play with me." After hearing this, Lin Zhi laughed and thought secretly in his heart. He is still a child, just like the children on the blue planet. He is happy only when he wants to play. Lin Zhi said to Ji Xueyan gently, "But if you practice early, you will become strong sooner. Then no one will be able to bully you and Grandpa." Ji Xueyan still refused and shook her head, saying, "I don't need to be strong. Grandpa is very powerful. Grandpa can protect me, and Brother Lin Zhi can also protect me. But what if I encounter a powerful warrior and Brother Lin Zhi can't defeat him? If Xie Xueyan can practice and become powerful in the future, she can protect me." After listening to it, Ji Xueyan thought for a while, then nodded seriously like a determined little soldier and said, "Then I will practice hard, and when I become powerful in the future, I will protect Brother Lin Zhi, and no one can bully you." When Lin Zhi heard the little girl's serious words, he liked her more and more. Ji Qingshan, who was sitting next to him, had a dark face, as if he was shrouded in dark clouds. "As soon as you heard about protecting Brother Lin Zhi, you wanted to practice hard, but you didn't even mention protecting Grandpa." That's right, Ji Qingshan was jealous. He coaxed Ji Xueyan in many ways and even pretended to be angry before he let her practice for a while. With just a few words, Lin Zhi made his granddaughter determined to practice. For a moment, he no longer had a good face towards Lin Zhi. Chapter 27, Battle against Lu Goxiong. "Boy, why are you hanging around here instead of practicing hard? Don't bother me without my permission in the future," Ji Qingshan said to Lin Zhi fiercely. In just a few days, Lin Zhi had surpassed his position in Xueyan's heart. If they were really matched together in the future, I would have no status in this family at all. Lin Zhi was completely unaware that his master was looking at him as if he wanted to eat him, and he didn't take it seriously. Instead, he excitedly told Ji Qingshan the good news of his breakthrough, but naturally, he was scolded by Ji Qingshan again. Words like, "such a talent," but just so suppressed the joy in Lin Zhi's heart, and he had no choice but to go back and continue practicing. As autumn deepened, the leaves looked like a painting dyed yellow. Before he knew it, Lin Zhi had been in the restaurant for several days. These days, he lived a relaxed and comfortable life. Every day he was either practicing or refining talismans. In his spare time, he could also accompany Lin Hua and Ti Xueyang, which made Ji Qingshan jealous again. It was another morning of cultivation until dawn. Lin felt refreshed. With the daily practice of refining talismans, his mental strength gradually increased, and he seemed more and more energetic. "Grandpa, you see, we have been living here for half a month, and my Yao hasn't come back yet. Do you think something unexpected happened?" Lin Zhi asked Ji Qingshan with a puzzled look on his face. "It's possible. Why don't you take Xueyan out for a walk and get some information while you're at it?" It just so happened that Lin Zhi and his friends had been staying in the restaurant since they arrived here. Not only did the little girl clamor to go out and play, even Lin Zhi himself couldn't hold back any longer, so he led Ji Xueyan out of the restaurant. Lin Hua flew obediently to Lin Zhi's shoulder and snuggled up to him quietly. The city was still bustling as always. Lin Zhi, holding Xiao Xueyan's hand, followed the surging crowd into a market. Unlike the shops along the roadside, the market is full of stalls set up on open space. There were all kinds of elixirs, magic weapons, skills and secret manuals. The variety was so dazzling that Lin Zhi was dazzled. Unfortunately, he was penniless and could only wander around aimlessly with Ji Xueyan. After walking for about an hour, the little girl was exhausted, so Lin Zhi took her to a tea stall nearby and sat down. After drinking a cup of tea, Lin Zhi was thinking about whether to go to the city lord's mansion to look for the demon. At this moment, the conversation between two people at the table next to him instantly attracted Lin Zhi's attention. Have you heard? At 3 p.m. today, the Liu family will behead the woman who killed the young master of the Liu family and put her head on display in public. That's right. I heard that woman is the manager of the black gold mine. The Liu family must have paid a huge price for being so powerful this time. Hearing this, Lin Zhi's brows furrowed tightly, as if they were tightened by an invisible force. The woman who killed Lu Chuan. Didn't I kill Lu Chuan? Could it be? Lin Zhi suddenly thought of a possibility. He hurriedly cupped his hands and asked the two men anxiously, "May I ask you two brothers, where did the Liu family execute that woman?" The two were not surprised to see Lin Zhi talking to them, and told Lin Zhi that the execution site was in the city lord's mansion. Lin Yi was shocked. "May I ask what is the relationship between the city lord's mansion and the Liu family?" The two of them quickly replied, "The Liu family and the city lord's mansion are relatives." Relying on the second daughter of the Liu family marrying into the city lord's mansion, the Liu family can call the wind and rain in this angry lion city. No one dares to provoke them easily. I heard that the person who killed the young master of the Liu family this time was from the city lord's mansion. To attack someone from the city lord's mansion, the Liu family must have spent a lot of money. When Lin Zhi heard this, he became extremely anxious. He asked the other party about the location of the city lord's mansion, then pulled Ji Shuayan and trotted over there. Lin Hua, on the other hand, was hurriedly called by Lin Zhi to go find the old man. Noon was approaching, and the scorching sun was like a burning fireball, shining on the city. Even the ground was baked hot. However, at this moment in the city lord's mansion, under the scorching sun, it seemed unusually quiet, and even exuded a suffocating and oppressive atmosphere. Lin Zhi ran out of breath and sweated profusely. At the gate of the city lord's mansion, rows of monks stood. The lord of Angry Lion City stood at the front, with two people beside him, his seventh concubine Lu Yao and Lu Chuan's father, Lu Goxiong, as if they were waiting for something. Looking forward, Lin Zhi was surprised to find that there was a person kneeling in the front, and this person was the demon. She was tied up tightly, her hair was disheveled, her eyes were tired, and her body was covered with shocking scars. When she parted with everyone that day, Ma Yao never dreamed that as soon as she entered the city lord's mansion, she would be captured indiscriminately by the cultivators in the mansion. Apparently, someone had reported back what happened in the mine, revealing that the Liu family and the city lord's mansion were in collusion with each other. After several days of torture, the demon has now lost all hope and is like a walking corpse. Outside the city lord's mansion, there was already a dense crowd of people watching the fun. Finally, the lord of Angry Lion City raised his head, glanced at the blazing sunlight, and stepped aside. I saw a sturdy man with a big red turban on his head and a big knife shining with cold light in his hand walking towards me. The Black Gold Mines manager, the demon, colluded with outsiders, killed my son Lu Chuan, and severely injured the Black Gold Mines head, Lai Lao. He should be beheaded according to the law. It is 3:15 noon, and the beheading will be carried out. Lu Goxiong on the side shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes red and his face full of anger. Seeing this, Lin Zhi couldn't care less. What a shameless bunch of guys, let the demon go. Lin Zhi's cold and angry voice exploded among the crowd like thunder. Who? Come out and talk. Lu Goxiong turned his gaze and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a figure squeezed out of the crowd. It was Lin Zhi. The moment he saw Lin Zhi, Lu Goxiong narrowed his eyes slightly, and then he revealed a sinister smile. He naturally knew that it was the young man in front of him who killed Lu Chuan, but he didn't expect that the young man would fall into the trap. Go! This is a conspiracy against you. The demon screamed at Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi was stunned for a moment, but did not stop his firm steps. Ma Yao was panicking at this moment. She was not afraid of being killed, but she knew that the purpose of beheading her in such a high-profile manner at the gate of the city lord's mansion was to lure out Lin Zhi and others. She was still hoping for a lucky break, thinking that Lin Zhi wouldn't know what happened here, but she didn't expect that what was coming would still come. I'm sorry for making you suffer, sister. I won't leave. Lin Zhi smiled slightly and walked leisurely to the side of the charm demon. Lin Zhi stared indifferently at the people in front of him with his cold eyes, especially the tortured demon. He was extremely angry and murderous intent was already growing in his heart. What an interesting boy. Lu Gouxiong had a teasing smile on his face. He stared at Lin Zhi and said, "Why, you came alone? Where's the old guy who came with you?" A sneer appeared on Lin Zhi's lips, but he was a little worried in his heart. He instantly understood that the other party asked this question so confidently. Obviously he had made full preparations for Ji Qingshan. At this moment, Lin Zhi was filled with regret, regretting letting Lin Huo go to find his master. "I am enough to kill you chickens and dogs. There is no need for my master to help. In that case, prepare to die." Lu Gouxiong let out an angry roar and pounced towards Lin Zhi. His violent fist blasted out with overwhelming force, causing a series of sharp sonic booms in the air. Naturally, Lin Zhi would not be stupid enough to take this move head-on. He quickly mobilized the lightness technique in his body and dodged quickly to the right front like a nimble flying swallow. The fierce fist blew up Lin Zhi's clothes, and the two of them crossed each other in an instant. Lin Zhi quickly took out the talisman paper, turned around and slapped Lu Gouxiong fiercely. When Lu Gouxiong saw the talisman, he thought it was some powerful attack spell, and in panic he raised his arms in front of his chest to block it. However, the moment the talisman paper touched the arm, a stream of clear water gushed out and hit Lu Gouxiong in the face. The originally tense life and death fight was broken by Lin Zhi's unexpected move, and the people watching the excitement around burst into laughter. "Boy, how dare you humiliate me!" Lu Gouxiong wiped the water droplets off his face and glanced angrily at the crowd around him. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent, frightened by Lu Gouxiong's eyes that were about to lose his mind. His Lu family is a well-known and powerful family in the Angry Lion City. Especially after they climbed up the big tree of the city lord's mansion, their status has been at its peak. They have never suffered such a great humiliation. There seemed to be a raging fire in Lu Gouxiong's eyes, and his fists became more ferocious and violent. Lin Zhi did not intend to humiliate Lu Gouxiong, but his tricks were really limited. However, he said without mercy, "I'm afraid that you, an old dog, don't even care about your dignity anymore, so I'm just washing your face to wake you up." Lu Gouxiong said nothing, his cruel face was distorted beyond recognition. At this moment, all he wanted was to kill the boy in front of him with ease. Taking out a long knife from his sleeve, Lu Gouxiong rushed forward again, angrily swinging the knife one after another, but Lin Zhi dodged them one by one. Lin Zhi, who was blessed with the skill of light body, was obviously not someone that a cultivator like Lu Gouxing, who was good at strength, could touch. Lu Gouxiong's expression became increasingly gloomy. "Boy, are you only able to hide like a mouse?" Lin Zhi was not just dodging. He knew very well that his cultivation was not as good as the other parties, and he had not yet mastered powerful attacking skills. He could only rely on the move that killed Lu Chuan. So while dodging, Lin Zhi was also secretly mobilizing the spiritual power in his body and completely ignored Lu Gouxiong's provocation. Lu Gouxiong looked at Lin Zhi, who was dodging in front of him, but he couldn't touch him, so he simply stopped and took out something from his sleeve, which turned out to be a talisman paper. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhi's heart tightened, an ominous premonition came to his mind, and he instantly ran away. "Want to run? Too late." Before he finished speaking, Lu Gouxiong slapped out the talisman paper, which shattered instantly, and several rays of light like golden dragons flashed and rushed towards the ground rapidly. Before Lin Zhi ran far, several golden lights rose from the ground like pillars to support the sky, forming a solid cage and converging towards Lin Zhi. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhi was trapped in this cage. "Boy, I will tear you into pieces." Lu Gouxiong flashed and quickly came to Lin Zhi's side. He used his skills and without any hesitation, raised his sword and chopped towards Lin Zhi's head. The blade carried a terrifying gust of wind, which was about to split Lin Zhi in half. The demon's eyes were filled with tears, and she was shouting at the top of her lungs. The people watching the show were sighing inwardly, thinking that this young man was doomed. The moment the sword fell, Lin Zhi raised his fist, which was already wrapped in spiritual energy, and rushed forward to meet it. The moment the two touched, Lin Zhi felt a piercing pain, and the terrifying force dispersed the spiritual energy on his fist. Lin Zhi was secretly shocked. The gap was too big. His fists were easily broken by the sword. Suddenly, the area between Lin's eyebrows lit up, and a talisman paper flew out from between Lin's eyebrows like a meteor. The talisman paper shattered, emitting a powerful force that instantly knocked the broadsword dozens of meters away. The huge impact force knocked Lu Gouxiong to the ground. He struggled for a long time but was unable to get up. Blood flowed down from his mouth, staining the ground red. The head of the Lu family was killed by a young man. The hearts of the people around him trembled violently. Chapter 28 Demonic Attack. Lu Goxiong, the patriarch of the Lu family, was defeated just like that. He was defeated by a very powerful talisman paper. It was obvious that this young man was no ordinary person. After all, offensive talisman paper is expensive and even rarer in this barbarian continent. This talisman paper of Lin Zhi was injected into his body by Ji Qingshan during the battle with Lu Chuan. Unexpectedly, Lu Chuan was unable to use it, but it opened his father's eyes. Release the demon, or none of you will be able to escape. Lin Zhi took a breath and uttered a voice indifferently. Hearing this, the Lord of Angry Lion City frowned slightly and cursed Lu Goxiong as a waste in his heart. He completely disgraced the city lord's mansion in front of everyone, and then gave orders to the people behind him, go kill him. Immediately, the monks behind him took orders and 3 people walked out. It turned out to be the Grand Commander of the city lord's mansion, Xu Chaoyang, as well as the second commander and the third commander. The crowd recognized the 3 people who came out at a glance, and there was a lot of noise and discussion for a while. Any one of these 3 people is not something Lu Goxiong can match. As the 3 most powerful commanders under the city lord, it is obvious that the city lord's mansion is serious this time. The cage that trapped Lin Zhi was quietly broken. Lin Zhi cast a talisman of lightness on himself, secretly took out the companion spirit marrow source liquid and drank a drop, and his injuries were healed instantly. The spiritual energy around him gathered like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, and his body was tense, ready for the next fierce battle. You are just an ordinary person. You relied on external objects to win by chance. Can you really shake a tree with an ant? The 3 commanders laughed contemptuously, as if they were mocking an ant that overestimated its own capabilities. Stop talking nonsense, just come on. The 3 were not sure whether the talisman paper still existed in Lin Zhi's body, and they did not dare to act rashly for a moment. Instead, they changed their direction, surrounded Lin Zhi, and prepared to slowly wear Lin Zhi down. At this moment, a little bird flew quickly to Lin Zhi's shoulder. It was Lin Huar who had come rushing over. Although Lin Huar had lost all her cultivation, she still accompanied Lin Zhi and was not afraid of the people in front of her at all. Immediately afterwards, a ghostly dark figure rushed over the crowd and stopped steadily in the void above Lin Zhi's head. Without saying a word, he stretched out his hand, and a huge palm shadow instantly appeared in the void, emitting a strong and heart-pounding wave, and slapped the 3 people on the ground hard. The moment the palm shadow fell, the 3 people were smashed into pieces like fragile porcelain, their body parts scattered all over the ground, and the people around them were scared out of their wits. These were 3 powerful men in the Earth Spirit realm, especially the commander-in-chief, who was a master in the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Yet he was killed instantly in a single move. The crowd looked at the old man standing in the air with his hands behind his back, stunned and frightened for a moment. The Lord of Angry Lion City was so frightened by this scene that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He himself was only in the late stage of Earth Spirit realm. If he could kill 3 people with one move, it would not be difficult for him to kill himself. However, he did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, he looked up into the sky with a fearless smile on his face. Senior, your cultivation is profound and earth-shattering, which has opened my eyes. Why don't you invite the senior to come down and have a chat? Lin Zhi looked at the Lord of Angry Lion City in front of him, and couldn't help but feel surprised. Even though his own master had killed 3 of the city lord's men, he was still able to talk to them so calmly. Obviously, he is a scheming person. No wonder he was able to ascend to the throne of the city lord. He must have some means. Ji Qingshan still stood proudly in the air, his face as calm as water, and said lightly, let's release the person first and then talk about other things. Hearing this, the Lord of Angry Lion City did not hesitate at all. He quickly reached out and untied the rope tied to the demon, then gently raised his hand and sent the demon in front of Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi hurriedly took out another drop of companion spirit marrow source fluid and carefully fed it to the demon. Lin Zhi was increasingly unable to see through the plans in the mind of the Lord of the Angry Lion City. He let the demon go so easily. Wasn't he afraid that his master would kill him? Lin Zhi couldn't help but feel a little worried, and thought to himself, seeing how confident he is, could it be that he has some hidden tricks up his sleeve? Without thinking any more, since the charm demon was released, Lin Zhi supported the charm demon and pulled Ji Shuiyan, who had been waiting in front of the crowd, and prepared to leave. I can hand the person over to you, but you can't leave. Seeing Lin Zhi was about to leave, the Lord of Angry Lion City said calmly. Lin Zhi's face changed, he turned around and shouted, "Why, do you still want to keep us here? With such a great senior here, how dare I keep you here? Then how are you going to stay?" Lin Zhi was about to ask back when he heard Ji Qingshan in the void say, "Since you are here, there is no need to hide." Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the sky above Angry Lion City was covered by a layer of clouds as dark as ink. In just a few minutes, the sky and the earth seemed to be dyed black by an invisible giant hand, and the entire Angry Lion City was tightly wrapped in black clouds. In the Angry Lion City, Lin Zhi looked up at the dense black clouds, his eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Hua at his shoulder also began to tremble, as if this scene was familiar to Lin Zhi. People around were whispering to each other. It was such strange weather. It was only noon, but the sky was already as dark as night. From time to time, loud rumbling sounds came from the rolling clouds. The sound was deafening and broke the silence around. Even the ground seemed to tremble in the loud sound. Then, the black clouds dispersed like a curtain, and a group of people appeared in a mighty manner, each of them surrounded by black air, like a demon walking out of hell, extremely majestic and chilling. Lin Zhi raised his head and took a quick glance, his face instantly turned as pale as paper, and a strong desire to kill surged in his mind. He quickly looked away, as if he would be swallowed up by the endless darkness if he looked any longer. This is the demon clan. Lin Zhi remembered the day when he first rescued Lin Hua on the balcony. The sky was also so dark, and the people in the clouds were surrounded by black air amidst the lightning and thunder, which was daunting. The Lord of Angry Lion City was already kneeling on the ground at this time, with his head lowered respectfully, not daring to even breathe. Swoosh! Whoosh! Sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out all around, and suddenly, tens of thousands of human figures emerged around the void where Ji Qingshan was, like a swarm of bees. These people were also dressed in black, their robes fluttering in the wind, and they surrounded Ji Qingshan. What happened? The people watching around froze in place when they saw this scene, their hearts trembling slightly, and they began to panic. At this moment, they all wanted to retreat. Ji Qingshan's expression remained calm, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him, and he stared ahead silently. What a terrible group of people! Lin Zhi said inwardly, and Ji Xueyan, who was holding Lin Zhi's right hand, began to tremble, and 2 lines of tears burst out of her eyes. But he didn't dare make a sound, as if he had remembered something terrible. "How are you, great elder?" A voice came from the figure in the black cloud, and then said, "Everyone who is not involved, leave. Otherwise, don't blame the sword for being blind." The voice was full of arrogance and indifference, with a hint of irresistible majesty. Suddenly, the people below scattered backwards in panic, and in the blink of an eye, there was no one left. Only those who are brave by nature hide far away and watch secretly. Could this be the group of demons that Master mentioned being framed by his own nephew? Lin Zhi was extremely panicked, feeling the strong pressure emanating from the void. Lin Zhi knew that he could not fight against any one of these people. Ji Qingshan stepped out slowly, looked at the figure in the black cloud, and said coldly, "Ji Qianren, you followed the tyrant, wantonly killed the lives of your own people, and set up a vicious plan to frame me. You are destroying the demon race." Ji Qingshan was very angry. He was the great elder of the demon clan and had great power, but he was framed by his nephew. He colluded with others and launched a surprise attack to kill him. He himself escaped with serious injuries, but the tribesmen who followed him were brutally killed. Since ancient times, victors have always been kings and losers have always been bandits. Great elder, stories are always written by the victors. You are nothing more than a despicable traitor now. Ji Qianren's voice revealed a sense of dominance. He raised his hand high and shouted, "Everyone listen to my order. Kill this traitor and the demon race will prosper forever. The demons will always flourish." The surrounding demons roared, and as their words fell, tens of thousands of silver lights streaked across the void and shot towards Ji Qingshan. Ji Qingshan stretched out his hand and quickly tapped a few times in the void. Suddenly, a huge golden figure wrapped Ji Qingshan in it. The golden body emitted a strong light, which faded the darkness around it a little. Tens of thousands of silver lights fell on the golden figure and dissipated, but Ji Qingshan did not move at all and was not hurt at all. "Master, you are so strong." Looking at this terrifying scene, Lin Zhi opened his mouth in surprise. Chapter 29, Void War. The black clouds were as dark as ink, still covering the earth. Above the void, tens of thousands of demon monks continued to bombard Ji Qingshan. However, the golden figure was like an indestructible fortress. No matter how the demon monks attacked, they could not break it. At this moment, Ji Qingshan suddenly woke up like a sleeping lion. His hands gestured in the air, as if he was carving something, and the golden figure in the air also moved with Ji Qingshan. In the golden body's huge palm, violent spiritual power surged. Ji Qingshan gathered his energy and slapped his palm into the void. Suddenly, the surrounding space was like a lake hit by a huge rock, causing waves to surge. Powerful energy exploded from the palm of his hand like a volcanic eruption, continuously emitting a deafening roar. Rays of golden light spread out from the inside to the outside, spreading out in circles like water waves, and rushed towards the tens of thousands of demon monks around them like lightning. Puff! The surrounding demons felt the power of the golden light and tried their best to resist the attack, but they were still hit by the golden light and spat out blood. Some demon monks were even unable to block it and were cut in half by the golden light like a sharp sword. In an instant, tens of thousands of demons in the surrounding area were killed or injured, as if the black cloud had been dyed a shocking blood red. You actually recovered from your serious injury. A terrifying aura gushed out from Ji Qianren, and his words were full of arrogance and ferocity, as if he wanted to devour Ji Qingshan alive. These demon monks were the most elite troops under his command, but they were almost wiped out by Ji Qingshan in one move. In the last sneak attack, Ji Qingshan almost died, and he escaped with serious injuries with only his breath left. Unexpectedly, when they met again, the opponent had recovered from his injuries. Ji Qianren couldn't help but show a trace of worry on his cold face. Stop talking nonsense and come on together. Ji Qingshan responded indifferently, and the golden shadows around him became more and more intense, burning with a strong fighting spirit and emitting a suffocating and terrifying pressure. HMPH, defeated dog. Dark dragon appears. Ji Qianren roared angrily, and his voice exploded in the void like thunder. Although he said so, he did not underestimate Ji Qingshan, because he was well aware of the strength of the former great elder of the demon clan. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black hole appeared in the void like the mouth of a ferocious beast. Demonic energy lingered at the entrance of the hole, emitting a gloomy breath. Roar! A roar came out from the black hole, shaking the entire void, as if it was going to tear the world apart. Then 16 giant black dragons with huge wings flew out of the cave and circled in the air, looking extremely terrifying. Today, I will take your life here, and your granddaughter as well. Ji Qianren's face was grim, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Dark dragon, kill him." 16 giant black dragons roared in unison and pressed towards Ji Qingshan like a tidal wave. The giant dragon raised its head and opened its mouth. A black ball of light condensed in its mouth, making bursts of roars. As the ball of light continued to expand, when it could no longer be suppressed, 16 dark dragons shot out beams of light from their mouths at the same time from all directions. 16 terrifying black light beams poured down and squeezed the golden figure's shadow, and soon the shadow faded a lot. At the moment when the phantom was about to dissipate, Ji Qingshan took a step forward, his whole body filled with surging spiritual power. He held a black sword tightly in his hand, the sword body flashing with sharp light, and he attacked the dragon with unparalleled power. With just one sword strike, the head of a giant dragon was instantly torn apart. The heavy dragon head fell to the ground, creating a deep pit in the ground. Lin Zhi stared at these black dragons, the shock in his eyes difficult to conceal. This is a dragon. To Blue Star, it is a mysterious creature in myths and legends. However, it was still killed by Ji Qingshan with one sword. Even though Lin Zhi had been practicing for many days and had become accustomed to the unimaginable strength of the world of cultivation, he still could not fathom Ji Qingshan's true strength. Ji Qingshan waved his hands, and sharp sword energy shot out from his hands continuously, ruthlessly reaping the life of the dark dragon. At this moment, Ji Qianren, who was watching the battle not far away, suddenly flew out and shouted angrily, "Die!" The terrifying roar was deafening and turned into countless sharp blades, bombarding Ji Qingshan with overwhelming momentum and domineering. Despicable! Lin Zhi shouted loudly. Seeing Ji Qianren take action, Lin Zhi was shocked. Ji Qianren actually took advantage of the time when his master was concentrating on killing the dragon and attacked from behind. This extremely domineering roar was extremely powerful, and it was obvious that a powerful killing move was used at the first strike. Nirvana! The spiritual power around Ji Qingshan was as strong as the surging river. He flipped the sword, and the void suddenly became dim, as if the vitality had been sucked out and became lifeless. The domineering power contained in the sharp blade gradually receded like the tide and disappeared before reaching Ji Qingshan. The attack was fruitless. Ji Qianren snorted coldly again, an endless murderous intent surged out from his fist, heading straight towards Ji Qingshan. The rumbling sound was like a thunderous explosion, and the domineering and terrifying fist was swung out with the momentum to destroy the world. Ji Qianren did not give up and threw another punch. This punch was extremely huge, carrying an indelible domineering will, so strong that it was suffocating, as if it wanted to suppress Ji Qingshan in this endless darkness. Ji Qingshan was not afraid at all. He threw out the sword and quickly drew a mysterious rune in the air with one hand. The rune glowed with golden light and took shape in an instant. Ji Qingshan pressed the rune into the long sword, and the long sword suddenly split into countless long swords, floating densely in the air. Then, countless long swords gathered together like thousands of horses galloping, and instantly turned into a huge broadsword hundreds of feet long, which crashed into Ji Qianren's fist that was about to fall. Boom! The huge crash sounded like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, and spread throughout the angry lion city. The void was shaking constantly, and the ground was shaking like an earthquake, as if the end of the world was coming. Lin Zhi held the crumbling Ji Shuiyan tightly with his hands. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He stared at the battle situation intently, afraid of missing any details. When the long sword and the fist were in conflict, a powerful suction force suddenly emanated from the long sword, madly absorbing the spiritual energy in Ji Qianren's fist peak. It was Ji Qingshan's annihilation that came into play. Ji Qianren felt something was wrong and wanted to retract his fist, but it was too late. The powerful suction was like a maggot attached to his bones. It penetrated every pore, absorbing everything in the void, and even Ji Qianren's life was being devoured. At this moment, a portal appeared out of nowhere in the void, and a cold force swept across the void like a polar snowstorm. All living things in the void were frozen, and the temperature dropped sharply, as if the country had suddenly entered a cold winter. A dazzling purple light suddenly burst out from the portal, carrying with it a creepy chill, and rushed towards Ji Qingshan at lightning speed. Ji Qingshan's face changed and he was unable to dodge. Several sharp bone nails pierced into his body, as if to freeze his soul. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, finally falling heavily to the ground. And where Ji Qingshan had just stood, there stood a petite lowly figure. She was wearing a purple dress, like a blooming violet flower. A chill permeated her whole body, and her cold eyes were staring at Ji Qingshan. Lin Zhi's pupils suddenly shrank, and he flew out without hesitation. With the help of the light body technique, he arrived beside Ji Qingshan in an instant. Ji Qingshan was already seriously injured at this moment. Lin Zhi hurriedly took out the companion spirit marrow source liquid from the space ring, blocked in front of Ji Qingshan, and then carefully dripped a few drops into his master's mouth. The gentle medicinal power, along with the powerful vitality, surged in Ji Qingshan's body. Ji Qingshan used all his strength to regulate his breathing and force out the icy bone nails that had pierced his body one by one. Only then did he raise his head and look at the figure that suddenly appeared in the void, his heart filled with shock. Ji Qianhan, I didn't expect that she would be sent here. Ji Qingshan thought to himself that Ji Qianhan was Ji Qianren's sister, but their status in the demon clan was worlds apart. Ji Qianhan was gifted, especially in the power of ice. When she was born, the temperature within tens of thousands of miles around her dropped suddenly, as if she had entered a world of ice and snow. Since she was a child, she has been favored by the powerful demons, and all kinds of skills and resources are readily available to her. Even Ji Qingshan had taught Ji Qinshui before and was well aware of her terrifying talent. Boy, take Shuiyan and run away quickly. If you can survive, go to the Talisman Refining Guild in the Talisman Refining Continent and find my best friend Baizhu there. He can protect you. Lin Zhi understood that his master had entrusted Ji Shuiyan to him. Although Lin Zhi couldn't see clearly how strong this lowly girl was who suddenly appeared, she severely injured Ji Qingshan as soon as she appeared. She was obviously an extremely terrifying witch, and even her own master had difficulty dealing with her. Lin Zhi didn't hesitate at all. He nodded heavily with a determined look in his eyes. No matter what awaits them ahead, he must protect the safety of Lin Hua and Ji Shuiyan, even at the cost of his own life, to ensure that they are safe. Chapter 30. In my next life, I don't want to be a spirit anymore. Ji Qingshan. A clear voice floated over the void. I severely injured you in the past, and you escaped with serious injuries. I didn't expect you to recover your strength so quickly. But so what? This time, I will free you. As soon as the words fell, Ji Qinren's resentful voice rang out, Ji Qingshan, you traitor, I will make sure you die without a burial place today. He was almost drained of his life force by Ji Qingshan's annihilation, but fortunately his sister rescued him and saved his life. Having lost all face, his hatred for Ji Qingshan grew deeper and his pale face became even gloomier. Ji Qingshan's face was as cold as ice, and he said slowly, traitor. The demon race has been managed by me for thousands of years, and has become one of the largest races in this world. But you, for your own selfish desires, burned, killed, looted, and even tried to monopolize the long river of time. Tell me, who is the traitor? After Ji Qingshan finished speaking, a gentle spiritual power enveloped Lin Zhi like a spring breeze and sent him to where Ji Xueyan was. Then he flew up and landed opposite Ji Qianhan, standing in the void. Ji Qingshan was one of the few demons who opposed the possession of the river of time. He was once ambushed and seriously injured by the ambitious demons. But none of them had expected that the key to open the long river of time, which the demons had gone to great lengths to kill the Gentians Waniaro and snatched, was now in Lin Zhi's possession. Therefore, no one took Lin Zhi seriously. He was just a mere mortal bone realm being able to be wiped out with just a glance. Shut up, the Lord's thoughts are beyond the understanding of an ant like you. Ji Qianhan's eyes were filled with anger. That demon lord was the only one she admired, a favored son of heaven. How could she tolerate anyone saying anything bad about him? Are you angry because of shame? It seems that your years of practice are just a facade. Ji Qingshan said sarcastically. Ji Qianhan's face was gloomy, like 1,000-year-old ice. He took slow steps, flew in the air, and stared at Ji Qingshan coldly. Die. The terrible cold air from Ji Qianhan's body was released instantly, pressing towards Ji Qingshan like a surging cold wave. A terrifying chill suddenly broke out, and the void around Ji Qingshan was frozen, making him unable to move. Ji Qianren followed closely behind, leaping high into the air and punching towards Ji Qingshan with a violent and domineering fist. The two forces complemented each other, as if to shatter the void. Ji Qingshan glanced at Ji Xueyan on the ground with reluctance, then let's die together. Endless black mist continuously spewed out from his body, like a raging black torrent, instantly submerging everyone around him. Following Ji Qingshan's roar, the black fog suddenly shrank, and all the people in the void seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand. Ji Qianhan's heart was shocked. The little girl never dreamed that Ji Qingshan, who was severely injured by her again, still had such terrifying strength. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't break free from the black fog. Then, the black mist turned into a huge passage, opened its ferocious mouth, and emitted a creepy suction force, ruthlessly swallowing up everyone inside and disappearing without a trace. The terrifying black clouds dissipated like smoke, and the dazzling sunlight once again shone on the earth. Lin Zhi looked at the sky in astonishment. The figures who were fighting fiercely just now disappeared at this moment, and the bodies of the dead demon monks and the dark dragon also disappeared without a trace. It seemed as if all this was just an illusory dream, disappearing quietly and silently. Lin Zhi glanced at the people in the city lord's mansion who had not yet recovered from the storm and waves just now. He held Ji Xueyan's hand tightly. He calmly winked at the demon, preparing to escape from this place of trouble without anyone noticing. Sir, they are trying to run away. Lu Yao, who was beside the Lord of Angry Lion City, suddenly screamed, her finger pointing in the direction of Lin Zhi and others. This stinky woman, I really want to tear her mouth apart. Lin Zhi cursed inwardly, and without saying a word, he picked up Ji Xueyan and increased his speed. Ever since the demon army appeared, the Angry Lion City Lord, who had been kneeling on the ground respectfully, now stood up. His figure flashed by like lightning, instantly blocking Lin Zhi's retreat. My friend, I've already told you that you can't leave. At this time, the demon's injuries had healed. She swung the whip in her hand like a nimble poisonous snake. A determined look flashed in her eyes, and she was ready to block the Angry Lion City Lord at all costs. Seeing that his retreat was cut off, Lin Zhi became extremely anxious. The Lord of Angry Lion City is the strongest person here, and his strength has reached the late stage of Earth Spirit Realm, while charm demon is only in the late stage of mortal blood realm and has just touched the threshold of earth spirit realm. As for Lin Zhi, his cultivation level was only at the initial stage of the mortal bone realm. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. The charm demon remained silent, and swung the long whip in his hand violently. The long whip was wrapped in the charm demon's sharp murderous aura, making bursts of sharp sounds of breaking through the air, and rushed towards the angry Lion City Lord like lightning. The retreat has been cut off, the only option is to fight. The Lord of Angry Lion City glanced at the demon casually with his cold eyes, then he mobilized his spiritual power and waved it lightly, easily breaking the demon's attack. Charm demon, don't be stubborn. The two of them will surely die. As for you, as long as you stay by my side and be my concubine, I will forgive your mistakes. After hearing this, the charm demon said nothing and continued to attack the Angry Lion City Lord desperately. A trace of anger flashed across the Angry Lion City Lord's face. If you are so stubborn, then let's die together. An extremely powerful aura gushed out from the palm of the Angry Lion City Lord's hand, and he slammed directly towards Ma Yao and Lin Zhi. The shocking force blasted the two away and they fell to the ground. With just one strike, the two men were seriously injured and were no match for the Angry Lion City Lord. Squeak, squeak. Lin Hua flapped her wings desperately and rushed towards the Angry Lion City Lord like a moth to a flame. Even though she had lost all her cultivation, she still wanted to do her best to buy a little time for Lin Zhi. The Lord of Angry Lion City didn't care about this ordinary bird at all. Lin Hua's body hit the Lord of Angry Lion City hard, but it didn't cause any effect at all. Instead, he flew backwards, with his white feathers scattered all over the ground, looking extremely miserable. Lin Hua struggled to fly up again, ready to charge again. Enough, Lin Hua, I should be the one protecting you. Lin Jiqiang stood up while enduring the pain, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He gently stroked Lin Hua's feathers. Lin Hua stopped struggling and quietly felt the warmth in Lin Zhi's palm. Squeak. Crystal tears appeared in Lin Hua's bird eyes, as if expressing endless self-blame. If she hadn't suddenly burst into Lin Zhi's life, Lin Zhi wouldn't have been in such danger and would not have been in life and death situations so many times. Lin Zhi did not blame Lin Hua. He was already depressed and frustrated on Blue Star. Now, following Lin Hua into this mysterious world of cultivation and appreciating the unparalleled charm of cultivation, Lin Zhi has no regrets even in the face of death. The charmer struggled to stand up with great difficulty, and even Xiao Shuiyan glared at the Angry Lion City Lord with hatred on her face. Her grandfather was nowhere to be found, and her favorite brother Lin was also seriously injured. Ji Shuiyan forgot her fear, and her mind was filled with hatred for the Lord of Angry Lion City. Sister, let me do it. Lin Zhi stopped the demon who was about to rush forward to fight, and silently mobilized the spiritual energy in his body. Although he knew very well that he was powerless to change the situation of the battle, he still frantically gathered the spiritual power in his body into his fists. Ma Yao and Lin Zhi looked at each other, and then they both laughed at the same time. Sister, when we first met, did you still want me to be your gigolo? The demon's face instantly flushed with shyness, and she spat softly, of course not, who told me that my brother is so handsome and makes people happy? The demon shook her head slightly. The moment this young man risked his life to save her in front of an adult cave spider, her heart was filled with ripples. As for Lin Zhi, Ma Yao knew very well that she would never be able to have that kind of love in this lifetime. She could only smile faintly and bury the love in her heart deeply in the deepest part of her heart. She has the determination to live and die, and even if it means death, she will live vigorously for the one she loves. Seeing that the two of them actually ignored him, the Lord of the Angry Lion City exuded a murderous intent as cold as ice. His eyes were as cold as ice, as if they could freeze a person's soul. An aura of destructive power permeated around him, making it hard for everyone to breathe. You want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Everyone in the City Lord's mansion was silent, staring at the people in front of them. Although they were in a hostile position, deep down they still had great respect for this seemingly weak boy. They were all moved by the young man's open-mindedness and fearlessness of death. Only Lu Yao, who was standing alone, had a face full of viciousness like a snake or scorpion. Her brother and father were both killed by this young man, and she wished that he would die immediately. The breath of destruction became stronger and stronger, and the murderous intent of the Angry Lion City Lord became more and more fierce. With another palm, the palm wind came towards Lin Zhi like a roaring dragon, carrying the power to destroy the world. Lin Zhi was not afraid at all. He swung out his fist, which was wrapped in spiritual power and was as hard as steel, to meet the extremely violent palm. In an instant, a loud rumbling sound was heard, and the ground collapsed and cracked like a spider web, shaking the people around. Lin Zhi couldn't hold on after all, and flew backwards once again, his life or death unknown. The Lord of Angry Lion City turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Lin Zhi, who was flying backwards. He once again gathered all his spiritual power and slapped out with one palm, trying to beat the young man to death. Lin Zhi did not faint at this time. Looking at the palm in front of him, he desperately mobilized the almost exhausted spiritual power in his body to resist. At this moment, a graceful figure quickly threw herself into Lin Zhi's arms and pressed Lin Zhi tightly under her body. Bang! The palm wind fell on Qianying like a heavy hammer, and blood immediately gushed out of her mouth like a fountain. Qianying lowered her head, and the blood dyed Lin Zhi's shirt red. Sister! Lin Zhi's eyes were filled with tears, and he was extremely anxious. At this critical moment of life and death, the demon actually used her weak body to build an indestructible defense line for him. The charmer, who was already face to face with Lin Zhi, forced herself to suppress her painful expression, and cast a gentle gaze on Lin Zhi's face. Don't cry, I'm here, no one can hurt you. No, I'm sorry, sister, I'm sorry. Lin Zhi's eyes were full of panic. At this moment, he seemed to be pressed down by a heavy mountain and couldn't breathe. He felt deeply powerless and strongly guilty. Don't say sorry, I'm very happy to meet you, really, very happy. The soft light shone on the face of the demon. There was a smile in the demon's eyes, and the corners of her mouth slowly fell. Life is full of light. Before I go out, I can illuminate you a little more. That is the last thing I can do. This woman from the Myling tribe, who had a hot and sexy body but was so gentle and kind-hearted at heart, even spoke her last words before closing her eyes as Lin's sister. Until her death, she never let Lin Zhi know that she had fallen deeply in love with the young man in front of him. In her next life, she doesn't want to be a member of the Charm Spirit clan anymore. Chapter 31, Inside the Jade Plate. Looking at the pretty face in front of him that was still smiling even with eyes closed, Lin Zhi looked crazy and hugged the demon tightly. Sister! It's all my fault. I blamed myself for killing Lu Chuan without knowing my own limitations. I blamed myself for not being able to protect you. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. He lowered his head, his body trembling continuously, tears streaming down his cheeks. He could no longer suppress his voice, and the defenses in his heart collapsed. Lin Zhi blamed himself and turned to glare at the Lord of Angry Lion City, his face full of resentment. He screamed at the top of his lungs, I'm going to kill you. The Lord of Angry Lion City looked at Lin Zhi silently. He could never forget the charm monster. He even sincerely wanted to make Ma Yao his concubine, but he never expected that she would die at his hands. After a long while, the Lord of Angry Lion City said coldly, You are too weak. Lin Zhi mobilized the spiritual power in his body like a madman, and threw punch after punch at the Lord of Angry Lion City like a storm. The Lord of Angry Lion City did not dodge or evade, just letting Lin Zhi's fists rain down on him. Until Lin Zhi was exhausted and fell down at his feet. Look at you now. Even if I stand there and let you hit me, you can't shake me at all. What qualifications do you have to kill me? You'd better go down and accompany the demon. The Lord of Angry Lion City had already lost all his patience. After he finished speaking, he gathered his spiritual power again and slapped Lin Zhi on the top of his head. Everyone in the distance couldn't help but sigh secretly. They were all acquainted with the charm demon, but it was a pity that the other party had provoked the Lu family and could only become a victim. Although Lin Zhi fell to the ground, he never gave up mobilizing his spiritual power. At this time, he could no longer hear any sound, and only the words, You are too weak, kept echoing in his mind. Yes, if he wasn't too weak, Ji Qingshan wouldn't have been able to resist the demons alone. If she wasn't too weak, the demon wouldn't have died protecting herself. He completely ignored the fact that he had only started practicing for a few days. He only knew that he was too weak. The spiritual power in his body had been completely drained, even his dantian was empty, but Lin Zhi was still mobilizing it like crazy. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth again, which was a warning that his body could not bear the burden. Lin Zhi ignored it and shouted at the top of his lungs, Spiritual power, spiritual power, spiritual power. Suddenly, the jade plate on Lin Zhi's chest burst out with dazzling golden light, like a golden sun, shining brightly, instantly enveloping his entire body. Lin Zhi looked like a god from heaven, his whole body radiating light. An extremely powerful aura gushed out from the jade token, quickly filling Lin Zhi's exhausted body. In a moment, Lin Zhi's whole body was filled with endless power, and a sharp and murderous aura spread out. He used all his strength and threw a punch with all his might, which was unstoppable. The Lord of Angry Lion City felt the powerful force suddenly erupting from Lin Zhi's body, but it was too late. As their fists and palms collided, an extremely terrifying force erupted, sweeping around like a raging wave, knocking everyone around to the ground. Everyone panicked and retreated. As the smoke gradually dissipated, they saw the Lord of Angry Lion City lying on the ground with one arm drooping and blood oozing from his chest. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar, unable to believe that the Lord of Angry Lion City was actually knocked to the ground. The sudden burst of power from this young man was so terrifying. Lin Zhi's eyes were red as he walked towards the Angry Lion City Lord step by step. His angry gaze was like two sharp swords, staring at the Angry Lion City Lord's figure, with crystal tears flashing in his eyes. Why do you suddenly have such powerful strength? The Lord of Angry Lion City was shocked beyond words. He looked at Lin Zhi in disbelief, with fear in his eyes. Looking at Lin Zhi's slow steps, it seemed as if every step was stepping on his heart, causing his body to tremble slightly involuntarily. Brother Lin. Ji Shuiyan was also in tears. The death of Ma Yao was extremely heavy for her delicate heart. Seeing Lin Zhi's crazy state at this moment, she cried out in fear. Lin Zhi ignored Ji Shuiyan, who was standing aside. He had only one thought in his mind at the moment, which was to kill the Lord of Angry Lion City as soon as possible and avenge the charm demon. The spiritual power in his body became more ferocious with the blessing of the jade token. Lin Zhi drew the spiritual power without hesitation, clenched his fists, and smashed them hard at the fallen Angry Lion City Lord like a hammer. Stop! An old and powerful voice, like thunder, slowly sounded in the sky. An unparalleled spiritual power pushed Lin Zhi back, but did not hurt him at all. The crowd's eyes shifted, and they saw a figure like a god of war standing in the void. Looking closely, the man's upper body was naked, revealing his steel-hard muscles that gleamed with a bronze glow in the sun. He wore a pair of trousers around his lower body, which were densely wrapped with pieces of scales and flashed a mysterious light. On his feet were a pair of long boots, which were also covered with scales, making him look majestic. Greetings, Third Elder. Everyone in the City Lord's mansion obviously knew this man's identity. They all knelt down and spoke respectfully. The figure took a step forward and arrived in front of everyone in just 3 or 2 steps. A powerful aura was slowly released from him. This person was Nukyanli, the third elder of the Nuk tribe. Before the demon army arrived, he quietly came here, but did not contact them. He just observed everything silently. Now the life of the Angry Lion City Lord whom he had accepted was in danger, and he had to step forward to save the life of the Lord. Boy, I know the whole story, let's end it here, what do you think? Lin Zhi frowned, that's it. Nukyanli laughed proudly and said, yes, that's enough. I can let you leave here. When Lu Yao heard that Nukyanli was going to let Lin Zhi leave, she hurriedly shouted anxiously, we can't let him go. Kill him. Shut up. Are you teaching me how to do things? An angry roar was heard, and waves of sound were emitted in the air, which landed on Lu Yao and instantly knocked her away. She fainted before she even hit the ground. After hearing this, Lin Zhi also laughed coldly, the aura of his body rose wildly, and the dazzling light covered Lin Zhi completely. The middle and late stages of the mortal bone realm. In just a moment, Lin Zhi broke through to the late stage of the mortal bone realm. Nukyanli looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Although to him Lin Zhi's strength after the breakthrough was still as small as an ant, he was still a little surprised. Kill this man and we'll leave. Lin Zhi moved his footsteps slightly and walked forward slowly, with incomparably strong spiritual power bursting out. What if he was the third elder of the Nuk tribe? He would still kill the Lord of the Angry Lion City. With a step forward, Nukyanli grabbed Lin Zhi's fist. The huge force was like an iron clamp, making Lin Zhi unable to move. He stared at the other party fiercely. Boy, I admire your bravery. I will punish him for his mistakes, but I will protect this man. Nuk Yanli naturally knew about the dealings between the Lu family and the city lord's mansion, and even secretly colluded with the demons. Naturally, he was unhappy with the Lu family and others. Although the demons are one of the most powerful forces on this barbarian continent, Nuk Yanli, as a member of the barbarian tribe, is not afraid of the demons, but he also has no intention of making enemies with them. The barbarians have always hated those conspiracies and plots, and they knew they were in the wrong, so Nuk Yanli did not want to make things difficult for Lin Zhi and continued to discuss with him in a friendly manner. It's too late. Either I kill him or you kill me. Yes, at the moment the demon passed away, everything was too late. Lin Zhi had already made up his mind and vowed to kill the lord of the Angry Lion City with his sword. He no longer had any scruples. Lin Zhi was still frantically mobilizing the spiritual power in his body, struggling to resist the suppressed powerful force belonging to Nuk Yanli. Suddenly, Lin Zhi felt as if he could control the jade token. With a thought, the jade token emitted a fierce spiritual power. Lin Zhi was delighted, and when he gathered all his mental strength and was about to mobilize the jade token with all his strength, his mental strength was suddenly drawn into the jade token. When he came to his senses, Lin Zhi found himself beside a vast and turbulent river. The water was rushing down, exuding vitality. On both sides of the river, there were countless densely packed gates, neatly arranged on both sides, stretching along the river with no end in sight. Where is this place? Lin Zhi was like falling into a cloud. Wasn't he mobilizing the spiritual power in the jade token to fight the enemy? How did he suddenly come here? Was he teleported to a strange place by the jade token again? Damn it! Let me go back. Lin Zhi was furious. Lin Hua and Ji Shuayan were still there. He hadn't avenged the demon yet, but he was brought here. What did it mean? At this moment, if the jade token could transform into a human form and stand in front of him, he would definitely rush up without hesitation and fight with the jade token to the death. As if he heard Lin Zhi's roar, Lin Zhi returned to his original position in an instant. Nuk Yanli's big hand was still holding his fist tightly like an iron clamp, and time seemed to have frozen. Lin Zhi speculated secretly in his heart, and his mind moved again. His mental power swept across the jade token, but was sucked in by the jade token in the same way. Lin Zhi returned to the river again. Is this the inside of the jade token? Is this the long river of time? Lin Zhi murmured to himself. I've heard Lin Hua say before that the long river of time gives birth to countless worlds. If this is the long river of time, then these densely packed portals around here seem to be the entrances to countless worlds. If I could completely control the jade token, wouldn't I be able to go to any world? Lin Zhi couldn't wait to look around, trying to find the entrance to the blue star, but as far as he could see, all the portals looked the same and Lin Zhi had no way of telling them apart. Yes, this is the long river of time. A voice so childish that it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman was heard. Lin Zhi was startled, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He ran hundreds of meters away in an instant like a frightened bird, and looked around vigilantly with a ready stance. Not seeing any figure, nor hearing any movement, Lin Zhizhuan shouted bravely, "Who is it? You who are hiding, come out and speak. I am the river of time. The long river of time. Are you alive?" Lin Zhi looked at the endlessly flowing river and blinked in confusion. Don't look for it. This is just a piece of my consciousness used to communicate with you. Consciousness? Then why couldn't I communicate with you before? Lin Zhi asked the question in his mind. Because I have been sleeping all the time, I will only be awakened when there is a huge fluctuation in your consciousness. Spiritual consciousness. That is your current mental strength. Your spiritual consciousness is the bridge for communication with me. Lin Zhi suddenly realized that it was his spiritual consciousness that had entered there. He instantly guessed that he was not teleported away by the jade token, but his mental power entered the inside of the jade token, while his body was still outside. Chapter 32, Death of the Lord of Angry Lion City. Then after my spiritual consciousness goes out, can you mobilize more spiritual power for me so that I can fight against the third elder? Lin Zhi thought to himself that he was still being suppressed outside and unable to move. The situation was extremely serious. To be honest, the spiritual power in this jade token actually belongs to you. It is not inexhaustible. Moreover, even if you can mobilize all your spiritual power, you can never be a match for that barbarian. The River of Time replied leisurely. My own spiritual power. Lin Zhi was confused and didn't understand. Can you teleport us again? Hearing the consciousness of the river of time answer so confidently, Lin Zhi gave up the idea of fighting against Yanli and instead asked about a way out. After all, Lin Zhi was teleported to the barbarian continent by the Jade Token, and he knew very well that the Jade Token had such magical effects. We can teleport again now. Lin Zhi was delighted. Wouldn't it be just right for him to go out and try to get rid of the Lord of Angry Lion City, and then take Lin Hua and Ji Shuiyan to the Talisman Continent to find the person entrusted by his master? As if it had seen through Lin Zhi's thoughts, the voice of the consciousness of the long river of time sounded in Lin Zhi's mind again. However, it can only be teleported to a random location at present, and does not yet have the ability to teleport anywhere. Random teleport. Lin Zhi frowned and muttered to himself. What if you were teleported to some extremely dangerous place? Well, what should I call you then? I am just a consciousness that was born recently in the long river of time. I don't have a name of my own yet. Then let's call you Lin He. With the previous experience of naming, Lin Zhi blurted out the name without thinking. Lin He, there are so many portals around this long river, why can't you choose to teleport at will? Thank you. I really like this title. Lin He's words were full of joy. Every entrance to the world around Chang'e has a barrier set up by the strong men of that world. You can't break it with your current strength. So now I can only take you to those worlds with low strength. In Lin He's eyes, this barbarian continent was actually of low strength. Lin Zhi couldn't help being shocked and simply stopped thinking about it. I've been stranded here for a long time, and I don't know what's going on outside. I'll go out and take a look first. Lin Zhi said anxiously. After all, several minutes had passed and he was really worried about the situation outside. When you are conscious here, the outside world is still, and you don't have to worry about the passage of time. Lin Zhi was extremely shocked when he heard this. If it was so magical, wouldn't it mean that no matter what he did here in the future, he wouldn't waste time? It's a pity that Lin's body cannot enter. Otherwise, after practicing here for tens of thousands of years, he might have no rivals after going out. Lin Zhi and Lin He discussed it and agreed that as soon as their spiritual consciousness moved, the Jade Token would start the transmission, and then Lin Zhi's spiritual consciousness withdrew. Boy, don't think I dare not kill you. If you dare to go any further, I will kill you with one palm. When his consciousness returned to his body, Lin Zhi heard Yanli's angry roar. Lin Zhi calmed down and responded softly, "Let me go, I'm leaving." Yanli was surprised to see Lin's attitude change, and then let go of his hand. He was a reasonable man, so he was naturally not afraid of Lin Zhi going back on his word. After all, the gap in strength was too big. Even if Lin Zhi took some action, he had the confidence to deal with it. After Lin Zhi regained his ability to move, he immediately walked to the side of the demon and looked at the woman in front of him with her eyes closed and her face as pale as paper. The tears in Lin Zhi's eyes burst out again. He slowly carried the charm demon on his back and tied it tightly to his back with the charm demon's long whip. Then he squatted beside Ji Shuiyan and hugged the little girl gently. The little girl also started crying and kept wiping Lin Zhi's tears with her clean little hands. Lin Zhi stood up and took Ji Shuiyan's hand. The forest flowers had quietly fallen on Lin Zhi's head. The young man walked with difficulty, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. Everyone in the city lord's mansion stared at the young man's back as he walked away, feeling a mixture of emotion. Facing a powerful enemy, the young man was fearless and courageous, and he valued friendship and loyalty. At this moment, everyone has that slightly desolate figure deeply imprinted in their hearts. Lin Zhi was mobilizing spiritual power in his body frantically, but on the surface he looked submissive, which made people feel pity for him. He moved slowly, each step seemed to carry a 1,000-pound burden, but he was getting closer and closer to the seriously injured Angry Lion City Lord who fell to the ground. Just as he was about to pass by the Angry Lion City Lord, Lin Zhi suddenly burst out with all his spiritual power and flashed to the side of the Angry Lion City Lord in an instant. This sudden scene made the Lord of Angry Lion City laugh out of anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "This kid actually wanted to take revenge. I've been on guard against you." The Lord of Angry Lion City roared angrily, and layers of spiritual power emanated from his body, wrapping himself tightly like a solid wall. He had been seriously injured by Lin Zhi before, so he became more cautious. He didn't expect that Lin Zhi would actually dare to launch a sneak attack. Now, as long as he could resist Lin Zhi's moves, Yanli would be able to take Lin Zhi's life in an instant. The Lord of Angry Lion City had a sinister smile on his face, and was on full alert to guard against the impending attack. "Boy, you dare to play tricks on me!" Nukianli was furious. He took a big step forward and slapped out with his palm. The terrifying palm print carried an extremely powerful force, crossed the void, and slammed towards Lin Zhi. However, Lin Zhi did not intend to attack the Lord of Angry Lion City. He knew very well that the other party would be on guard, so he just circulated all his spiritual power to create the illusion of wanting to attack. In fact, his spiritual consciousness turned, and the jade plate instantly burst into a dazzling golden light, instantly covering the place where Lin Zhi was. He grabbed the Lord of Angry Lion City tightly, and actually wanted to teleport the Lord of Angry Lion City away with him. The Lord of Angry Lion City was caught off guard. He was concentrating on guarding against Lin Zhi's attack, but he never expected that Lin Zhi would suddenly grab him. Lin Zhi exerted a little force, and the Lord of Angry Lion City was pulled in front of Lin Zhi, protecting Ji Shuiyan behind him. Nukianli's terrifying palm arrived just in time. A huge boom was heard and the Lord of Angry Lion City was directly hit by the palm force. The terrifying impact force blasted the Angry Lion City Lord and Lin Zhi into the ground together. The jade plate on the chest seemed to be affected by this terrifying palm. For a moment, the area covered by the golden light became chaotic like a tangled mess. Countless pieces of gravel flew up, and the light and shadow were distorted to the extreme, as if they were going to tear the area apart. In an instant, Lin Zhi and the others who had just been blasted into the ground disappeared from the spot, leaving only the furious Nukianli and the bewildered people in the city lord's mansion. Huff huff. The wild wind around him roared madly. Lin Zhi struggled to get up from the ground with difficulty. Blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth and many of his bones were broken. He gently put down the demon tied to his back and began to look around. Surrounded by mountains, it was like a natural barrier, isolating this place from the world. The uninhabited scene seemed to be telling them that they had successfully arrived at another mysterious place. Seeing the horrible corpse of the Angry Lion City Lord beside him, it was obvious that he was killed by Nukianli with a palm. Ji Shuiyan was unconscious not far behind him, and Lin Hua was lying quietly on his head. Lin Zhi slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He took out a few drops of companion spirit marrow source liquid from the space ring, took one drop himself, and then fed one drop each to Lin Hua and Ji Shuiyan. Then, he dripped 3 more drops into the demon. However, the demon did not react at all and continued to sleep in the endless darkness. The sadness in Lin Zhi's heart surged out, he could no longer hold it back and burst into tears. At this moment, the 16-year-old boy let down all his defenses. The crying gradually became weaker. Ji Shuiyan and Lin Hua had also woken up, and they silently accompanied Lin Zhi, allowing him to vent his emotions to his heart's content. "Sister, I've avenged you." Lin Jiqiang suppressed his inner grief, found a towering tree nearby, dug a 2-meter-long and wide pit under the tree with his bare hands, and carefully placed the demon's body into the pit. Then he knelt aside, kowtowed 3 times, and stared at the demon's face quietly. Finally, he buried the excavated soil again and built an eternal tomb for the demon. Ji Shuiyan, who was standing by, was also crying, and her sadness intertwined with Lin Zhi's, forming a heartbreaking picture. After reaching out and searching the corpse of the Angry Lion City Lord, Lin Zhi finally found a storage bag. He couldn't wait to use his spiritual sense to explore, and the items inside instantly blinded Lin Zhi's eyes. There were all kinds of elixirs, magic weapons and magical treasures, as well as a large pile of Lingbai stones piled up like a small mountain in one corner. Lin Zhi made a rough count and found that there were millions of low-grade Lingbai, 50,000 medium-grade Lingbai, and even 100 high-grade Lingbai. Lin Zhi's eyes were almost dazzled. He had never seen so many treasures before. He couldn't help but shout in his heart, "I'm rich!" He hurriedly took out a new set of clothes that fit his body shape and put them on quickly. After all, his clothes were already in tatters and he could no longer cover his body. Lin Zhi stared deeply at the demon's grave for a few more times, then left the place with the little girl and Lin Hua with a heavy heart. Lin Zhi's spiritual sense swept across the jade token, trying to ask where he had been teleported to, but the jade token seemed to be asleep and there was no movement. "Lin He, Lin He." Lin Zhi called out a few more times using his spiritual sense, but still received no response. Lin Zhi frowned and decided to walk around first, looking for a populated place before making any plans. Chapter 33, Savage Spirit Holy Land. Seeing that Lin He didn't reply to him for a long time, Lin Zhi felt depressed. What he knew about Lin He was limited to what they had communicated with each other. As for the rest, Lin He knew nothing. Therefore, Lin Zhi really couldn't understand why Lin He lost contact with him after the transmission. Since he couldn't figure it out, Lin Zhi simply stopped thinking about it. He took Ji Shuiyan's hand and walked quickly in a random direction. Anyway, I'm not familiar with the road, so it doesn't matter where I go, right? Brother Lin Zhi, will Grandpa come back? After experiencing all kinds of dangers, the little girl finally came to her senses. The originally rosy little face now looked like a withered flower, with a sad expression on her face, and she asked the question that was hidden in her heart. Lin Zhi did not go to see Ji Shuiyan. Thinking of Ji Qingshan facing tens of thousands of demons alone, and the scene where the demon desperately protected him, his eyes could not help but become moist again. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back his tears again, so he gently pinched Ji Shuiyan's little hand that was being held, adjusted his state, and spoke in a cheerful tone. He will definitely come back. Master is so powerful. He will come to find us after he has dealt with all the enemies. Ji Shuiyan had great trust in this brother whom she had just met, so when she heard Lin Zhi's answer, her face, which had been gloomy, suddenly became as happy as a rainbow after the rain. With an expectant look on his face, he said, "How long will it take for Grandpa to come and see us? I miss him so much." Ever since Ji Shuiyan could remember, she had been living with her grandfather and had never been separated. So even though Ji Qingshan had only been away for a while, the little girl still missed him very much. Master specifically told me before he left to take you to find one of his friends. Grandpa will go there to find us. Although Lin Zhi was also worried about Ji Qingshan's situation, he did not tell Ji Shuiyan. He just kept praying in his heart that Ji Qingshan would return safely. Lin Zhi took the little girl and walked along the mountain road, during which time Lin Zhi also picked a lot of wild fruits. After tasting the fruit and finding no problem with it, he shared it with Lin Hua and Ji Shuiyan. Ji Shuiyan was just a 4-year-old girl, and she was very happy after having the delicious food. She chattered non-stop while eating, and even Lin Zhi's inner sadness was diluted by Ji Shuiyan's happiness. After walking for a long time, Lin Zhi was surprised to find that he seemed to have walked out of the mountains, and in front of him appeared a piece of carefully cultivated farmland. There were some rice-like grains planted on it, a golden color. He was delighted and hurriedly pulled Ji Shuiyan and ran forward at a fast pace. Farmland has been discovered, which means that Lin Zhi and others have come to an inhabited area. He can no longer hold back his excitement and can't wait to find out where he is. Not long after they started walking, a middle-aged man came towards them, followed closely by a young man of about the same age as Lin Zhi. The man was wearing a straw hat and carrying a hoe in his hand. He looked just like a farmer on the blue planet. Lin Zhi couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity, as if he had instantly returned to Earth, and hurried to greet him. "Hello, uncle." When the middle-aged man saw someone talking to him, he put down the hoe in his hand, smiled innocently, and said warmly, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Judging from his expression, he was obviously an honest person. The young man behind him also came forward curiously, staring at the handsome young man in front of him with wide eyes. Lin Zhi didn't know how to explain his origins, so he made up an excuse and continued, "Uncle, my brother and I have always lived in the deepest part of this forest. Today is the first time we come down the mountain and come here. I want to ask what exactly is this place?" The man looked at the young man in front of him with surprise. His brand new clothes, bright eyes, and handsome face looked as if they were carefully carved. No matter how you look at him, he looks like a young master from a prominent family, not like someone who lives in the mountains. The man had been to this mountain many times, often collecting some herbs and other things, but he had never found any place where people lived. For a moment, a sense of doubt surged into my mind like a tide. Before the man could speak, the young man behind him couldn't wait to take over the conversation and said hurriedly, "Hello, my name is Yu Wenjie, just call me Aji, this is Yujia village, the village where my father and I have always lived." Yujia village. It was useless for Lin Zhi to know the name of the village, so he asked again, "Hello, Aji, my name is Lin Zhi, can you tell me in detail which continent Yujia village is on?" The Barbarian continent, Alchemy continent, and Talisman continent that Lin Zhi knew were all worlds with continents, so Lin Zhi guessed that all worlds were called continents and asked this question. Now, it was Aji's turn to be confused. Continent? Aren't we all on this continent? Could it be that this boy named Lin Zhi had been to many continents? It's no wonder that Yu Wenjie thought so. After all, for ordinary people, they will never have the chance to leave the vast continent where they are in their lifetime. Only those powerful people who are rumored to be omnipotent have the opportunity. Isn't that young man from this barbarian continent? Yu Wenjie scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look. Barbarian continent? You said this is the barbarian continent. Now, Lin Zhi was confused again. Wasn't he the jade token supposed to teleport him to another world? Why was he still on the barbarian continent? Did the transmission fail? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lin Zhi quickly denied his idea. If he had failed, he would not be here. For a moment, Lin Zhi's face was filled with thick clouds of doubt. Then Aji, how far is this place from the Angry Lion City? After Yu Wenjie answered with certainty, Lin Zhi asked again. Raging Lion City. It's so far away. We have to go through at least 3 teleportation arrays to get there. After hearing this, Lin Zhi felt relieved. Although he didn't know why he was still in this barbarian continent, he heard that the distance was so far. Lin Zhi could still accept it. At least, the third elder of the Nook tribe would not meet him so soon. Although the middle-aged man had doubts about whether Lin Zhi really lived in the mountains, when he saw Lin Zhi's expression when talking to his son, he didn't think that he didn't look like a bad person, so he didn't think about it anymore. He said to his son, Aji, since we met a friend on the road, why don't you take this friend home to have a cup of tea and rest? When Lin Zhi heard what the man said, he couldn't help but feel happy. He didn't have a place to live yet, and now this honest-looking uncle invited him to his home, he would not refuse. Besides, Lin Zhi still had many questions he wanted to ask Aji. So he said sincerely without any pretense, thank you for bothering me, my brother and I are new here and we are completely unfamiliar with this place, so it's a good opportunity for us to get familiar with it first. Yu Wenjie hurriedly pulled Lin Zhi's arm with enthusiasm and returned the way they came. After hearing his father say this, he was happy that he didn't have to work in the fields anymore. The middle-aged man was left standing alone, carrying a hoe and heading towards the fields. Soon, Yu Wenjie led Lin Zhi to a small village, which was full of low-thatched houses. Yu Wenjie greeted everyone in the village enthusiastically, and soon walked into a yard. The yard was not locked, but there was no one inside. Yu Wenjie asked Lin Zhi to sit down, poured 2 cups of herbal tea, and brought some pastries to Ji Shuiyan, then sat down next to Lin Zhi. Have some tea to moisten your throat. Don't be shy. Speaking of which, you 2 brothers and sisters are really handsome. Looking at Yu Wenjie's enthusiastic expression, Lin Zhi was also quite grateful to the father and son in his heart. After drinking a sip of tea, Yu Wenjie said to Lin Zhi, I guess you are here for the selection of disciples for the Barbarian Spirit Holy Land, right? The Barbarian Spirit Holy Land selection. Lin Zhi was shocked. He had never heard of the Barbarian Spirit Holy Land. After hearing what Yu Wenjie said, he became interested. Aji, can you tell me about the selection of the Barbarian Spirit Holy Land? Seeing Lin Zhi's puzzled expression, Yu Wenjie realized that his guess was wrong, so he told Lin Zhi about the Barbarian Spirit Holy Land. The Manling Holy Land was built by the barbarians. It is similar to a sect and recruits disciples from all over the barbarian continent every 3 years. Those who pass the selection can stay in the Holy Land as disciples of the Barbarian Spirit Holy Land. Those with extraordinary talents can even be accepted as disciples by the barbarian elders and even compete for the title of Holy Son of the Barbarian Spirit Holy Land. Once you become the Holy Son, it will be extraordinary. The Holy Land will do its best to train you, and it will be just a matter of time before you become a powerful one. Yu Wenjie talked a lot incessantly, with a look of longing in his eyes. Brother Yu, are you interested in participating in the selection? Yes, I am going to participate in the selection this time. If I am lucky enough to pass and become a disciple of the Barbarian Spirit Holy Land, then my father will be able to live a good life. Lin Zhi, why don't we go to participate in the selection together? Yu Wenjie invited Lin Zhi with great anticipation, so that they could take care of each other after they went. Chapter 34 Arrival in the City. Lin Zhi's heart moved slightly, if he could pass the selection of the Barbarian Spirit Holy Land. Not only does that provide a place to stay, but you can also learn a few moves, which is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Aji, I am quite interested in this Barbarian Spirit Holy Land, but it would be inconvenient for me to bring my sister with me. This is not a difficult task. Outer disciples of the barbarian spirit Holy Land will have their own independent rooms. As long as you can become an outer disciple, Brother Lin can practice with his sister. The Manling Holy Land is divided into menial disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples, and above the direct disciples, there is only one vacancy for the Holy Son. Hearing this, Lin Zhi raised the corner of his mouth and agreed without hesitation. There has been no news from Lin He so far, so we should first find a place to stay before making any plans. Aji told them that the selection for the Manling Holy Land would be held in 10 days, but Yujia village was still 3 days away from the Manling Holy Land. So the two decided to set off a few days earlier to avoid missing the selection. In the past few days, besides practicing, Lin Zhi also helped Aji and his son to work in the fields. Lin Zhi also gradually came out of his grief. There were only 5 days left before the selection for the barbarian spirit Holy Land. Early in the morning, Yu Wenjie packed his bags and hurried out with Lin Zhi and Ji Shuiyan. Aji lost his mother when he was young and had been dependent on his father. This was the first time he left his father's protection and embarked on the journey of cultivation. He couldn't help feeling a little reluctant. "Dad, please go back. I will definitely practice and become a monk in the future, and then repay you for raising me." Yu's father also looked worried. After spending a few days together, he realized that this mysterious young man in gorgeous clothes was different from the others. After giving Aji some advice, he said to Lin Zhi, "My dear Lin Zhi, I know you are not an ordinary person. You will achieve great things in the future. I still have to count on you to take good care of my child. I don't ask for wealth or fame, as long as the child comes back safely." Lin Zhi looked at this scene and couldn't help but think of his parents. He disappeared on the blue planet like this, and who knows how worried they would be. And there was the fat man, and no one knew where he was now. Lin Zhi felt a little worried. Faced with Yu's father's plea, Lin Zhi agreed without hesitation. The Yu family father and son entertained his brothers and sisters for many days, and Yu Wenjie's enthusiasm made Lin Zhi quickly become familiar with him. Even if Yu's father didn't say anything, Lin Zhi would definitely take good care of him. Several people boarded a horse-drawn carriage. Although it was not as fast as the wind-chasing horse, Lin Zhi still enjoyed this rare leisure. The journey of several days was indeed slow. Even though they passed a teleportation array along the way, the high cost was obviously not something Aji could afford. Lin Zhi did have quite a few lingbai from the Lord of Angry Lion City, but he did not use the teleportation formation ostentatiously. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Practicing on the road can not only kill time, but also avoid being targeted by people with ulterior motives and causing unnecessary trouble. When Lin Zhi first got on the carriage, he looked at the surrounding scenery with great interest, but then he immersed himself in cultivation. During the previous battle, Lin Zhi crossed 2 realms in succession. Now he is in the late stage of the Mortal Bone realm and is only 1 step away from breaking through to the early stage of the Mortal Blood realm. Naturally, he has to work harder. The stronger he is, the more guaranteed Lin Zhi's safety will be. 3 days later, the carriage slowly drove into a main city. This city was not as busy and bustling as the Angry Lion City, but it was also crowded and bustling. Most of them were young boys and girls, who were obviously here to participate in the selection. This is the main city under the Manling Holy Land. The monks in the Holy Land occasionally go down the mountain and come here to purchase or trade some things they need. Therefore, some cultivators can be seen everywhere in the city, and Lin Zhi even used his spiritual sense to detect the aura of some powerful people with profound cultivation. Lin Zhi and others were sitting in a carriage, moving slowly forward in the middle of the road. The two were planning to find a restaurant to have a good meal and take a short rest. At this moment, there was a loud noise coming from behind. Lin Zhi turned around and saw a group of people galloping in the middle of the road. The passers-by around were dodging in panic, and some who were unable to dodge were even knocked away by the mounts rushing in the front. When the group of people passed by, the passers-by returned to their normal state and stopped shouting and cursing, as if they were used to it. However, the disdain in their eyes was clearly visible. The carriage carrying Lin Zhi and his companions was still in the middle of the road, standing abruptly at this moment. Faced with the group of people and horses that were about to rush over, Lin Zhi hurriedly pulled the horse's head and turned to the side of the road. However, it was too late. The young man who was rushing in the front was riding a tall and ferocious silver moon wolf with long grey hair. He ran like a silver lightning and had already reached Lin Zhi at lightning speed. The young man didn't even look at it, and arrogantly ordered the silver moon wolf to speed up and hit it. If it was hit, the carriage would definitely be ruined, and even the people in the carriage would be injured. At the critical moment, Lin Zhi quickly shot out a stream of spiritual power and slammed it hard on the silver moon wolf's head. Ouch! The silver moon wolf felt the pain and let out a deafening roar. It raised its two front legs high and stopped abruptly in place, throwing the young man off its back. The men behind him saw the young man frustrated and surrounded Lin Zhi like a tide, drawing their weapons that were shining coldly and staring at Lin Zhi viciously. Yu Wenjie was already frightened out of his wits by this scene, and hurriedly knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Ji Shuiyan also had a look of fear on her face, and looked at Lin Zhi tremblingly. The young man who had fallen to the ground had now stood up, brushed off the dust on his body, and walked towards Lin Zhi ferociously like an enraged beast, with an arrogant and domineering look on his face. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Blocking your way? Lin Zhi was stunned for a moment. He was just walking on the road, but you were driving so fast and he bumped into him without saying a word. You even have the nerve to say I'm blocking your way? What the hell is this? Brother, I didn't block your way. I was just walking on the road normally. You bumped into me. This road is not yours. I haven't said that you are fully responsible for the rear-end collision. Lin Zhi said neither humbly nor arrogantly. What nonsense are you talking about? This road is owned by my family, are you dissatisfied? The young man was not lying. He was Duan Fei, the youngest son of Duan Weir, the lord of this city. He had always been domineering and arrogant. He is currently training in the Manling Holy Land, so it is no exaggeration to say that this road belongs to his family. Now it was Lin Zhi's turn to be dumbfounded. No way, it was really your family's business. Thinking of this, Lin Zhi had an urge to run away immediately. He had just arrived here, and he was not afraid to offend anyone from the city lord's mansion again. But looking at the people who looked like servants who surrounded him, Lin Zhi felt that the possibility of him being able to get out was very slim, but he did not regret it. If we were really hit by the young man's mount, we might all get injured. I am convinced, I am absolutely convinced. Your Excellency is so suave and elegant, and you look like a kind-hearted knight. You are simply stunning. Lin Zhi flattered him. After all, there were so many people surrounding him, and he would be stupid enough to rush forward and fight with his life. Right now, protecting several people's lives was the most important thing. Before the young man could react, Lin Zhi took another step forward and said flatteringly, I'm sorry for offending you just now. How could this great hero be so petty as to treat a commoner like me? Duan Fei was confused by these flattering words, as if he was really as heroic and elegant as Lin Zhi said, and he was overjoyed for a moment. Just when he was about to say a few polite words, he was interrupted by a burst of clear and pleasant laughter. Duan Fei was about to get angry, but when he turned around, he saw the woman who was laughing. His anger disappeared instantly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked at the person in fascination. Jin Xian, you're here too, great. Why don't we go to the restaurant in front to eat together? Lin Zhi also looked in the direction of the voice and his eyes lit up. The woman had a face as rosy as a lotus, eyebrows like willow leaves, and her smile was as gentle as the spring breeze. She was like a lotus emerging from the water, fresh, elegant, and otherworldly. Lin Zhi felt that her appearance was only slightly inferior to Lin Huer's. At this moment, the girl was covering her cherry lips and looking at Lin Zhi with a sweet smile. She had just witnessed the whole process. This handsome young man responded calmly in the critical moment and flattered Duan Fei so frankly. He was indeed an interesting person. Duan Fei, I told you a long time ago, call me Su Jinxian. Upon hearing Duan Fei calling her name so intimately, the woman, who had been smiling like a flower, put away her smile and spoke expressionlessly. Her calm demeanor added a bit of grace and elegance. Duan Fei was not angry, but he caught a glimpse of the girl looking at Lin Zhi just now, and suddenly a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart, this pretty boy. He hurriedly said to Lin Zhi, this young master is in a good mood today, I won't bother with you, leave here quickly. Upon hearing the young master's order, the servants of the city lord's mansion quickly made way for him, hurry up and leave. If it weren't for the young master's magnanimity, you would be in trouble. Lin Zhi turned a deaf ear to the words of these lackeys, nodded slightly to the girl, then drove the carriage and disappeared into the crowd. The carriage galloped away, and Yu Wenjie felt relieved only when the team disappeared from sight. He said to Lin Zhi with lingering fear, Brother Lin, I didn't expect that you have such a high level of cultivation that you can stop a beast as ferocious as a tiger. It was really dangerous just now. Lin Zhi did not take Yu Wenjie's action of kneeling down and begging for mercy seriously. After all, he was still a young boy who had just started out and naturally had never experienced such a crisis. Everyone will go through such a stage. Only after experiencing countless ups and downs can one gradually grow, whether it is one's character or cultivation. Even Lin Zhi himself didn't realize that he had quietly become much more mature. Chapter 35, Treasure Pavilion. Arriving at the door of a restaurant, Lin Zhi didn't think any more and handed the carriage to the waiter in front of the restaurant. With one arm on Yu Wenjie's shoulder and the other hand holding Ji Shuiyan, Lin Hua still leaned on Lin Zhi's shoulder. Let's go in and have dinner. All expenses will be borne by this young master. Young master is generous. Yu Wenjie stared at the luxurious restaurant in front of him, still feeling a little nervous. He has been living in Yuzhou village. It is difficult to see even a small restaurant around, let alone this magnificent restaurant. He hurriedly followed Lin Zhi closely. Everyone entered the restaurant. Lin Zhi chose a private room and ordered a table full of dishes. Everyone ate heartily and Yu Wenjie's stomach was bulging. They chose 2 more rooms upstairs, one for Yu Wenjie alone, and one for Lin Zhuai's and Ji Shuiyan. After all, the little girl was only 4 years old, and it was inevitable that she would be afraid to sleep alone. Yu Wenjie was once again surprised at Lin Zhi's wealth, and kept asking Lin Zhi whether he was a young master of some unknown family, which made Lin Zhi laugh and cry. Naturally, he didn't mind spending some money to enjoy better services. After all, there were still millions of Lingbai in the space ring. That was the lifelong accumulation of the Lord of Angry Lion City, so Lin Zhi was not short of money. When he returned to the room, night had already fallen. After coaxing the little girl to sleep, Lin Zhi began to practice again. The next day, Lin Zhi couldn't wait to drag Yu Wenjie and Xiao Shuiyan. Ever since he and Xiao Shuiyan went to the market in Angry Lion City last time, Lin Zhi has been quite interested in the market in the cultivation world. The difference from the last time was that this time Lin Zhi was a genuine wealthy man, so naturally he wanted to go shopping, spend a lot of money, and buy some materials for refining talismans and various things needed for cultivation. A few of them strolled around excitedly, and soon they found a market, and walked in without saying a word. Unlike the market in Angry Lion City, there are no small vendors selling goods on stalls here, but only a few long streets. There are densely packed shops on both sides of the long street, which is obviously of higher standards than the market in Lion City. The market was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder. In front of every shop there was a waiter shouting at the top of his lungs to attract customers to come and shop. Lin Zhi also sensed that many monks were wandering around aimlessly. After politely declining the waiters from several stores, the group stopped at the largest storefront in the middle of a long street. Treasure Pavilion. These 3 words instantly attracted Lin Zhi's attention, and he thought to himself, this should be the premier store here. Lin Zhi took Ji Shuiyan's hand and walked in without hesitation, and Yu Wenjie followed closely behind without any delay. Sir, what do you need to buy? As soon as he entered the door, Lin Zhi was dazzled by the items displayed on the counter on the first floor, when a respectful voice came from the side. Hearing their voice, Lin Zhi turned around and saw several girls wearing the same style of long skirts standing lightly beside him. The person who spoke was a beautiful woman with her hair tied up, wearing a red dress and smiling. She looked like a blooming flower and was obviously the manager here. Lin Zhi blinked and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it's worthy of being a big name. Even these serving girls are so pretty, and each of them has a rosy face and is respectful. I'm just here to take a look around and take a look at some talisman refining materials and elixirs. You guys go about your business. If there's anything you like, I'll come back to you. Lin Zhi's voice was as gentle as the spring breeze, and his face was as gentle as jade and handsome, which made everyone feel happy. In their eyes, Lin Zhi was like a young master from a wealthy family who was rich, handsome, and had a good personality, exuding charming charm all over his body. The beautiful woman in the long dress smiled even more intensely and became more enthusiastic as she chose one of the girls behind her. Smiling, she said to Lin Zhi, then I won't bother you anymore. Let Xiaoqing take you upstairs to take a look around and introduce the items here to you. Lin Zhi did not refuse. He politely thanked the beautiful woman and followed Xiaoqing to the second floor of Jubao Pavilion. Along the way, the girl Xiaoqing secretly looked at Lin Zhi from time to time, and unknowingly, her face turned a little red. Sir, the second floor is full of items used for refining talismans. Below level 4, basically everything you want is in stock here. If there are any rare items, you can order them in advance and the headquarters will ship them to you. Below level 4. Lin Zhi seemed to have never heard of it, but when he thought about it, the dazzling array of various levels of talisman refining techniques in his mind made him understand a little bit. Currently, he can only refine a second-level talisman light body technique, which is below level 4. For Lin Zhi at the moment, it is more than enough. While listening to Xueqing's eloquent introduction, he quickly searched in his mind for the several types of offensive talismans that he was going to learn to refine. Then he picked out all the materials that could be used, and under the surprised eyes of the people around him, several people at the counter packed up the materials and went to calculate the money. Sir, this is the soul restoring pill. It can restore a large amount of spiritual power in a short period of time. Purchase. This is Da1 Dan, used to treat a certain degree of injuries. Purchase. This is the soul purifying pill. Purchase. Blood coagulation pill. Buy. 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 Lin Zhi waved his hand, like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, and took away all the goodies without hesitation. Soon, he had spent hundreds of thousands of low-grade lingbai. Yu Wenjie, who was following beside him, was enlightened. Lin Zhi even bought him a lot of things. Such terrifying purchasing power caused a huge stir and alarmed the owner of Jubao Pavilion, who hurriedly and respectfully invited Lin to go up to the third floor. The third floor is filled with some of the more precious items, which are so dazzling that it is hard to take your eyes off them. Lin Zhi came to a counter, stopped, stretched out his finger, and pointed at a milky white bracelet in front of him. The leader of Jubao Pavilion who was traveling with him personally took out the bracelet and handed it to Lin Zhi respectfully. Lin Zhi fell in love with it the moment he got it. The bracelet was cool and looked like white jade, and it looked like it was made of extremely high-end material. A pure force flowed into Lin Zhiju's body like a trickle, making Lin Zhiju calm down a lot, and he looked reluctant to let go. Sir, you have good eyesight. This is the meticulous work of Master Cheng, the master engraver of Jubao Pavilion. It is named Mingyu Qingfeng. The material is the purest part of the Zhongling stone. When placed in the night sky with the bright moon hanging high, it absorbs the essence of the moon and has the effect of clearing the mind and nourishing the spirit. It is extremely beneficial for women's cultivation. It is unique in this barbarian continent. Please pack it up for me, Pavilion Master. The moment Lin Zhi saw the bracelet, he felt that it and Lin Huar were a perfect match, so he wanted to keep it for now and give it to Lin Huar after he helped her reshape her body. Wait! I want this bracelet. An arrogant voice suddenly came from the front, causing everyone to look sideways. Well, isn't this the boy from yesterday? In the crowd, a young man in luxurious clothes was surrounded like the moon surrounded by stars. Lin Zhi frowned slightly, and he recognized the person who spoke. It was Duan Fei and others who had a conflict yesterday. And next to Duan Fei, the woman he had seen yesterday was also here. When Su Jinxian saw Lin Zhi again, her eyes, which had been indifferent just now, brightened slightly, and a smile bloomed on her beautiful face, as if the whole attic was lit up. Boy, this thing is what I want. Seeing that Lin Zhi remained silent, Duan Fei emphasized it again, and his tone seemed as if he was issuing an edict to Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi touched his nose and secretly groaned in his heart, wondering why his luck was so bad as to run into this extremely arrogant second-generation rich kid again. Duan Fei, don't be so rude in front of me. You know what? This young man has already reserved this bracelet. The master of Jubao Pavilion would not tolerate this man. He scolded Duan Fei with a solemn face. They have always valued harmony in Jubao Pavilion. Now that Lin Zhiju has asked to take over the business, how can he tolerate others coming to mess things up? Master Ju, how dare I act wildly here? I really want to buy something, and I haven't paid yet, so it should be okay for me to participate in the competition. Duan Fei knew very well that he could not afford to offend the master of Jubao Pavilion, even though his father had the support of the barbarians and was not afraid of Jubao Pavilion. But this Jubao Pavilion is just a branch, and no one wants to provoke it easily. So he softened his tone and spoke in an orderly manner. Pavilion Master Ju frowned and thought carefully, and felt that what Duan Fei said made sense. After all, the money hasn't been paid yet, and when it comes to business, the highest bidder wins. But he couldn't say anything too final, so he turned to Lin Zhi and said, Sir, what do you think? Lin Zhi naturally understood that Pavilion Master Zhu was saving face for him, so he smiled nonchalantly and said, "Okay, let's compete fairly then." Lin Zhi didn't want to give up this bracelet so easily, so he naturally wanted to fight for it. Upon hearing this, Pavilion Master Zhu felt relieved. He was really worried that this young man would be as arrogant and domineering as Duanfei and would not give in. In that case, although it will not have much impact on oneself, it will inevitably add a lot of trouble. He looked at Lin with gratitude and said, "This string of bright moon and fresh wind is priced at 1 million lower grade Lingbai." After hearing this, Yu Wenjie's jaw dropped. 1 million low grade Lingbai. He couldn't imagine that this thing was so precious. Duanfei was also shocked. 1 million low grade Lingbai was extremely luxurious for him. He had been domineering in this city for many years and had only collected more than 1 million low grade Lingbai. He was so rich that he would vomit blood. But the beauty is right beside him, and Su Jinxuan's eyes are clearly showing that she likes the bracelet very much. If he buys it and gives it to her, maybe she will consider him. Thinking of this, Duanfei gritted his teeth and said, 1 million, I'll buy it. 1,010,000. Lin Zhi hurriedly followed the price, but it would not be too much higher. At least it would be higher than Duanfei's in the end. Lin Zhi knows clearly where to save and where to spend. Boy, what do you mean? Chapter 36 Li Ruhua. When Duanfei heard that Lin Zhi's price was only 10,000 lower grade Lingbai higher than his own, he felt as if he had suffered a great humiliation, and stared at Lin Zhi with vicious eyes. It's nothing, it's just normal competition. Lin Zhi was not to be outdone. He didn't care what Duanfei was thinking. There were still millions of Lingbai in the space ring. He was determined to get this bracelet. Okay, 1,200,000. Duanfei was furious and raised the price by 200,000 at once. He wanted to see how much wealth this young man who was fawning on him yesterday had to allow him to squander like this. 1,210,000. Lin Zhi pursed his lips slightly, his voice flat without any fluctuation. Duanfei now regarded Lin Zhi as a dying man. He did not bother with Lin Zhi yesterday, but he did not expect that Lin Zhi would be so arrogant today and dare to challenge him openly. His face became increasingly gloomy, as if water could drip out of it. 1,500,000, kid. If you still dare to follow me, this thing is yours. I'm afraid you may not be able to use it even if you get it. His tone was already full of threats. Lin Zhi didn't care. Duanfei was a narrow-minded and petty person, and he had already offended him to such an extent. There was no need to show him any mercy, so he said without hesitation, 1,510,000. Duanfei was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and a sickly blush appeared on his pale face. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked out of Jubao Pavilion angrily, not even caring about Su Jinxian beside him. The guards from the city lord's mansion who followed him also had vicious looks on their faces. No matter how angry Duanfei was, he didn't dare to take action in Jubao Pavilion, so he planned to wait at the door of Jubao Pavilion and kill this ignorant young man. Su Jinxian seemed calm and composed. Although she couldn't let go of the necklace, she would not accept it even if Duanfei bought it for her. Her big watery eyes looked at Lin Zhi, and a clear and pleasant voice came out of her mouth. "Hello, my name is Su Jinxian, you'd better run for your life, Duanfei must be waiting for you outside." Lin Zhi was quite surprised. He never expected that this beautiful girl who seemed to be Duanfei's friend would be so kind as to remind him. He quickly thanked her, "My name is Lin Zhi." "Thank you." The owner of Jubao Pavilion was also very happy. He had made a big deal today, so naturally he had to entertain this distinguished guest with great hospitality. He first nodded enthusiastically to Su Jinxian, obviously knowing a little about Su Jinxuan's identity, and then hurriedly said to Lin Zhi, "Mr. Lin, please stay in this treasure pavilion with peace of mind. Once you have everything you need, I will personally escort you out." He naturally had some calculations in his mind, and this handsome young man had just done him a favor without making a fuss. Moreover, he was not afraid at all when facing Duanfei, that arrogant and domineering playboy. He was so rich and spent money like water without a trace of pity. He must be a powerful person. Lin Zhi naturally had no idea what Pavilion Master Zhu was thinking. Of course, he wouldn't feel bad about spending money that wasn't his own. The master of Jubao Pavilion is so shrewd that he knows that it is necessary to have a good relationship with the young man in front of him. After hearing what Pavilion Master Zhu said, Lin Zhi was naturally no longer anxious. Even if Pavilion Master Zhu did not send him off, Lin Zhi had already thought of a plan to escape. He pressed the light body technique on himself, and the few of them ran away. Lin Zhi strolled around for a while and bought Ji Shuiyan an exquisite little dress with a protective formation, and picked out a sharp sword for Aji. After careful consideration, he took out a few carefully drawn talisman papers from his space ring and walked towards Su Jinxian. These are some pieces of talisman paper that I drew myself. Although they are not valuable, they are a token of my appreciation. I will give them to you to show my gratitude to you for your reminder. Su Jinxian didn't expect Lin Zhi to take the initiative to talk to her. A faint blush like the sunset appeared on her fair and delicate face. After being a little shy, she reached out to take the talisman paper. Even though she had higher level talisman paper on her, and this second level talisman paper might not be of any use, she still happily put it into her storage space. Mr. Lin is really young and promising. He has already become a second level talisman refiner. Lin Zhi did not think that being a second level talisman refiner was anything special. He just thought it was a polite remark from Su Jinxian and smiled slightly, not taking it to heart. However, in Su Jinxuan's eyes, it was completely different. Refining talismans is an extremely difficult task. It is not only a test of the talent and understanding of the talisman refiner, but more importantly, it is a test of the power of the soul, that is, the power of divine consciousness. After exchanging bodies with Lin Huar and receiving the blessing of the jade plate on his chest, Lin Zhi's spiritual awareness had already become extraordinary and far surpassed that of his peers. Therefore, he could control the spiritual power in his body at will. After purchasing everything he needed, the owner of Jubao Pavilion respectfully accompanied Lin Zhi out of the attic. Su Jinxian, who was standing by, witnessed this scene and walked slowly side by side with Lin Zhi, obviously wanting to lend a helping hand to Lin Zhi. A touch of emotion flashed in Lin Zhi's eyes, but he didn't say much. He just silently kept this kindness in his heart. At the door of the attic, Duan Fei and a group of guards were blocking their way there unscrupulously. People passing by were frightened and took a detic. Seeing the leader of Jubao Pavilion, Lin Zhi and Su Jinxian appear together, Duan Fei's face became increasingly gloomy, and he looked at Su Jinxian somewhat uncomfortably. The jealousy towards Lin Zhi surged in her heart, but she still forced a smile and said to Su Jinxian, "Jinxian, why did you come out too? Come here quickly, or I'll hurt you." A trace of disgust flashed across Su Jinxuan's face, as if she felt extremely disgusted with the person in front of her calling her Jinxian. However, she ignored the fact that Lin Zhi had called her the same way just now. She did not move, and responded calmly, "Duan Fei, Lin Zhi is my friend, let's just leave it at that." Hearing this, Duan Fei's long-suppressed anger instantly erupted like a volcano. He pointed at Su Jinxian and cursed, "You shameless woman, I have been chasing you for so many years, and I have always been humble to you, but you actually regard a pretty boy who I have only met once as your friend and even protect him." Su Jinxuan's pretty face turned pale as paper in an instant. She had never suffered such vicious insults before. For a moment, her eyes were filled with tears. Seeing that Duan Fei's words were so unbearable to hear, Lin Zhi's face became gloomy and his tone was no longer polite. "Duan Fei, you are narrow-minded and petty, and you are so mean. Didn't your family teach you how to speak properly?" After saying this, Lin Zhi didn't care about Duan Fei's angry face at all, turned to Su Jinxian, and comforted her in a condescending manner. "Stay away from this kind of person in the future. Look at his behavior. He thinks anything he sees becomes his. He doesn't allow you to make friends after knowing you for a few years. I think in a few years, the entire barbarian continent will be his. Isn't this insane? Xiao Shuiyan, hide quickly, or this stupid guy will look at you a few more times. If he comes to me and asks me for you, he will say that you are his." Su Jinxian blinked her lively eyes and the tears in her eyes retreated. It was the first time she heard such an amusing curse. Her original anger disappeared in an instant and she even couldn't help laughing. Duan Fei was so angry that he yelled at the guards beside him, "Kill this pretty boy." Upon hearing this, the pavilion master of Jubao Pavilion immediately summoned out all the monks in the pavilion and deployed them as if facing a powerful enemy. Just as the guards of the city lord's mansion were about to take action, an old and deep voice came, "Well said, if your family won't teach you, I will teach you how to speak properly." As their voice fell, an old man appeared in the void, and an extremely powerful spiritual power gathered in the old man's hands. Then, the old man slapped Duan Fei and others hard. In an instant, several people from the city lord's mansion were slammed into the ground, their lives or deaths unknown. Only Du and Fei stood there trembling all over, frightened out of his wits by the horrifying scene before him. Obviously, the old man in the void deliberately left Du and Fei behind. Du and Fei was so bold to insult Su Jinxian. He must make Du and Fei realize his mistake deeply. The old man flashed and appeared in front of Du and Fei from the void. He stretched out his big hand like a palm leaf fan and greeted Du and Fei with a violent storm. The crackling sound echoed throughout the entire market, mixed with Du and Fei's miserable wails. "You dare to scold my young lady? I think you are tired of living, you ignorant little bastard." The old man slapped Du and Fei fiercely and cursed him angrily. Du and Fei was dizzy from these slaps, and then he woke up as if from a dream, his face full of horror, and the fear surged into his heart like a tide. He finally realized that Su Jinxian was no ordinary woman. She was the granddaughter of the Holy Lord of the barbarian spirit Holy Land, and her status was so high that it was shocking. How could he have the guts to insult her like that? For a moment, fear bit his heart like a poisonous snake. He clenched his teeth tightly and dared not make a sound. Seeing this sudden scene, Lin Zhi was stunned. This old man's temper was even hotter than a volcanic eruption. However, Lin Zhi admired this very much. To deal with such people, one should use such drastic measures. If Lin Zhi wasn't so weak now, he would have wanted to rush up and slap Du and Fei hard a few times. What happened in the market spread quickly throughout the city as if it had wings. Surprisingly, no one came forward to plead for mercy. The city lord's mansion was completely silent, as if they knew nothing about what had happened to their young master. It was naturally impossible for the old man to kill Du and Fei directly, so except for the first palm strike, he did not use any spiritual power when he slapped Du and Fei later. He kept beating Du and Fei's cheeks until they were swollen and even caused 2 of his teeth to fall out. The old man's hands were aching slightly when he beat him. Only then did he stop and turn to walk towards Su Jinxian. "Miss, are you okay? If you're still not satisfied, I'll give him a few more slaps." Seeing Du and Fei's miserable state, Su Jinxian felt that there was no need to be angry anymore, and said softly to the old man, "Grandpa Li, I'm fine, let him go." When the old man heard this, his anger flared up again. His young lady was so kind-hearted, yet this hateful guy insulted her like that. Mr. Li's temper was ignited again. He walked back, grabbed Du and Fei who was about to faint, and said to Su Jinxian, "Miss, remember to go home early. I want to take this kid to ask his family and ask him how Du and we are taught his son." After saying that, he turned around to look at Lin Zhi with satisfaction, then flew towards the city lord's mansion. Li Ruhuo, the childhood best friend of the Holy Lord of the barbarian spirit Holy Land, has been silently protecting Su Jinxian for many years. Of course, he knew their whole story very well. Yesterday, he even scolded Lin Zhi for being cowardly with a look of contempt. However, after Lin Zhi vented his anger for his young lady today, he immediately changed his opinion. "Hey, this boy, he cursed really hard, but he was a bit like a sissy." If Lin Zhi knew that this was how Li Ruhuo evaluated him, he would definitely rush up to Li Ruhuo and argue with him. "Damn. I am handsome, okay? How come I sound like a sissy? I really don't know how to talk." Chapter 37 Assessment begins. This sudden change made Lin Zhi laugh and cry. His troubles were solved so easily. Lin Zhi didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only say that Du and Fei should just consider himself unlucky. "Master Zhu, Miss Su, thank you both for your help today." Lin Zhi turned around and showed a kind smile to the two of them. His face, which was as gloomy as a dark cloud just now, disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by the young man's cheerfulness and sincerity, shining brightly. The master of Jubao Pavilion couldn't help but sigh at Lin Zhi's control of emotions, and his respect for him increased. Regardless of Lin Zhi's talent for cultivation, his future achievements would be limitless just based on his intelligence. "Mr. Lin, you are too modest. How can I allow others to act recklessly in my Jubao Pavilion, a small piece of land?" Pavilion Master Zhu smiled respectfully and subtly raised the majesty of Jubao Pavilion. Looking at the young lady of the Su family who was hesitant to speak, Lord Zhu led everyone in the pavilion to retreat quietly. Looking at the departing Lord Zhu, Su Jinxian suddenly felt a little uneasy and didn't know how to start. Seeing this, Lin Zhi said softly, "Miss Su, my brothers and I will take our leave first." After saying that, Lin Zhi turned around and was about to leave when Su Jinxian hurriedly asked, Mr. Lin, are you here to participate in the Holy Land selection? Lin Zhi nodded in response, and a bright smile instantly broke out on Su Jinxuan's face. See you in the Holy Land. Lin Zhi bowed and said goodbye, then took Xiao Shuiyan out of the market, with Yu Wenjie still following them like a shadow. Back at the restaurant, Lin Zhi couldn't wait to take out the bracelet he bought in the Jubao Pavilion and placed it in front of Lin Hua like a treasure. Before this, seeing that Su Jinxian seemed to have a special liking for this bracelet, Lin Zhi felt a little embarrassed and was too embarrassed to take it out. Lin Hua was naturally delighted, but at the moment she was unable to transform into a human form and could not wear it at all. She could only keep it with Lin Zhi and give it to Lin Hua later. The next day, the stars in the night gradually dissipated, and a white tinge like a fish belly appeared on the horizon. Lin Zhi, who was practicing, slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. Since he started practicing, Lin Zhi had gradually gotten used to using practice instead of sleep. Today is the day when the selection for the Barbarian Spirit Holy Land begins. Lin Zhi dragged Yu Wenjie with him early in the morning. While Ji Shuiyan was still sleepy, the few of them walked towards the Holy Land. From afar, the sky was clear and the soft light sprinkled on the ground like a veil, covering the entire Holy Land. There are many temples in the Holy Land. Several magnificent buildings are shining with dazzling golden light under the sunlight, which makes them look particularly solemn and dignified. Behind the buildings were rolling mountains and numerous caves. Lin Zhi even caught a glimpse of a huge creature, a giant horned bull. This horned bull was as big as a house. At this moment, it was lying cross-legged at the foot of a mountain, with mist gushing out of its nostrils, exuding vitality. At this time, Su Mingchen, the Holy Lord of the Barbarian Spirit Holy Land, was sitting on a stand in the center, with 4 elders sitting on both sides of him, like stars surrounding the moon. A girl with skin whiter than snow and a smile as beautiful as a flower was whispering something in Su Mingchen's ear. This girl was Su Jinxian, whom Lin Zhi had just met yesterday. Su Mingchen showed a look of surprise and looked at the girl kindly. It was unknown what the two of them said to each other. Su Jinxuan's face turned red and she left the stands without looking back. That's Su Jinxian, the proud daughter of the Manling Holy Land. She is truly a beauty. The disciple who came to participate in the selection beside Lin Zhi looked at the platform and exclaimed in amazement. Yes, she is the most beloved granddaughter of the Lord of the Holy Land. If we are lucky enough to be favored by Su Jinxian, it would be a blessing earned in 8 lifetimes. Another young man also echoed with a smile on his face. Yu Wenjie was stunned by what he heard. The woman who was with them in Jubao Pavilion yesterday actually had such a respected status. He couldn't help but smile and gently shook Lin Zhi's arm. Lin Zhi had just learned of Su Jinxuan's true identity. Although he had speculated before that Su Jinxian must have an extraordinary status in this Barbarian Spirit Holy Land, he had never expected that she was actually the granddaughter of the Holy Lord. More and more people gathered around Lin Zhi. It was extremely lively, and most of them were young boys and girls, who obviously came for the Holy Land selection. Boom! At this moment, the ground in the square under the stands cracked in the middle, and a huge stone tablet rose from deep underground. From a distance, Lin Zhiju felt a strong vibration coming from the soles of his feet, and hurriedly reached out to hug Ji Shuiyan. The crowd looked towards the square curiously, and for a moment even the noisy sounds around them faded away. Test the Steely. After seeing clearly what was rising from the ground, the crowd began to discuss. On the stands, an elder flew up and landed steadily in the center of the square. He used his spiritual power and said to everyone in a loud voice, "This is a test stone tablet. Its function is to clearly determine the age, talent, and affinity for spiritual energy of the person being tested. The stone tablet is divided into 5 levels. People under the age of 14, with a talent level of D up or a spiritual affinity of more than D middle, can pass the assessment. People under the age of 16, with a talent level of C down or a spiritual affinity of more than C middle, can pass the assessment. People under the age of 18, with a talent level of B down or a spiritual affinity of more than B down, can pass the assessment. All disciples who are going to take the test, please come forward in an orderly manner. Those who have passed this test, please wait around and participate in the formal selection at the end. Those who have not passed, please leave quickly and do not delay." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd suddenly became agitated, and sighs were heard from the crowd. This assessment only recruits disciples under the age of 18. The older you are, the more difficult the assessment will be. And this is just the threshold for participating in the formal selection. It can be seen how difficult this selection is. Many people can hardly even qualify to participate in the formal selection. If there are disciples with special talents, or disciples who have made some achievements in alchemy, talisman, weapon, formation, etc., they do not need to test the stone tablet anymore. They can go forward directly and accept individual assessment. Now, the test begins. As if he had received some instructions, the elder added one more sentence and then returned to the stands. When Lin Zhi heard about this privilege, he gave up the idea of testing the stone tablet. He held Ji Shuiyan in his arms, explained something to Yu Wenjie, and then strode towards the front of the square, leaving Yu Wenjie squeezed into the crowd with a worried look on his face. He is 1 year younger than Lin Zhi and is now 17 years old. Having never practiced cultivation before, he can only pray silently in his heart, hoping that he will have some talent in spiritual energy affinity and pass the test. Lin Zhi walked through the bustling crowd and came to the front of the square with Ji Shuiyan in his arms. He had never thought of letting Ji Shuiyan participate in the assessment. After all, after becoming an inner disciple, he would have a secluded cave of his own. Keeping Ji Shuiyan by his side was undoubtedly the best choice. After all, he would take her to find the master's friends later, and he really didn't want to have too many entanglements in this barbarian holy land. At this time, several people had arrived in front of the square. Lin Zhi roughly counted and found that there were tens of thousands of people participating in the Holy Land selection. However, there were only a dozen or so people who were talented in alchemy and talisman making. Lin Zhi couldn't help but feel more deeply the difficulty of refining the talisman. Okay, all of you come up and line up according to your own abilities. An old man spoke up. He was the only 4th level talisman refining master in the barbarian spirit Holy Land. He had a respected status and rarely participated in such assessments on weekdays. However, when the eccentric little girl Su revealed that among the candidates for this assessment there was a talented young man who was a 2nd level talisman master, Wu Hor was overjoyed and took the initiative to volunteer, eager to take the young man under his wing. Lin Zhi stood in the talisman refining area, and walking with him was a plump girl. The girl had a pair of playful ponytails, her face was as white as porcelain, and her round face was filled with a bright smile. As soon as she saw Lin Zhi, she said to him, "Hello, my name is Zhu Ziyuan, are you also a talisman refiner? How many kinds of talismans can you refine? You are so handsome, and your talent is so outstanding, it's really amazing. Can I come to ask you for advice often in the future? Is this your daughter? Wow, so cute, can I hug her? No, you are so young, he. Looking at this cute girl who was very friendly and could not stop talking like a machine gun, Lin Zhi suddenly felt overwhelmed and secretly complained in his heart, "What is going on? Did I meet a community bull?" But he still suppressed his helplessness and responded with a smile, "Hello, my name is Lin Zhi, and this is my sister Ji Shuiyan, please take care of me." Lin Zhi. Are you the Lin Zhi? As soon as Lin Zhi finished speaking, 2 voices sounded at the same time. It was Zhu Ziyuan and Elder Wu Hor who spoke together. What's going on here? Lin Jiru was completely confused and thought to himself, why does it feel like these 2 people know my story so well? Zhu Ziyuan was about to speak when Wu Hor, who had just walked over, interrupted her. You are so young, don't you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? I haven't even spoken yet, why are you speaking so quickly, little girl? Zhu Ziyuan was so angry that she was fuming. How could this old man be so disgusting? Seeing that the other party had shut up, Wu Hor no longer paid attention to the rude little girl. Instead, he patted Lin Zhi on the shoulder and said in a friendly manner, "Are you Lin Zhi? The 2nd level talisman refiner? Are you talking nonsense? How old are you this year? Are you married? Can I take you as my apprentice?" Lin Zhi's forehead was covered with black lines, and he was complaining in his heart, I actually met 2 chatterboxes at the same time. A series of questions came to Lin Zhi like a tide, making him dizzy. He could only bow and answer them one by one in a steady tone. This elder, my name is Lin Zhi, and I can indeed refine the 2nd level talisman. I am 18 years old this year, and I have not yet married. It's not good. Not good. Why do you say that? What's wrong with it? Wu Hor was listening with great interest, but suddenly he heard Lin Zhi's last word. He was unable to react for a moment and hurriedly asked. Har, elder, Lin Zhi said that it's not good for you to accept him as his disciple. Har. Zhu Ziyuan, who was smart and bright-eyed, interrupted from the side. Chapter 38, Becoming an Inner Disciple. Just as Zhu Ziyuan was laughing so hard that her body was shaking, Elder Wu Hua covered her laughing mouth with one hand. Woo woo sound was heard, and Zhu Ziyuan hurriedly slapped Wu Hua's hand, but was unable to break free. In desperation, she bit him. Ouch! Girl, are you a wild dog that has turned into a spirit? You bite so cruelly. Wu Hua shook off his hand and said with a painful look on his face. You old man, let me just stretch out my hands recklessly. Zhu Ziyuan grinned, showing her bright white teeth, and spoke viciously. Lin Zhi was left in tears and amused by the scene before him, while Lin Hua was also watching happily from his shoulder. They were truly two weirdos. Wu Hua knew that this was not the time to argue with this little girl, so he glared at Zhu Ziyuan fiercely, turned around and said to Lin Zhi with a smile, I'm sorry to make you laugh, let's ignore this crazy girl. Lin Zhi, why don't you want me to accept you as my disciple? Is there something you can't tell me? Just tell me what's wrong and I'll help you solve it. After hearing what the old man said, if Lin Zhi wanted to refuse again, he would lose face for the elder. He could only continue helplessly, Elder, I don't even know who you are or what you are practicing. How can I accept your request? Wu Hua suddenly realized, har, it's me who is anxious. I am the 7th elder of this Manling Holy Land, and the only 4th level talisman refining master here. My name is Wu Hua. Lin Zhi finally understood the identity of the old man in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little respect, but this name was too inappropriate, no words. Where was no words? Elder Wu, I'm glad that you think highly of me, but I already have a master who refines talismans, so I'm afraid I won't have this honor. Lin Zhi said neither humbly nor arrogantly that in his heart, Ji Qingshan was the only master and no one else could replace him. Har, good boy, since you have a master, I will not force you. When you pass the test, you can call me teacher. Lin Zhi was delighted. Wu Hua was obviously interested in teaching him. He quickly responded, thank you for your kindness, master. I will work harder. Zhu Ziyuan on the side, however, had a look of reluctance on her face. She came to the selection because she had heard that there was an extremely powerful 4th level talisman making master in the Manling Holy Land. He wanted to become an apprentice and learn skills, but he didn't expect that the hateful old man in front of him was actually his master. His round face instantly lost its luster and was filled with disbelief. Lin Zhi looked at Zhu Ziyuan who was standing beside him and asked the question in his mind, Miss Zhu seems to have heard something about me. After Zhu Ziyuan's endless chatter and nonsense, Lin Zhi finally understood the reason. It turned out that Zhu Ziyuan was the beloved daughter of Pavilion Master Zhu of Jubao Pavilion. After Lin Zhi left yesterday, Pavilion Master Zhu mentioned this young man whom he admired very much to his precious daughter, who knew that her father had met countless young talents. But this was the first time that Zhu Ziyuan valued a young man so much, so she secretly memorized the name in her heart. She never expected to meet Lin Zhi the next day. The two began to take the test, and Zhu Ziyuan skillfully refined a 1st level attack talisman flame spell. The scorching breath hit him in the face like a surging wave. Lin Zhi was secretly amazed in his heart. Although this girl was a chatterbox, she was truly talented. Wu Hua was observing quietly from the side, but he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This little girl turned out to be a rare genius. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhi quickly refined a 2nd level talisman paper light body technique. Lin Zhi had used this light body technique many times and was naturally very familiar with it. His speed was even faster than Zhu Ziyuan's. Feeling the effect of the light body technique, old man Wu Hua was shocked again. It could actually increase his body speed by more than 70%. This was simply a monster in the talisman making lineage. Naturally, the two passed the assessment without any suspense. After Elder Wu Hua announced on the spot that the two had become inner disciples of the Manling Holy Land, he bestowed 2 jade pendants engraved with the Manling Holy Land on them. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand that symbolized his status as an inner disciple, Lin Zhi was delighted. He reached out and stroked Lin Hua's soft feathers. No matter what, he finally had a place to stay. Brother Lin, how about we go to the back mountain together to choose a cave? I will take care of everything you need in the cave. I hope you will take care of me in the future. Zhu Ziyuan was smiling happily. Although the process had some twists and turns, she had already become an inner disciple of the Holy Land and was favored by Master Wu Hua and accepted as his disciple. Naturally, it was worth being happy. Junior Sister Ju, I'm really sorry. I have a close friend who is taking an assessment downstairs. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to go with you to choose at this time. Lin Zhi declined politely with apologetic attitude. When Zhu Ziyuan heard this, she put her thoughts aside for the time being and stood aside, teasing Ji Shuiyan gently. Ji Shuiyan also liked this new sister she had met very much. After a while, Zhu Ziyuan held the little girl and started playing happily. Lin Zhi stared intently at the crowd below the square, looking for Yu Wenjie. He secretly made up his mind that if Yu Wenjie failed the test, he would plead with Elder Wu Huer. Let Yu Wenjie stay in the Holy Land, even if he is just a menial disciple, he will take good care of him. Yang Cheng, 18 years old, is said to have reached the early stage of the mortal blood realm, with a spiritual energy affinity of B level. He is also a very prominent figure among the many young men who are taking the test. Mu Qingyu, 15 years old, although her cultivation is only at the early stage of the mortal bone realm, she is gifted with extraordinary talents, has the figure of a warrior, a graceful figure, and a beautiful appearance, so she is naturally very popular. There were constant discussions in the crowd. Some talented boys and girls had already become known to everyone. Most of the eyes in the crowd were focused on Mu Qingyu's graceful figure. Lin Zhi also saw the graceful figure. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Lin Zhi felt that this woman was slightly inferior to Su Jinxian. After seeing that Yu Wenjie barely passed the test of the stone tablet with his affinity for spiritual energy, Lin Zhi hurriedly called out to Yu Wenjie and summoned him to his side. Brother Lin, I passed. Aji couldn't hide his excitement and shouted to Lin Zhi. Seeing another woman beside Lin Zhi, he calmed down a little and asked calmly, Brother Lin, what about you? Did you pass the test? Lin Zhi raised his lips slightly, revealing a faint smile. He gently took out the jade pendant that symbolized his status as an inner sect disciple and waved it back and forth in front of Yu Wenjie's eyes. I have now become an inner disciple of the barbarian spirit Holy Land, and this is my junior sister who passed the assessment with me, Zhu Ziyuan. Hearing this good news, Aji became even happier, and at the same time, he was filled with endless envy for Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi is not only gifted, but also handsome, and he is dazzling wherever he goes. Since Yu Wenjie still needed to formally participate in the selection of the barbarian spirit Holy Land, Lin Zhi said goodbye to Yu Wenjie again. After agreeing that Lin Zhi would come to see Aji after he had chosen the cave, he and Zhu Ziyuan hurried to the back mountain. As soon as they set foot in the back mountain, Lin Zhi saw Su Jinxian standing quietly in front of a cave, like a blooming flower. The moment she saw Lin Zhi, a brilliant smile bloomed on her pretty face. She looked at Lin Zhi with joy and said, Lin Zhi, I knew you would succeed. Ziyuan, you passed too, that's great. Lin Zhi stared at the girl in front of him with bright eyes, white teeth, a beautiful smile, and 2 shallow dimples. He also smiled happily and said, Thank you very much, Miss Su, for your care. He could naturally guess that the reason why his identity was known to Elder Wu Huer was because of her, and that was why he was able to become an inner disciple so smoothly. So he opened his mouth to express his gratitude, his words sincere. When Su Jinxian heard this, she guessed the reason why Lin Zhi was thanking her, and a slight blush appeared on her pretty face. Just as he was about to say something, Zhu Ziyuan beside Lin Zhi could no longer hold back her excitement and spoke impatiently, Sister Jinxian, you and senior brother Lin actually know each other. This is such a coincidence. My brother and I have both become inner disciples, and we are preparing to come here to choose a suitable cave. Sister Jinxian, where do you live? I want to live near you, so that I can live together with you and we can communicate more in the future. Su Jinxian was naturally familiar with Zhu Ziyuan, and seemed to have long been accustomed to her chattering style of speaking, so she did not show any strange emotions, but just listened quietly. Under the guidance of Su Jinxian, Lin Zhi and Zhu Ziyuan quickly chose their respective caves. The two people's caves were adjacent to each other, only a few meters apart. However, Su Jinxuan's cave was not here, and Zhu Ziyuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of regret on her face. As soon as he stepped into the cave, Lin Zhi felt as if he was in an ocean of spiritual energy. The rich spiritual energy was like a clear spring, refreshing his heart. A hint of surprise surged in his heart. This manling Holy Land was indeed worthy of its reputation. There was even a small training formation in the cave. Although the cave was not big, it was enough for Lin Zhi. It was fully equipped with a bed, table and chairs. Lin Zhi made the bed in no time and carefully arranged a warm little nest for Lin Huer. After tidying up carefully, he stepped out of the cave. Zhu Ziyuan had long disappeared, apparently having returned to the Jubao pavilion. Lin Zhi no longer hesitated, and walked back along the original path to the selection square. At this time, the selection of the barbarian spirit Holy Land had just come to an end and came to a successful conclusion. As soon as Lin Zhi walked to the front of the square, he saw Yu Wenjie spitting blood and lying quietly on the ground. People around him gathered around to watch, but no one dared to step forward. Lin Zhi was extremely anxious and rushed over. He quickly took out a Da Huan Dan from his arms and stuffed it into Yu Wenjie's mouth. The pill entered his mouth, emitting a gentle medicinal power that passed through Yu Wenjie's body. Only then did Yu Wenjie slowly stand up with the help of Lin Zhi. What on earth happened? Why is he injured so badly? Lin Zhi's face was as dark as clouds, so solemn that it made people breathless. Yu Wenjie was still extremely weak, his face was as pale as a piece of white paper, and the injuries on his body continued to sting the boy's brows. After a long while, he slowly said, "Brother Lin, it's nothing serious. I just got injured during the test. I just need to rest. It's a pity that I failed the test." Listening to Yu Wenjie's words, Lin Zhi sensed a hint of concealment in his heart. During the assessment, he was secretly protected by the cultivators in the barbarian spirit Holy Land, so how could he have suffered such serious injuries? His face was full of anger, and his voice became deeper. "What happened? Who hurt you?" Just then, a voice was heard, the crowd quickly opened up, and a figure slowly walked in. Chapter 39, Contradictions begin. "It's me, what can you do?" Lin Zhi turned his gaze and saw a young man in the crowd with his arms folded, staring at him intently, with a ferocious smile on his lips. There was a murderous intent flashing in Lin Zhi's eyes. He recognized the young man in front of him at a glance. It was Yang Cheng, who was at the peak of his career among the selected disciples. "Yang Cheng, why did you hurt Yu Wenjie?" Yu Wenjie and Yang Cheng had nothing to do with each other. Lin Zhi really couldn't understand why Yang Cheng beat Aji so badly. He suppressed the anger burning in his heart and started to question him. "This loser actually dared to leave before me during the assessment and stole my limelight. Do you think he should be beaten?" Yang Cheng sneered sarcastically, his words were icy and chilling, and his voice was filled with strong murderous intent. When Lin Zhi heard this, he felt that the young man in front of him was extremely arrogant. Just because he was the first to go out during the assessment, he beat Yu Wenjie like this. Lin Zhi was furious, his eyes piercing Yang Cheng directly. "You are looking for death." Hearing Lin Zhi's domineering words, everyone was shocked. They had never seen this young man during the selection just now. Everyone thought that this inconspicuous young man was not even qualified to participate in the selection, but he actually dared to threaten Yang Cheng, who had already been successfully selected and became an outer disciple. He was simply courting his own death. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yang Cheng's face instantly became extremely gloomy, and a chilling murderous intent emanated from him. He wanted to let this ignorant young man in front of him taste the consequences of angering him. Upon seeing this, everyone dispersed. They all believed in Yang Cheng's strength. Among all the disciples participating in the selection, Yang Cheng would definitely be in the top 3 and was definitely not someone the young man in front of them could contend with. "Boy, I will make you wish you were dead, but you can't live." As soon as Yang Cheng finished speaking, he pounced forward, unleashing his full strength at the early stage of the Fan Blood realm, and punched Lin Zhi on the head. "Presumptuous!" A deafening roar sounded like thunder, and then an incomparably powerful spiritual power wrapped Yang Cheng tightly, and then threw him heavily to the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw the elder who had just announced the start of the selection for the barbarian spirit Holy Land walking forward with his hair standing on end. In the Holy Land of barbarian spirits, private fighting is not allowed. Who gave you the courage? The Manling Holy Land has its own rules. Fellow disciples are not allowed to fight in private. If discovered by the Holy Land, they will be expelled from the Holy Land at the very least, and killed on the spot at the worst. Therefore, few people dare to break this rule. If you dare to fight privately again, you will be expelled from the Holy Land. We can talk about any grudges after the Holy Land rookie competition. Considering that Yang Cheng and Lin Zhi were both newcomers, the elder did not punish them. He just warned them severely, then dispersed the crowd and left. "You useless piece of shit. I will definitely defeat you in the rookie competition. Yang Cheng said coldly, covering his chest. Lin Zhi sneered in his heart. Yu Wenjie was seriously injured. He would definitely take revenge in the rookie competition. He didn't care about Yang Cheng's threat at all. He supported Yu Wenjie and walked slowly towards the cave without even looking at Yang Cheng. After carefully helping Yu Wenjie lie down on his bed, Lin Zhi went out to look for Elder Wu Huer. Yu Wenjie was severely injured before he even took the test and lost the qualification to become a disciple of the Manling Holy Land. Does Lin Zhi plan to ask Wu Huer for mercy? After his injury has healed, let Yu Wenjie take a personal assessment, or just become a menial disciple in the Holy Land. Lin Zhi had no idea where Elder Wu Huer lived, so after leaving the cave, he bowed to a person walking towards him and asked, "Senior brother, where is Elder Wu Huer's cave?" After the disciple from the Holy Land saw Lin Zhi's inner disciple jade pendant, he quickly bowed and said, "Senior brother, I am just an outer disciple, and I am not worthy of the title of senior brother. Elder Wu Huer's cave is at Fu Peak. There is a Fu Palace there. Elder Wu Huer usually stays there." Then the outer disciple stretched out his hand and pointed Lin Zhi in a direction. Lin Zhi thanked him and hurried forward. The journey was not very long, and Lin Zhi arrived at the entrance of the Fu Palace not long after walking. After showing his identity jade pendant to the errand disciple who came to inquire, the errand disciple of Fu Hall led Lin Shang to the third floor, where Elder Wu Huer was. At this moment, Wu Huer was concentrating on studying the method of refining a fourth-level talisman paper, with his whole attention and no distractions. He was suddenly disturbed by the knock on the door by a servant disciple from the Fu Hall, and his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. After opening the door and seeing who it was, he started to curse, "Gauden, did I ever tell you not to disturb me while I was refining the talisman? You have donkey hair in your ears, right? You can't even remember this little thing. Do you really want me to teach you a lesson? What's the matter? Tell me now. If it's nothing important, I'll send you to clean the toilet." The errand disciple named Gauden was also complaining bitterly, how smelly the toilet must be. He knew the rule, but Elder Wu Huer had just returned a few minutes ago, and it was Fu Feng's inner disciple who was visiting, so Gauden didn't think much about it and brought Lin Qian to knock on the door. Unexpectedly, he was severely scolded by Elder Wu Huer, and Gauden felt extremely regretful for a moment. "Teacher, I'm here to see you." When Lin Zhi saw that the disciple who led him was scolded so badly, he hurriedly walked out from behind Gauden and spoke. Wu Huer was cursing so hard that he didn't notice there was someone behind Gauden. It was not until Lin Zhi spoke that he noticed Lin Zhi and immediately changed his attitude. The face that was angry just now was instantly filled with smiles and looked very kind, which made Gauden marvel at the change of expression. "Lin Zhi, it's you, come in quickly. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming so that I could ask the disciples of Fu Hall to pick you up? Have you chosen the cave? How is it? Is the environment okay? We in the Manling Holy Land attach great importance to the cultivation of our disciples. What brings you here this time?" He ignored Gauden, who was standing aside, and warmly welcomed Lin Zhi into their house. Then he slammed the door shut, leaving Gauden, who was knocked to the ground by the door, crying alone while holding his nose. "Teacher, I came here to ask for a favor." After Lin Zhi explained his purpose, he told Wu Huer everything that Yu Wenjie had encountered during the selection. Even the conflict between himself and Yang Cheng was not concealed at all, and he begged Wu Huer to allow Yu Wenjie to be assessed again individually. Wu Huer frowned and squinted his eyes to think carefully for a moment. "I have heard a little bit about this Yang Cheng. I heard that he has decent talent." This time, several elders praised him highly and wanted to take him in as their disciple. "If you find it difficult to deal with it, just tell me. I will support you. As for your friend, the selection process is activated by the sect protection formation. If you want to start it alone, I am afraid that no one in the sect will agree. It is better for you to come to the Fu Hall and be a disciple doing odd jobs first." When Lin Zhi heard this, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, teacher. I will tell my good friend the good news right away. As for Yang Cheng, teacher, don't worry about me. I will personally avenge my friend." After hearing Lin Zhi's words, Wu Huer said no more, but nodded secretly in his heart, and couldn't help but admire Lin Zhi's loyalty and righteousness even more.